very happy to contest this. They're going to see if they could come out on top against their SEA comrades. But here we are taking a look at EWG Cookie, the man. Good catch. Here we go. He's going for that 1-2-3 into that vertical release focus attack into this Wu-Chen, going up to the ceiling, trying to disengage. He heals himself up just a little bit, but I believe he may be getting called over to try and help his teammates.
Yeah, Kakashi, if they've been able to get his hands on the Fireflies to activate into that V1, will be able to find the 5-second stagger onto EWG's X-Side. The terrain greets the kill, though, delays it. WX98 with the pistol will be able to come on through with that one, but the Viper is now under fire. Goes to the body, gets the Soul Bloom for that little bit of reset before coming on through with the connection of the F ability and the parry, setting Kakashi up to find the turnaround. EWG's Cookie now happy to go for that TN high F1, will not be able to keep himself alive. And DRG between the two players of Kakashi and WX98 will be able to win out the fight and survive.
But it looks as though we've got the third party coming on through with GGCJS, the Comet, flying directly in, taking down Dongxing, but the Viper ultimate coming on through. We've got the Matari ultimate to respond, the Zai ultimate as well, pulling the trigger, sending out those chains, and absolutely shredding through DRG, who've been weakened, had been licking their wounds, and taken full advantage of by this third-party situation. Now heading over to Celestra, we have YZG and 521 posturing at each other. Potentially, we may see a fight take place here out in the open.
Yeah, 521 could potentially cut over to the Forbidden Seal if they feel pressured, especially since Akame does not have that Matari ultimate to deal with CXZ's V1. However, we can see that YZG have not been able to get their ultimates other than QGG's first cast of that Tessa online. And that sort of goes back to why we saw so many of those teams in the early phases prioritize the Matari. I think they anticipated a lot of these teams running that attack on Titan, wanted to have the Matari in the back pocket to utilize the Matari ultimate and nullify all of the threat of that Viper. And now we're going to be having a look and watching OUG as they loot through Celestra on that Tien High. They need to find the scaling of the equipment to set themselves up for the first round of Yang. Meanwhile, JL also on a very costly composition, both the Ferrier and the Yushan really needing that equipment scaling too.
Absolutely, being able to scale up is certainly going to give them a big advantage going into the realm of Yang, which I imagine they're likely going to want to do. Heading on over to another team composition that will benefit very well from scaling up. We have CD Wolves out here just north of Sunwing's Rest. XEM has managed to get his hands on a purple katana, is going to be scaling up that ultimate damage very nicely, but it looks as though we're going to be heading over to Bauda up against 521, I believe. He does secure that Viper F, but he's running the F3, didn't get the full damage, but the ultimate's coming on through. V3 coming in as well for Bauda. Oh my goodness, the Masari ultimate is going to mitigate all of that pressure, and we're going to have to teleport away using that Wu-Chen to disengage and get to safety.
Yeah, really good reaction from 521, seeing that it's the Viper V3 breaking behind those trees to break LOS so then Matari can activate that ultimate and get everybody out of LOS of the silence effect while the Viper can still fight through it. And off of the back of that as well, OUG have lost the opportunity that they were looking for to try and jump onto one of these teams. Now they've been able to catch on to Bauda. They're trying to lock down you, force that Viper into throwing out that engagement opportunity before they can look for that isolation. But 521 on that sidelines looking for the third party. The King going lower and lower, receiving that Hardy Cube displacement off of the back of SS's ultimate. Will be able to get himself out of the line of fire as 521 came on through a little bit late with that Moonbane. Unfortunately for them, the team that they jump on has the Wu-Chen teleport primed and ready to go, and suddenly 521 are the team stuck in the middle.
They are indeed. Another thing to note is that we saw that ultimate, the ultimates get utilized early, and then turning around using that Wu-Chen ultimate, Bauda immediately, they had a game plan, they ran straight to the Fireflies, and having that presence in mind, they did get attacked by OUG as we saw, but thankfully able to fend them off. They do live to fight another day. 521 unfortunately not able to get full value from this Moonbane, but perhaps may be able to still apply some pressure in this situation.
Dinner bell's been rung though.
Yes, coming in with that Moonbane, as we say. Moonbane to act as that sort of dinner bell. EWG Cookie, the sneaky monk behind the rock.
I mean, so many teams have just been drawn here.
Yeah.
Like Fireflies to the Flame. as we're going to be having a look. Battle trying to keep themselves in the middle of that Moonbane, hoping that it deters, but it's going to be running out in a matter of moments. They do have the Viper ultimate, they've got to use it immediately, but they're up against the Siphon composition. The Matari ultimate comes on through. You under pressure now does not have the damage reduction and gets sent absolutely packing by a Kami coming on through with that Matari dash, and it's all falling apart for Bauda as 5-1 finally got the opportunity that they were hunting for.
They did indeed, but look at what we have, Moxie. We have OUG utilizing this Moonbane peak, getting that parry there, taking the weapon and trying to disengage, not going for that follow-up, heading on over to perhaps see what's going on here between GG, TWSS, CJS is up against the corner, up against the rock, getting absolutely pelted down, does manage to utilize that ultimate, activating that F2 to try and disengage. The armor swap comes down, but oh my goodness, he almost didn't grab it, he almost didn't get it, took a little bit of damage, but he's heading right back on in. The Blistering Edge is going to do a lot of damage to that health bar. He needs to try and get a little bit of healing coming on through, but the Tesla ultimate is going to come in, and the crossbow is going to be finishing him off.
TWSS now just having to dispatch these two other players from the side of GG. So much was invested in trying to peel out that side that there might not be anything other than this Matari ultimate to try to turn things around. GG just going for the full disengagement option. One of their players as LXM moves up to the plate, occupying TWSS with the Cavalry Bloom now revealed in play. TWSS will be able to claim the kill. However, LXM has griefed the team and led them directly in to another composition entirely that have all of their ultimates ready to go. YZG's QGG comes on through with the Tesla enchantment into that RMB bonk of the Pulse Sword vertical, and now TWSS are the ones on the run. The Wuchen teleport in the absolute best opportune time to keep Dofu up and alive. They don't have any time to go for a full reset. They just have to rely on the Wuchen wind walls on that F1, as YZG, understanding that they have the advantage in terms of ultimates, more than happy to keep up the chase.
Indeed, they're posturing, they're looking, they're trying to see if they can find any weakness, and here they are, they found it. They're forced to use these ultimates. CXZ finds the stun, but is it actually going to net enough value? Dofu coming on in with his own ultimate, the F2 coming on through, the F3, I mean, oh my god, another Viper coming in. Kakaishi gonna force out these Wuchen ultimates, get them out of there. Let me escape, but please, Kakaishi getting fended off. The F coming in, it's not going to be enough. Polaris is going to fall, and now Dofu may be following suit. He tried to defend his teammate, but it may have been in vain. He goes down as well.
Yeah, Poison Splash is going to be the party popper, confetti showering that body, and DRG pick up another, taking them to a mind-whopping 7 kills that they've been able to use to secure leading the overall standings right now. Unfortunately for them, though, that momentum might begin to slow down, as this composition does not traditionally do well inside that realm of Yang. Now is the moment for these mid to late game comps to really start showing what they're made of. And speaking about what they're made of, I am so looking forward to seeing how this Yoda with the F2 Matari reset is going to work.
I am as well, Moxie. I want to see an XEM now dropping down that F2. We see him. Oh, does he get the? He doesn't get the full connection, unfortunately. I think it may have clipped one of them, but now we're seeing the synergy come through. F2 being utilized yet again, has that combo breaker available for another 4 seconds. NHQ going to be jumping into that Farrier mech, and now the ultimate coming out for XEM. 1/miss, not able to find it. Does he find the second? No, he does not. He's getting peppered down. The Farrier trying to peel Roy. He takes a lot of damage. He's coming through. A 1 HP situation, 1 HP in a dream. Does he make it out alive? He does indeed. Full healed up. Ivan now getting peeled off by the other players, but it's not going to be enough. ZK's going down. XEM left alone trying to make something happen, but it's looking pretty cooked here, Moxie. NHQ now forced to fight 1 versus 3.
Oh, and especially since Ivan is less likely to go down receiving that Zips healing, it might just be a matter of playing with the food. The slaps are coming on out just to make sure that he can't run away, as the more time that BBE is able to milk from this realm of Yang, the longer that buff is going to be active. Speaking about that composition that we got to see, we got a little bit of a clue on why the Yoto is being utilized, and that's Yoto ultimate goes through the pillars.
Oh yeah.
So if they want to try and stop these teams from utilizing the pillar meta that has been established for Realm of Yang, Yoda would be a pretty decent way to try and go about that task.
That is true, and it's something that we see come out from Zai as well. Zai has the same functionality, but oh, I can hear the crowd exclaiming about something, and it looks as though JL taking down OUG?
Yep.
And it's not even in the realm of Yang either, is it? Oh, maybe. It may be in the realm of Yang. There it is. It was. Okay.
Yes.
I was thinking for a second. Wait, did Bowder win realm of Yang and then get a White Tigers?
Yeah, that would went Spirit Well.
That would be pretty Chad of them.
they went Spirit Well. We're getting to see a focus light as well come through from that Matari that we just got to see the impact frames of on that slide animation. Yeah, we need a counter in the bottom right. That was focus light and pole sword as well. The combination that goes hand in hand. Name a more iconic duo. As BBE now might enter into that fray against JL. I've been burning that Zai F2, has to go for the V2 activation to refresh it, as his back was quite literally against that wall. Now he's been able to keep himself up for another F2 to come on through, puts himself towards the back line of his team to get a little bit of peel, as JL's VVV drops the cannon, not for TXJ or Wanfong, but for himself.
He's getting in there himself. But it looks as though that Forbidden Seal has been activated, pulling VVV out of the Farrier mech. Roy, he's still low HP, fending them off, trying his best to stay alive and kicking, but it's not to be. Roy, he goes down. Alliance coming in with a third party. The Comet, NY7. They need these soul blooms. They have that Yang depletion. They need to find the cleanse, and this is definitely a very good spot to potentially find it. JL, they are still kicking. They're still going, and Alliance, they've only got blue armors. Bowder coming in. Oh, yes, indeed. And it looks as though we got Wolves on the edge too.
Oh, we've got another focus light. Another focus light, and
so that's 2.
Also that is 2 that we're up to. Maybe you can practice your Mandarin and count up. So we're going to be counting all of this damage coming out from the side of JL. Wanfong is on the field in the Terracotta Warrior. VVV with a huge silence onto BBE's Ivan. The knockback finding all of the isolation, and immediately Alliance seeing that low health target go for the throat. The TXJ gets that first. The Matari too fast to outrace.
Oh my goodness, and Wolves exploding onto the scene as well. We saw One Fang go down to F2 on the Yotohime, and I believe they may have been able to cleanse one. No, perhaps not. In fact, the Soul Bloom could have been stolen away. Now we have the Viper teams turning up. Bowder having been in the mix already, now trying to pull the trigger, but the Matari is going to be ready and waiting for that situation with the ultimate, mitigating it all. XEM, oh my goodness, explosive indeed, not only with the Yoto, but the Farrier synergy, all combined together. So much burst damage, and now they're pulling out the Yoto slashes to fend off Bowder.
Not just that, they use it to cover the body. Alliance's player went down directly where one of those Yoto slashes was directed so that they could get one of their players onto it and cleanse that depletion. But here comes Bowder, like you said. Forbidden Seal is in place, so V3 removed on the potential for Bowder too. He's still got the skill rush, he doesn't time the parry, and immediately he's gonna get punished. The Dragon Slayer's the overhold into that Nessus comes on out, and Peak has gone down. Yuran might be able to bail his team out as they did kite away from that Forbidden Seal in play, and JL now jump onto the left behind Wolves.
They do indeed. VVV with the F2, the musket, pew, right down on top of NHQ, who unfortunately was left. He was left behind. The pack lost one of its members, but now they still have 2. They still cleanse 2 of those Yang depletions.
NY7's going for a revive.
Oh?
Yuma's body still hasn't fully burnt out. I think, or rather Revenge's body. I think, looking at the mini-map and the position, he might have returned to the scene of the crime to try and find that revive. As bad as you is going to be, well, returning to the lobby. As he gets taken down by BBE's Ivan coming through with that Zai V2. And off of that legendary scaling, that weapon is going to be doing a lot of damage on the side of that chain side. YCG also now coming through with CXE. Doesn't utilize that Viper V1. They're going to burn the Witch and teleport first because they see the amount of teams that have been drawn into taking that engagement and down the Tester ultimate. They didn't really have the means, the tools to that kit to try and stop any of the third party turning onto them instead.
And we also have the Realms of Yang open and waiting for one of these teams to potentially dive in. It looks as though they may be a little bit more interested in something else. TWSS trying to find an opening onto 521. Pampy now coming out of that Zai ultimate is going to be going sky high with the Meteor. It looks as though he may be able to break away from this situation. And interestingly, we still haven't seen the team jump into the Realm of Yang.
I think one of the reasons is that we still have a lot of Viper Tessa Wu-Chang compositions in play, and a lot of the teams left in the open world are on the composition designed to stop that from coming into full fruition, right? If you have a Matari, you're more than happy taking a fight against the Viper.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering that we did see that Viper composition cost for the hero points go up, they must be like in the know that there are Vipers out there. You know, if there are Vipers, then we have to be careful about these Realm of Yang situations, and we have to be ready with those Matari ults.
Yeah, and we're going to see TWSS now trying to chase on to 521 with that composition. Is going to be Dofu coming on through. Still hasn't pulled that F3 chain shot out just yet. Shows, oh my goodness, Dreadful Wheel and Assassin's Lunge attached to that dagger. There's the F3 trying to set up the stagger for the Tessa ultimate to find the connection, and it will be able to tether down one, but the Kurumi on the circle is keeping everyone alive.
Oh my goodness, the tankiness, the sustain coming in for 521. Pampy does find the parry, and Dofu goes down, having not even used the ultimate there. He was kitted out with the Dagger Jade, but it's not going to be enough. Akame, though, taking a lot of damage himself, maybe in a bit of danger. The Tessa ultimate has been utilized. It is going to pop onto the Matari, but are they going to be able to follow up? No, Polaris is taking so much damage. The burn might come through, but no, they teleport away because he just goes down after it comes through, and Snack is the last man standing, and Pampy is looking to chase him down.
Can he run 5-2-1 into another team? It looks actually like they're going to let him get away. They're more than happy. You can see that they still have a couple of blue armors to their name, so they want to try and figure out whether they can get some loot upgrades as OUG. The reason they're currently hiding is GG took a fight against OUG and won, because GG have Draco Storm to their name, and OUG are already down one of their players. In fact, their Hardy just fully bled out. SS is out of the game unless his teammates can find a Rebirth Charm. JL also now going to be able to get their hands on Draco Storm, and all of this aggression, all of that fast-paced action is gradually going to be slowing to a little bit of a slower now part, as all of these teams, unless they have Draco Storm, they're going to be locking their doors, they're going to be hiding, they're going to be boarding up the windows, they're not going to be popping their heads. Oh my goodness! No way! Yes! It happened! Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting for a water wheel kill in Celestra?
Oh, that's rough, buddy. Unfortunate indeed. He'd been chased down. His teammates were dead, but he was still alive and kicking. Unfortunately, he does get flattened. But let's take a look at this Realm of Yang engagement between JL and OUG. The fight that the crowd was cheering for. Beautiful parry coming through, and the follow-up as well onto Wonfong. But do they come out of this on top? I believe so. JL are the ones who are victorious here. The focus comes through. The follow-up SS is very, very low. He is going to be getting that peel coming in, allowing him to get a bit of a heal off. TXJ diving through with that F2, the empowered dash. VVV, oh, just barely rolls out. But TXJ now in this 1 versus 3 situation. No way. He takes down one. He take down the next one. The Matari ultimate's up. The uppercut, and there it is. What an absolute beast.
I mean, man's got the MVP trophy.
Yep.
For a reason. We call him the god of Naraka. He has the most amount of respect for him from all of the players in the CN region. You can absolutely see why. As DRG trying to set up their dynasty, Kakaishi comes on through with that Viper V1, looking to lock down these players from BBE. The Zai reads out that the Viper is going to cross around that door frame and puts enough pressure onto DRG that they're forced into throwing out that Wu-Chang teleport before WX9A could potentially go down and be stopped in helping his team survive. survive, as GG are just hunting down stragglers at the moment. Any team that they find missing one of those members, and unfortunately OUG was in one of those positions. However, we can see, looking from the mini-map, it is just one player from OUG that GG have been able to find. Looks like the call came through from OUG's side. It was better to split their players and try and cover more map distance in the hopes that if one player was found, it wasn't a death sentence for the second.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a very commonly used strategy. You know, you don't want to be spotted out. However, it looks as though the king is the one who has a bounty on him. It looks as though DRG may be the one who has it, perhaps?
Yeah.
It is going up a little bit. I think it must be them, because I don't see another team that's close enough to be increasing the threat level of the bounty. But there we see in the top right has now expired, and he is now safe to potentially move away. But DRG, are they going to spot them coming? Are they going to spot him coming out of this temple?
Well, they might be running into BBE for trying to take on that fight, as we're going to have a look and see how GG won their realm of Yang. NY7's POV that we're going to be following with that Zai F2 velocity on those nunchucks as well. One of your favorite soldiers, as the V2 now comes on out from that Zai sent into the chain side. GG, however, having both the Zip ultimate and the Matari ultimate in play to keep themselves sustained through all of this damage coming on out, doing a very good job of finding the isolation that they're looking for. Full just bodying down NY7 on the outskirts after having already removed Yuma from this threat, which means that they don't have the Matari to get a refresh.
Oh my goodness, beautifully spaced by NY7 here. We see him like managing to make it outside, but oh, wait a second, what's going on here? okay. I thought for some it was another 1v3 situation somehow, but no, it was just that waiting it out and trying to get maximum value. But unfortunately, Alliance do fall at the hands there in the realm of Yang. It is what it is. But here, taking a look now at GG and JL, the two titans of trios at the moment, scrapping it out for this Spirit Well, trying to secure it for themselves, get their hands on that White Tiger's prowess.
Yeah, traditionally the Xiphon composition hasn't had a lot of staying power when it comes to contesting those Spirit Wells, as opposed to things like the Valder and the Tianhai, but Cannonball is even more fragile. If you don't immediately get that double mech cycle, the second that you've been able to, especially with Zai, put enough pressure with the V2, getting that fire tick damage directly to the Farrier's health, as opposed to having to burn through the mech health, you could see that JL were a lot more reluctant trying to hold their ground and go up against GG, knew that GG would be able to have a better chance of controlling that Spirit Well, and just decided to dip, hope that they would be able to disengage and cover enough space that when GG got their hands on all of that loot, plus the White Tiger's prowess, another team would be close when they'd get turned on to instead. Because one of the problems with running a Cannonball composition when we don't traditionally see Cannonball is that it's a lot easier to be able to find which composition and team you'd currently been fighting, as opposed to some of these Viper Tessa Jenkins, where we're seeing so many of these players, so many of these heroes, costume changing is pretty inevitable. Plus, if you run into someone with Focus Light or even a Viper with a Pole Sword, chances are every single Viper is running that. So it's a lot harder to try and figure out who you were fighting previously. As what is this? Wolves looking for that recovery. Down Souljade's, but up all of their players.
They are indeed. That is it's pretty bare inventory, to say the least. But GG looking to take the initiative now. They have that White Tiger's prowess. I wanted to comment briefly is that CJS actually didn't choose to use his ultimate when they captured that. He may have actually not had it, now that I think about it. I'm not too sure, but if he did, then I think the reason why he would have done so is so that he could move faster without the Zai ultimate.
Oh,
if he didn't have it, then oh well. But oh my goodness, TXJ, what has occurred here?
Tessa.
Poison Splash ticking down. CJS gonna make it out of there. I think lose it up just a little bit, but that is very unfortunate for JL.
Yeah, what happened to TXJ was he got enchanted by a Tessa ultimate in zone damage and then tracked down by a Matari.
That is rough indeed. Being isolated from your team, as we can see, VVV and Wanfeng, just they were kind of over there, but just not able to help him. We did see them on the tower as well, making it so that perhaps he could kite away, but it was not the case.
Yeah, potentially they also wanted to utilize that high ground where if they did get challenged, they would maybe be able to find the full drop-down juggle with something like the dual halberds, as you just managed to keep resetting your horizontal hits. all the way down and get something like 6 or 7 off with how high that tower actually does go. As Moonbane coming into play, Spiritwell is going to show Mystic Might, so not the greatest of buffs, however it does still secure a double ultimate cycle, so it's in all of these players' best interests to keep an eye on which of these teams is going to be controlling it, because actually we got to see a pattern formed in the group stages where it wasn't the team that ulted first, it wasn't the team that ulted second, it was the team that ulted third that had the highest likelihood of being able to control that.
Indeed. And another thing to note, actually, I think Mystic Might, considering the Vipers we have here, might actually be quite good. We might see these teams look to contest it. As you said, Mystic Might isn't the most popular. I wonder if these teams are going to value it, considering the Vipers in the lobby and the trees that are around them. It could be the case, but it's hard to say really. It's usually that Draco Storm and the Mystic Might are the most contested by far, but we shall see what unfolds here. A lot of action is taking place on that other side. Explosion after explosion, the cannon fire going across the screen, across the way. 330 taking quite a bit of damage, but we saw chunks coming down, the burst coming through. He does have that zipping ultimate ticking away, but is he going to be able to make it out of this one, Moxie? Because that's a lot of damage.
Oh, that's a lot of dreadful whales. Something to note as well is that we haven't really seen a lot of ultimates invested on the side of the Spiritwell. Wolves are going to be coming on through now with their Ferrier mech, and Dongqing was waiting for that opportunity, because here comes the counterplay. That's a lot of players that are going to be stunned up by a Viper V1 into a Tessa enchantment, and XEM still inside that mech is going to be kept toasty safe inside that dome, blocking all of the range damage from coming on through, and Wolves are able to get their hands on that buff. 2 mech cycles now comes into play, and the pillar is already down.
That's insane. Wolves, the kings of Spiritwell? They've done it before. They sort of started off being the strategic masters of Spiritwells. We've seen happen time and time again in the past, but will they be able to continue along this pace later on in the day? They've managed to capture this one, to say the least. BBE looking at diving, having pulled that trigger with the ultimate, but getting stuck on this tree, taking a lot of damage, forced to fade back. The zipping is going to be healing him up, but the Farrier might have eyes on him.
Oh my goodness, the Farrier cannon shots coming through, almost immediately forcing the relocation with that Wuchen teleportation. Question is there any place of safety? If you stick too close to Wolves, you eat all of the cannon damage and that follow through, because both ZK and NightHQ and XEM have the 2 traditional cannons, 1 Farrier cannon currently in play. Everybody else trying to take cover behind all of this bits of terrain is going to get caught a little bit behind when it comes to those rotations. The Farrier F ability will be able to pick up CXC. The silence going to be putting him right to sleep, and now Wolves turn their attention to trying to deal with some of these other teams that are looking weakened, as we can have a look at GG, who are just holding firm, holding onto those ultimates. They are known for playing the end games. Wolves might be the kings of Spiritwell contests, but GG are the emperors of the end game situation.
They absolutely are. We've seen it time and time again come through in that group stage and the pre-finals. CJS going to heat up a little bit perhaps. Oh, the damage coming in. 5-1, shredding through YZG 17S. CJS trying to fade back, avoiding these chains. Does send out a little bit of damage, but it immediately gets interrupted. The cannon fire is coming in from right field. Are they going to be able to survive through this onslaught? The Zai knocking him down. WX98 down on the bottom, attacking his teammate. CGS going down to Atham, trying to protect his brothers in arms. Oh my goodness, it's just an absolute blender at the bottom of this cliff. Dongxing coming through, the Viper coming in. Kakaishi gets bursted down, tries to ult. No sir, CJS now diving upwards with the Meteor, chains in hand, slinging them around, no space to move. If you go down there, you are turning into minced meat. One Feln gets knocked into the zone, diving up into the sky, trying to find a little bit of solid ground to call home.
GG now coming back into play with the last moments of CJS's Psy ultimate. Dodges the Yoda ultimate. XEM low enough, has to utilize the blades to teleport onto the high ground and take himself out of line of fire. Keeps these blades, trying to find the Sakura and knock these players into the crypt and take damage. Goes for the F2 connection. Baseball bats one player, but unfortunately he's not able to peel the ZK, and he goes down. A parry is found against CJS, battering him into that storm damage, and he chooses to grapple instead of investing that F2, picks up the legendary fan yet again, now utilizes the F2 to put himself up into the sky looking for the drop down. R&B will not be able to find it, but bought himself enough time to cycle into his zip sustainability, and GG are still going strong. CGS with the wind gust boarding back that V2 at an absolute breakneck speed. The scale rush off of the cliffside allowing him to keep pace with all of the players in the aerial, but JL's one bomb with that health reset on the Yushin ultimate comes on through and plays absolute mischief maker with the stagger.
Oh my goodness, it's so explosive. CJS, 1 HP in a dream. It's not to be. And 521's Yin is going to survive until the end. Who's coming out on top? JL and GG were neck and neck at the end of that game. Who will achieve the MVP? It is 521, the first MVP of Grand Finals Trios J Cup. Oh my goodness, SEA taking the first game is so huge for them.
Yeah, I mean 5-2-1, like BBE, TWS, they all had their time to shine in the group stages. 5-2-1 scraped into that grand final spot. And on that Voltpoint Essence, we're going to be starting off on the outskirts of Empyrean though, with OUG and Alliance potentially going head to head. SS on this Wu-Chen, what are we going to get to see? NY7's going to be starting things off. He is outnumbered though, so he's going to have to hold his ground and wait for the reinforcements to come on through. Now Alliance have been able to fully reposition, but NY7 has still been caught out, isolated. The first Tessera enchantment comes on out from Yuma, connecting onto two players from OUG. All Alliance have to do is cover the urn before they can interact with it, and they're doing just that. NY7 with the LMBs back-to-back loses the dagger on the second connection, but Alliance have been able to try and secure any kill that they can onto SS, turning it into a numbers advantage for their team. The parry comes on out, the slap from NY7 to secure the stagger onto the king, and Alliance's NY7 holds his ground, holds firm, and Alliance wins the 3v3.
They do indeed. What a fight to start us off. I believe as well that Bowder may have taken down OUG. No, YZG, in fact. I think it was Bowder taking down YZG in the kill feed while we were watching that fight take place. But heading on over to Skygaze Cove, we have 5-2-1 scrapping it out here up against DRG. The Zaya ultimate is out on the field. Dongxing trying to disengage, trying to break away from the Zai, but is not going to be able to do so. Oh, getting chased down by the light attacks. There it is. Pampy securing that elimination.
Pampy now looking for more, still with that V2 active. They're going to try and find it, but the Hardy is going to make it a little bit harder. They lose one of their players with DRG's WX9 getting to play off of the stagger that the Hardy ultimate is setting into motion. However, they're trying to find the revive. The Hardy, though, still making an absolute mischief of himself. The revive will come on out. The Hardy ultimate now removed. It is a matter of trying to survive until that combo breaker comes back into play, as we can see that it is already done. 5-2-1, playing the kill onto DRG's Kakaichi, as we can have a look now at GG versus JL's TXJ. TXJ with that Syra V1 puts himself all the way up into the sky, finds the drop down, surprise R&B onto LXM, who was not ready for it to come from on high, gets fully staggered on out into the LMB follow through, and JL just waiting to try and figure out how they want to play this next ultimate rotation. It's going to be the Viper ultimate, probably to set up VVV's follow through with that Tessa V1, but the F from the Viper connects onto TXJ. The R&B on the fan catch comes on through. He's trying to survive against the first place, but he's having to utilize his combo breaker, puts himself onto that drop down, looking for any form of potential sustain that he can find, and he gets a blue armor reset off of the ground.
He does indeed. Now LXM popping this Viper ultimate, perhaps a little bit overconfident that was actually going to get some value there, or perhaps it was simply a deterrent for the enemy team so that he could try and fend them off. But oh my goodness, the dive in, the Viper F, obliterating GG here. Now forced to use the Wu-Chen ultimate, immediately turn around and find them. The parry comes through. 3-3-0, getting chased down by the fan. The crouching horizontal does get taken down. JL now trying to finish off the rest of these players. GG, LXM is between TXJ and VVV, just sandwiched blended, sliced and diced and taken down. YZG and Alliance on the outside now taking a fight. QGG gonna get charmed up by the Tesla ultimate, but not before he does a big chunk of damage to the enemy players.
Yeah, Wish and Teleport comes on through from Alliance, taking that much further afield than GG's. YZG now, QGG still having that side V2. More than happy to try and track them down. Who's got grapple speed? Who's got grapple distance? Alliance have definitely been locking that one on the glyph board, as a lot of their players have been able to reposition, but one has been left to try and just keep some of that attention off of his two teammates. NY7 will be able to kite back to his players though and look for this reset opportunity. Are YZG going to want to try and take this fight, not knowing whether or not Revenge is going to be ready to go for that next cast, or rather Yuma is going to be ready to go with that next cast of the Tessa V1, as one thing that Attack on Titan is able to do is win reset fights. NY7 coming under a lot of pressure, the wave roll and the coverage of the Tessa F1 keeps the Viper alive, and Alliance remain intact with all three players up.
They do indeed, and the Moonbane is going to be dropping down for the side of Alliance. Unfortunately, you take note, you can see that these grapples are not in abundance for Alliance. Unfortunately, they actually simply don't have the resources to chase this down. As they were walking in to that area, I was wondering, they're going to need to make something happen here and not let them get away. Otherwise, they might not be able to chase them down. NY7 with 0 grapples in hand is struggling to keep up with these players, but he's doing so nonetheless. 17S eating quite a bit of damage from that F3. NY7 now, the return fire coming through, does have to try and find a reset. Unfortunately, he does not have the resources to do that either.
Yeah, it gets cooked by back-to-back connections of the Charger RMB on those blades and will go down. Now CXE full commits to the RMB from the longsword, but Alliance doing a very good job. They see NY7 going lower, 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 and they immediately converge on CXE to guarantee that they do not score a kill on that leaderboard. DRG now, we're going to be following along with a Transformers composition, but instead of the Volder, it's going to be the Ferrier. So I really hope that we get to see these teams interact inside the realm of Yang. How is that burst cycle going to stand up if the Monk doesn't get to play the reverb guarantees off of the Volder Spear? Is it going to be the same line of thinking with the Ferrier cannon connection of those shots? CC staggering those players and letting the Tianhai pluck them before they can hit the ground.
It could be what they're going for, but at the same time, it may end up being a sort of instead of it being a sort of synergistic sort of thing, it could be a I'm going to leave you the Ferrier mech so that when you come out of Ultimate, you're not in danger. But speaking of danger, Bowder are playing with fire right now. The Moonbane sending hits down to the earth, and you dancing around it. Cookie eating this absolute blender of a focus attack in the back. Volpoint Essence popping now in the 1 versus 3. Bowder, he's just holding strong, trying his best, but unfortunately, he is going to be going down regardless in that replay.
Oh, EWG is not going to be happy that they lost Volpoint Essence, and it wasn't even in a Realm of Yang fight. That's normally your insurance policy if you don't have something like a support and you're going up against maybe a Tian High Transformer composition, and he finds a double grab onto you. So we're going to be having a look at JL. This is something that JL have started doing an awful lot of in the group stages, and that's just trekking around the outer edges of this map, trying to figure out which of these teams lost the hot drop fight and have revived outside of the zone to be able to utilize the fact that that area of the map is less likely to have been traversed by other teams, and the loot will still be obtainable from the ground. And it means that JL can potentially run into either teams that are still in that looting up phase or are just off of the Soul Altar looking for that recovery, and they've been able to do just that. They run into TWSS, TXJ picking up the Dandelions so that he does not make any sound. But they're going to prioritize going into the Realm of Yang to gear up that Sire and hit legendary scaling on the ultimate first.
Indeed. But will we see this composition truly dominate here? They are in a good position considering their loot, considering the scaled state that they are currently in, with 3 eliminations under their belt already. TXJ going to the sky, dropping down onto the pillar now, looking for the scale rush opportunity. WX98 eating that damage. The silence as well. Only the ultimate from the Viper is going to be locking down Kakai. situation. He goes down, absolutely obliterated. TXJ, not a care in the world, almost willingly gets grabbed here, getting that damage onto the Tianhai. Not a care in the world. It's already 3 versus 2. Dongxing in a bad spot, utilizing that F2, going to the sky, but it is not going to net them all that much value. TXJ still having this ultimate ready to work with, and oh my goodness, WX98 is getting absolutely cooked by the Syra ultimate, and now it's just a matter of time. Dongxing, that's all she wrote, buddy. He's going to be going down in a matter of time.
So oppressive. In fact, we're not even going to be watching the end of it. We're going to be heading over to look at BBE and 521. Yin, the last player standing for his team, likely not going to be standing for long with that Neshaz, and he is just getting absolutely juggled. 49 seconds. He's not going to be able to try and kite. I did not have access to those pillars to try and grief the timeout situation. There's Alliance and TWSS now going head-to-head. NY7 coming on through with that Viper ultimate. They're actually going to utilize the Tessa ultimate to try and stun some of those players before the Matari ultimate could come on through and stop the Viper from having that value. But TWSS will be able to nullify the threats of both, forcing the Wu Chen teleport. Polaris with that Syra V1 runs out of the 16 seconds duration so that Alliance can potentially try and reset if this next fight does kick off. It's going to be ult for ult. Tessa Enchantment up against Doka's V2.
Indeed, and it looks as though Alliance is sprinting over to where I believe a Firefly is located, right next to this little dip in the ground here. This sort of dugout place is a Firefly right there, but it looks as though, unless of course Yoma was the one who picked it up and had already used both instances of his ult, I think they may have already been taken by somebody else. NY7, yeah, the floating pile, Firefly, excellent pathing coming through from Alliance. The presence of I to know exactly where to go in this situation, having already utilized their resources using those ultimates. NY7 looking to just threaten this outside spot. His teammates absolutely obliterating TWSS in the middle, but OUG are going to be diving in, trying to find something, and it's V2 Wu Chen. Wait a minute, we missed that one. Moxie coming out of nowhere. SS is going to be dancing with blades, and Alliance are about to be shredded to bits.
Yeah, sashimi. Alliance go down. No one was expecting the Wu Chen V2.
We missed it.
It's such a risk. It's such a risk because it means that you don't have that teleport ability, but it does get stronger as the game progresses, because as we talk about when we get to final zones and the space closes on up, Wu Chen loses a lot of that resourcefulness in terms of that teleport ability, because there are so many players who always teleport into more danger, out of the frying pan into the fire, as into the firing beam. BB is right here. Syra V1 melting down the players of GG, who were forced instantaneously to pop that Wu Chen traditional V1 teleport ability and try and run as far away from both the Syra but also 521, which is an absolute tragedy for this team as they are currently under Yang depletion. They've got 2 minutes left to try and find any Soul Bloom that they can. Takeda ultimate comes on out into the plate. Pampy steps up to the plate, trying to keep BBE's Ivan held up and occupied so the Furin shots can't try and separate his teammates, as BBE's Furin shots are still getting to come on through and put the pressure onto the side, but the F2 means that Pampy gets to ignore all of the distance. He got shoved away from Ivan and still find the kill and the cleanse.
Very nice indeed for 521. I was worried for them for a second. They started off strong with that first game. If they'd fallen here, I think it would have been very disheartening for them, having succeeded and then immediately stumbling in the realm of Yang and losing their game because of it. But that being said, it could still end up being the case, as DRG are hot on their heels. Pampy getting sniped by that F2 is now taking a lot of damage. The Meteor coming out, going up to the rocks, to the cliff, going to be trying to scale rush to disengage. But oh, WX98 fumbling the grapple there may have actually cost himself a little bit of... No, it looks as though he might be alright with committing the ultimate. He is going to go down regardless, and one Soul Bloom is going to get picked up for DRG, cleansing one of these Yang depletions.
Now EWG dropping down onto DRG Tianhai. at an absolute drop of the hat, just utilized to zone as DRG looked for any opportunity that they could. Any player getting close enough, maybe it would have secured a grab for this Tian Hai to find that slam, find that kill, find any Soul Bloom. But unfortunately, it does look like that had the opposite effect. You went for the Tian Hai ultimate and everyone immediately repositioned until it was removed from play. And DRG are now going to be removed, or rather two of their players fully removed. JL though not in time to being able to secure the last hit and guarantee that they add another 2 kills to their tally.
Indeed, that is unfortunate. We heard the crowd just now, oh, you know, remarking at the fact that they weren't actually able to secure those kills, and that they did end up going down to the Yang depletion itself. But here we are, look at that, Alliance. Not only Alliance, DRG going to be picking up these rebirth charms from the shop, from the Rift dealer, and actually recovering a few of their teammates. I believe Alliance is now 3-man strong yet again, and DRG have managed to pick up 1, which is going to be very nice for them. But the problem is that running around as 2 players and also just being at a weakened state is going to be very difficult, because all of these teams are just they're on the lookout, hawk-eyed, looking for any weakness that they can find.
Yeah, but they're sort of levying the timing at the moment, right? The second realm of Yang has spawned an up, Spirit Well comes into play. This is why a lot of the time we even see some teams that bought the Rebirth Charm, didn't use it, they'd only use it at this point because they know that all of the strong teams, their attention is diverted into this exact objective. And speaking about strong teams, it's going to be the 2 strongest teams currently in the lobby, JL and Bauda, going head to head. JL with the Syra mix-up Tessa and Viper CC, and it's going to be up against Bauda. We're going to be following TXJ looking for these drop downs. He loves the drop down meta, will not be able to find the follow-up stagger with the activation of that Zai V2, but that forces the Zai into throwing out the ultimate, the Tessa enchantment off of the RMB stun that TXJ is able to secure, and this is looking like an absolute smoke show.
Oh my goodness, what an absolute dismemberment of Wanfeng. Not able to actually use the Viper ultimate, I believe. He couldn't. If he used it, perhaps maybe he would have lived a bit longer because of the damage reduction, but it just wasn't going to be enough perhaps, and that's why they opted not to go for it. And the Matarial coming in, they just absolutely cooked them. And we saw that the Syra just couldn't offer enough healing in that situation to keep him alive.
Well, this is what we were talking about, right? Syra isn't a traditional support.
Yeah, exactly.
She's like a hybrid between support and CC. She has much more utility in the face of all of the healing that Kurumi and Ziping is designed to be able to bring to the table. And unfortunately for JL, they ran into the worst composition where they have fire burn damage and no easy way of cleansing it. And they ran into the Matari, which means that your Viper can be entirely ignored. Oh no, DRG has been spotted out. Oh, that's so unfortunate. He's gonna try and run towards Imperium and break away, but that Draco Storm on the side of Bauda is just gonna be amplifying that damage, locking Dongqing fully down into the stagger. And we might see EWG though getting to take advantage, because EWG also control Draco Storm. So Dongqing was a sort of appetizer, but both of these teams, understanding the power that the other holds, that both of them are running that buff, decide that it would be better, it would be more valuable for both of their timings that they split the map into different directions so they don't run into each other and burn their resources and their potential availability of living that Draco Storm as long as possible. As here's a replay, EWG, how did they win their Realm of Gang? Also up against the Viper team, and also with the Matari ultimate, able to just say no.
Indeed, EWG is ready for this Viper. Viper's going into the Realm of Yang with that V2 on the Wu Chen as well. Cookie eating at that Wu Chen blade there. Oh my goodness. It does come through, knocking him out of the air, but as you can see, it doesn't look as though it's doing all that much. The healing is just too much. They're not able to get true value, but as I say that, the focus comes through, and it does finally apply that little bit of burst that was needed to actually make use of this ability. He does get it out. The uppercut coming through off the back of that F2 there on the Matari does finish them off, but OUG now fighting desperately tooth and nail to try and salvage the situation to 2 players alive, 2 with Yang depletion. Their Viper's already been eliminated. Now BBE showing up to the party, looking very scaled up. The golden armor on Fat Milk, on the Karumi. Aibin, the golden fan, trying to make something happen on the side of this cliff. It's getting knocked down and charmed at the bottom of the terrain.
Yeah, but Jinyu, unfortunately, I think he's just gonna go down, potentially to fire, take damage. No! Oh, pistol swap. Well, he was dead either way. Let's fully be honest. The spread on the pistol when these players try and disengage, it makes it much easier for everyone to activate into that last hit. As SS, he just goes fully into the zone in the hopes of losing his pursuers. As JL down one of their players, Wonfong unfortunately taken out, will be going head-to-head against EWG, who are about to lose that Draco Storm. And JL, unfortunately for them, having that Yang depletion to their name, no way of bringing back Wonfong other than a Rebirth Charm. And this late in the game, the only way that you're really going to be able to pick one of those up is probably a Spirit Well.
This is not looking too good for them. GG, they smell the weakness, looking to find it, but that being said, they're not all that scaled. TXJ may be able to fend them off at least for a moment. His teammate is not with him just yet. He might be able to show up soon to try and save him, but perhaps not. It looks as though TXJ might in fact be... Oh no, wait, VVV is taking damage somewhere else.
Oh, he's dead.
He's being focused down by Alliance somewhere across the map. We don't know exactly where it is, and TXJ trying to find something. The Forbidden Seal being popped now and pulling him out of that ultimate, making it all the more difficult to actually survive. The movement error, just barely not attaching himself to the wall, not able to scale rush away. GG able to pick up the elimination, but at what cost, Moxie? Because this is not looking too good for them.
This is also their first elimination. So for GG, they need to find a couple more kills. They know that they're coming under pressure. They're going to try and get the kill.
Oh no!
But the Poison Splash! Oh! LXM almost went down. Forbidden Seal still going to be in play. Does look like we have one team able to warp one out with the Wu Chen teleportation, but LXM does go down to OUG. And good news for GG, there are so many teams in this area that everyone is just looking at any moving target. Unfortunately for GG, the moving targets are all of their remaining players. It's split between OUG, Alliance, BBE, and every single team that had been drawn again to the dinner bell that had been rung with that Forbidden Seal activating. And that is going to be both GG now knocked out, as well as JL. So both of our two normal strongest teams have been removed from play, and GG not being around to control that final zone situation sets in motion for a team like Bauda, who are currently on 14 kills and crazily stacked, to be able to walk with a chunk of points, as Alliance are also doing incredibly well. Double digits with 10 eliminations make that 11, as they're going to be able to claim one onto OUG's The King, potentially a third onto EWG. Unfortunately for them though, EWG are knockdown stragglers, right? They're not an easy target. It looks like both Alliance and EWG were angling for that kill onto OUG, and now that that kill has been found onto the King, they both back on off as Alliance kite over to the Forbidden Seal, which can come back into play.
Indeed. GG, unfortunately. I thought I saw them on the map. They are indeed down for the count, along with JL. The big dogs, so to speak, have been eliminated from the lobby. BBE actually currently in second place, looking pretty strong. They've managed to accumulate quite a few eliminations this game, 9 in fact, and they've definitely pretty scaled up and looking to try and take control of this endgame scenario. Bauda with this Draco Storm in a similar situation. We have the Mortal Defiance on Bauda's U. He is going to be doing a lot of work with what he has now. The Draco Storm, the ultimate, the Mortal Defiance, the legendary weapon and armor. I'm looking forward to seeing what you is going to be able to do in this end zone. Wolves on the edge, being pressured just a little bit by EWG. BBE being pushed back now by Bauda. Wolves going for the rotation, and we see a lot of players all stacked very close together, and 5-1 hiding, crouched below with blue armors. They definitely don't want to be spotted out.
This is a very dangerous final zone too. We've seen the jellyfish floating around. If you do get hit by one of those, the poison is even greater than the toxic rooms over in places like Sunwings. For Morris, as 521, gonna be trying to hide themselves, hide the discrepancy in terms of loot that they have in comparison to some of these greater scaled up teams, especially since for the next 70 seconds or so, Badr is still gonna be very much in control. Draco Storm is not something that any of these teams, no matter what position of gear you are currently in, want to invite to their doorstep, and because of this it's much likely that we're going to be seeing a lot of this poke phasing. None of these teams really want to go for the full committal, especially because we still have a lot of Viper teams in play. That being said, someone's committing onto DRG to the point that they've been forced into burning that Ferrier mech. Don Quinn coming under fire from every single one of these players in the lobby, goes down to the repeater crossbow, coming on out from the hands of Fat Milk, and BBE might be the second SEA team to walk away with an MVP today.
It may indeed be. Oh my goodness, 10 eliminations. Alliance, though, they are keeping pace 11. Bowder currently atop the mountain in terms of kills, 14. EWG on 6. BBE doing a good job of pressuring Alliance here on this spot, on this cliffside. BBE taking a little bit of damage from the back. Bowder looking to dive in, looking to try and utilize this strength that they've accrued with all of this loot. The Draco Storm still in play, but no longer, just barely running out there. It does give them the initial pressure to make their way in, get the foot in the door, especially considering that they do have that merciless habit.
Yeah,
and now Bowder pulling the trigger on that Zai, gonna be hunting with that Mystic Might, as it's gonna offer them that utility. But ooh, Jellyfish.
Oh, the Merciless Havoc though! It's set up the stack onto Alliance's Revenge, and then Bowder's U comes through with the follow throughs, IV2. I think they've also got Dragon's Roar on the nunchucks as well. We didn't really get to see the full investment, but like you said, those Jellyfishes, Alliance NY7 forced into burning that Viper V1. Yuma also coming under fire, and he still goes down, and Bowder claim another elimination, taking themselves up to a whopping 16. We could very well see the 20 bomb coming on through from them. Yuma gets a little bit too close, tries to lose his pursuers with the cannon, swap over to activate that poison tick AoE, but he just goes down into Bowder. What comes up must go down, and Yuran with the bow puts Yuma 6 feet under.
That was a juicy coming out, that bow shot, doming him right in the air, falling through the sky. He goes down, the nail in the coffin, so to speak. BBE on the edge of this zone over here, holding strong. They do have the Kurumi, they have the Syra, and they have that Takeda. I reckon we're going to be seeing them come online relatively soon. Perhaps they're looking to try and time out these buff, or the buff, and also these timings on these Jellyfish might be important to note, considering that if they do get pulled down into that little tunnel, that sort of doorway, they could be very dangerous. 521, however, are going to have to make their way through. Has anyone spotted them out? Do they know they're down there? Because if they do, they could very easily pressure them as they're forced to come into the zone.
Oh, Hiran is getting lower and lower and lower. We'll receive the zip healing, but those poison ticks coming in through from the Jellyfish are being felt. It is a ripple into tsunami, full map-wide effect that is hitting every single one of these teams. EWD less so. They do have a tuna attached to them, Matari, so they will have that continuous tick of sustain. And Bowder trying to cover their backs as much as possible with the activation of that Merciless Havoc, just spammed onto the high ground, and it's forcing a lot of these other teams into going for the cannon fire to try and pressure other teams away from them. And looking for that engagement, we can see that Wolves with that Kurumi Tether looking to try and keep themselves fully alive as that zone forces everyone to reposition, and Bowder absolutely untouchable currently. Wolves not wanting to take a fight, as like you said, underneath that cliff edge is going to be one of those Jellyfish just waiting to see if any team is forced into getting a little bit too close, and it looks like BBE unfortunately pull the short straw and they get noticed.
Oh no, this is not what you want at all. They're walking on over to Wolves, who had a very conservative game so far. The ultimate is going to be coming through. Another jellyfish is going to be popped, and we're going to be seeing the very rare sight, the poison circle coming out for the Karumi. Now, Karumi Circle, just briefly, she has interactions with lots of different characters, with ice, with water, with fire. On top of that, with poison coming out from poison mushrooms and jellyfish. Bowders you now getting knocked down into the zone. Matari charging up that F2 to try and peel. Now Sky High, Bowders you going back up to the top with that F2. The ultimate coming out from the Matari on the team as well to allow him to do so. That jellyfish now yet again in play. Yeran looking to try and regroup with the rest of the team with the Bowders you as they clamber up and down this rock formation, but down below EWG licking their wounds. A beautiful parry coming out from Bowders you. He has the Sap Jade doing the chunk of damage and healing up just that little bit extra, getting knocked down into the zone though. He does find his way back in with that F2. The Zai ultimate is being brought online. The trigger has been pulled. The chains are out. Absolutely blending the lobby, Moxie. What are they going to do now? How are you going to get back up to the top?
Bowder being an absolute stone at the top of that cliff. No one is going to be able to bypass, but potentially they might be able to do just that as everyone puts themselves above the head of the Zai. Now the storm has closed on through. The heal-off situation comes into play. The Syra, the late ultimate from Roy Hee Hee. It's an absolute beam-off between 2v1s, and Roy Hee Hee is walking away the winner. The RMB into the stun, but it's going to be a draw as Roy Hee Hee was unable to find the RMB stun to prevent the other player from getting to the body in time. And both of the two Cyrus with the 16-second V1 ultimate duration, just like Balder with her V2, save the ultimate for the storm to fully close through. And then it's just an absolute light show.
That was insane. We saw them, I was about to say, is it going to be another SEA MVP? If it hadn't been a draw,
yeah,
they would have MVP.
Yes.
But Bowder having that huge kill score, able to come out on top in the end, dominating. They were so unbelievably scaled. They were in control until those very last moments where things went a bit awry, but still a massive performance from Bowder coming in. The OG name from back in the day.
Teams have been vying for Matab literally since the beginning of the MVPL summer season.
Yes, indeed, but we're kicking off with BBE, the team currently in the lead off the back of the previous game. Roy Hee getting knocked down with that grapple bump, trying to find an opening. The Viper trying to chase down Wolves ZK on this Wu Chen, who's trying to stay alive in the air. The F has been used, caught on the focus. Roy Hee gets knocked back down, going over to his teammates, who's Ibid, who's actually taking quite a bit of damage, has managed to find a little bit of shield to keep him alive, but it's still very, very low. Both of these teams are neck and neck. Roy Hee Hee on the drop down getting clipped. The parry comes through. NHQ is going to make it out without getting punished, but is it going to be worthwhile for Roy Hee Hee to fully run away? Coming back in, ZK is taking a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, Moxie is going crazy right now.
Tesla does manage to hit 60% rage to come in with that V1 and catch on to BBE's Ivan. And Wolves like HQ saw that he went low. Fat Milk tried to get into position looking for the coverage on his enchanted player, but will not be able to peel. And Wolves off of the back of that fast catch, Tesla V1 find the win. Something to note as well, JL triumphed against GG, who revisit the Soul Altar now as we get EWG coming through with the huge Dragon Slayers into Nessus, locking down the players of TWSSXI, trying to come on through with the fan RMV charge. Is going to be interrupted by the F utility coming on out. Gets a little bit of healing into that full follow-up from the Tessa ultimate as Liwei tried to come on through and claim any sense of spacing that he wanted to find, but now the Dragon Slayers, the Nessus, is turned against the EWG's side instead. 5-2-1's third party comes on through, and both of these two teams absolutely fall apart beneath their reach.
They do indeed. Pampy diving in, denying the heal in the bubble, and then turning his attention over to the other player, doing a multitasking right here. What a parry though from Pampy, able to cut Cookie down. He was actually doing quite well in the 1 versus 3 for a second there, but unfortunately it's not to be. He releases the stone form.
YCG
just barely. He does take one down, but as you said, YZG coming into the mix, coming in from left field, might spell disaster for 5-2-1.
They just solved Salvation Podium. They've got their hands on that Moonbane as well. They're yet to use it because they've seen how weak this team is when they come through for that third party. Pampy with the Poison Splash is going to go down, and now it's just a 1 versus 3 on the side of Yin. As YZG, like, they had the Moonbane, they could have used it, but they knew if they did burn that one, they opened themselves up to being third, fourth, fifth partied by all of these other teams around them, especially since OUG are known to drop towards Salvation Podium.
Indeed, and it looks as though they were, they perhaps wouldn't have even needed it. I think maybe, I don't know, it wasn't worth it. I don't think the investment, they could have definitely used it, but as you said, the dinner bell, we talk about it all the time now, not only the Forbidden Seal, but the Moonbane. These players that could have been around there could have turned up and ruined their fun. Thankfully for them, they didn't need to use it. OUG now looks as though they've rotated up towards Plume Castle, and perhaps they were denied the entry to Salvation Podium by that team, by YZG. And it meant that they're in a really bad spot and they've had their entire game plan disrupted. Yeah,
that is the problem for OG. Like we said, it's incredibly telegraphed when they go for these kinds of plays, and YZG have always been the contesters. Like, it was YZG and Wolves when it was OUG always wanting on MVP eligibility on Hollow after drop towards Salvation Podium, and those were the two teams that always held them to account if they wanted to be able to solve that puzzle. Because for the Xiphon composition, we've talked about it, right? Budget composition, one legendary weapon is such a huge spike of power for that Xi composition moving into the first realm of Yang. So having that in your hands, as long as it doesn't get parried, or as our meme earlier showed, taken out of your hands because of a lovely Takeda coming on through, it is absolutely indispensable. So JL are on absolute fire right now. Not only are they on 4 kills, they've also been able to stunt any movement coming through from GG. In fact, GG, I think, are still down one of their players. That is a second time now that GG have lost a fight because they've burned their Rebirth Charms already.
Indeed they have. Not so good of a spot for them. They look to contest JL. JL, very well versed, take them down. I imagine EWG, though, looking to try and take down TWSS, or perhaps vice versa, as I think it was TWSS who were the aggressors in this situation. The Valda making it out alive. Dofu with that spear. Oh my goodness, the Wuchen ultimate couldn't have come in at a better point. They all get speared and CC'd and immediately teleport away, denying the elimination from coming through. However, TWSS now only have that one ultimate. EWG do have this Tessa ult charge ready to go, but is it gonna be... No, it's not gonna be enough, unfortunately, as they are gonna get chased down. The F2 comes through, the drive-by XI is gonna go down, and I believe that the remaining member of EWG may follow suit.
Yeah, Barda have been able to kite away from YZG, and it looks actually like they were able to parry! Yeah. Oh, we've spoken into existence, YZG, I apologize. That's so unfortunate, because Barda, like, the second you got that legendary weapon, he went for that V2. When we looked at the Zion ultimate, it was legendary scaling. So YZG, not only did they lose the legendary weapon, they invested their Moonbane. Yep. So Bardo were able to fully kite out. They're also leaving the Soul Blooms, it looked like, which is a risky move with Wolves in the vicinity. They might actually backtrack over to those bodies and pick them up. But with the Realm of Yang's about to be spawning on through, if Bardo can leave the bodies, and with that 2-minute timer, it is pretty close. They might be able to, if they lose fast enough, return to the bodies if they do get hit by Yang depletion and still be able to pick them up.
Indeed. We'll have to see, though. BBE having a bit of a slow start, unfortunately, due to them being cut down earlier on, using those rebirths. But Bowder, they're large and in charge right now. They're looking pretty happy with themselves, having picked up that golden weapon, as you said. And it must be really, really devastating to the mental of YZG to have that happen. You know, losing, but when you have Moonbane and gold weapon on Xiphon is rough for your mental. It is going to be a struggle to come back, I believe. Or perhaps not. They are experienced players. For those of you who don't know who YZG is, it is the old KLA rebranded. If you didn't manage to catch group stage and pre-finals, that is who they are. JL here up against GG. We get to see the fight off spawn when GG look to contest JL.
Yeah, TXJ comes on through with the fist blades, that Viper F as well, managing to find the connection that it was looking for. GG trying to set up these isolations, but TXJ and VVV baiting, forcing that 2 versus 1 so they can take down CJS and keep both 330 and LXM in very low health at the same time. And remember, GG came to JL's home turf. They chose to move away from Waterfall and directly contest JL in the hopes of stopping any early momentum. But with GG on Sand Siphon and JL on a composition that has all of this power with the Kurumi, Viper, and Zai, not only did they have early levels of aggression, they had the means of the F2 to come on through and displace, or even allow VVV to survive. TXJ could look for the full lockdowns, and in the meantime, Wonfeng would just keep everyone topped up and alive with the Kurumi F3.
What is this comp though? How are we missing this, Moxie? I think I missed this on the way in. You must have caught it yourself because you didn't seem all that surprised. No!
You know who wasn't caught, or rather who was caught? Bowder's you. Two players from Bowder get into the realm of Yang, and JL go 3 versus 2.
That's so rough for Bowder. They were doing so well off the start. The Infinite coming through though. Is it gonna happen? No. VVV fumbling the juggle, but he's not gonna fumble this one. Finds the uppercut, re-grab. Oh my goodness, Yeron is gonna disrupt with that F2 coming through. The uppercut with the pulse of the focus line. Follow up, very nice indeed, but Yeron, there's not too much you can do against some of this gold focus. They're fending it off. They're fighting tooth and nail, but unfortunately it's not to be. Bowder are going to fall in the 2 versus 3. Wonfeng and TXJ took down the other member, and it's truly heartbreaking for them there.
Yeah, and they're just going to play with their food to kite out that timer as long as possible. Alliance still going strong, fully committed to winning this fight. Kurumi Armor Circle from Revenge comes into play. NY7 out of that Cicada V3, having to rely on the fan setup instead, playing off of both himself and Yuma with the timings. One goes for the R&B, the other looks for the uppercut, and Alliance's communication line is absolutely perfect, and they're gonna be able to set up for the win.
Beautifully done by Alliance, taking down OUG there. JL obviously taking the victory over Bowder, who unfortunately went in with less players, or less than 3 players. It looks as though YZG been playing around this spirit well and have now captured it for themselves, but oh no, ZK indeed, Moxie. He does fall, being left behind by his teammates. They're not able to save him, and now YZG turning their attention onto TWSS, who are not in the best position right now. Split up and torn away from their friends, from their teammates. It could spell disaster for them, as Valda has already been taken down in this composition.
Yeah, Snack has been removed from play as well. QGG is just about tying up some of these loose ends. YUCG with Mystic Might off of the back of that Spirit Well. Both JL, Alliance, and DRG, all successful victors inside their realm of Yang, will have the gift of Vermilion Bird's Might for the next 200 seconds or so, with those increased revives, or with all of their loot still available to them. Alliance gonna be trying to figure out a way of potentially playing around Ballista if one of these players can get on top of it in time. Everyone looking to kite over to the low ground before that one can come on through. Is DRG looking to actually set Kakaishi on the Syra up to catch them and stop any potential disengagement from the other side of that cave. The Tumult ultimate from WX98 locks them into the follow-through from Kakaishi, and this is absolute nightmare scenario for Alliance. The weather effects on Holorup have turned entirely against them in DRG's hands.
Oh my goodness, what has gone on? No one really took all that much damage either. Everyone just standing there, tanking through it all. We have the healing coming out from the Syra and from the Kurumi on both teams. Revenge now getting caught up by the Wisp, but armoring through it with that blue focus for Revenge. Able to then parry this focus attack coming in from the back from Kakaishi, but Kakaishi turning around and able to still take down Yuma. It's going back and forth. Revenge, 1 HP situation, and I believe DRG are going to be coming out on top here as they come out 2 to nothing for the enemy team. Beautifully done. JL now still with Vermilion Bird's Might are going to be taking this engagement within the Forbidden Idol dome with no ultimates to play with.
Oh, and Bioder have one less team to play with as well. They've just got their Matari and their Zai trying to live this engagement. There's JL up against EWG. Parry after parry comes on through. BVB with the overhold into that RMB from the Halberds. Gets knocked away by the Tessa F1. Keeps committing those early hits of the RMB. JL still have a million birds mind. They've got plenty of time. They will go down and burn it. As now we get to see EWG looking for that third party opportunity. Cookie was keeping himself standing all the while communicating to XI the state of these teams with that Viper V1 coming on through on the outsides of the Forbidden Seal. But EWG might have bitten off more than they could chew. And BBE are going to be able to pick up the full elimination onto one of their players. Witch and Teleport now comes into play. Can they track down where EWG ran off to? The Tessa enchantment was attached, but it looks like EWG actually teleported further into the zone so that BBE had no choice but to reposition and run from the fight.
Indeed, able to put max distance there back over the top of the wall, making it very hard for them to be found and salvage the situation for themselves. But here, speaking of salvaging, OUG trying to salvage their game. Jin Yu being knocked into the zone, knocked around, losing that armor, forced to use this ultimate, now trying to find an opening onto YZG. But oh my goodness, I don't think it's going to be enough damage, Moxie. They're bleeding hard. The storm, the burn damage coming through as well. CXZ chunking down Jin Yu. He's 1 HP in a dream. There it is, the final chop, the lumberjack. There was that pulse sword from 17S. Then CXZ taking him down. YZG going up to 10 eliminations.
Yeah, very good game coming on out from YZG. They might be able to pick up an 11th if they can spot out a low health EWG. Getting out of that storm damage, and BBE are hot on their heels as well. This is going to become an absolute fight over who can claim these last hits onto these low health members of EWG. BBE will be able to pick up one of how fast those halberds can find the connection as well as the reach when you're trying to disengage them. Will BBE prioritize trying to hunt down these other players, or are they going to turn their attention to look at the realm of Yang instead? YZG potentially also going to be caught in that midsection between all of these teams. And EWG can actually utilize the amount of players around them to play off of that third party potential and back away without any aggression instigated.
GG. Are we going to see the victory come out for them, considering their early game performance not going all that well, now being jumped upon by the Tamulk ultimates, both now being sent out. CJS with that half charge is going to be able to mitigate the damage, mitigate that combo, trying to dive in, trying to find the parries, managed to find one, the Furin Blast coming through, denying the follow-up. CJS dodging around, trying to find a way in, but not able to do so, has 2 pushes left, uses 1, now the... Oh, wait a minute, LXM, 1 HP, the dagger doesn't get that full follow-up there. Now CJS forced to use that final Auric Sword, not Auric Sword, the Furin Blast to deny the Dreadful Whale, trying to protect his teammates. 3-3-0 and LXM, 1 HP in a dream. He's the last man standing. Is he going to be able to come out on top? No, sir. The slap comes out, the focus slide, getting kicked in the shin. CJS is going to be going down momentarily.
Yeah, in the meantime, DRG and JL still holding firm. Kakaishi with the Syra V1 playing into that Skater Ultimate. Rampage showcased on the Hong Sword with the RMB looking to fight all of this damage onto that Yodo, or rather that Viper on the side of JL's TXJ. VVV is going to go down, and it looks like JL will stumble, but returning back to that fight of GG versus Alliance, the hero of the hour was Yuma. Every single time that Takeda tried to, on the outside, throw out the RMB with the fist blades, that Karumi was there intercepting every single focuser.
Beautifully done. But oh my goodness, does JL falling with this composition against this other composition that is also rather interesting. We've got the Sand Siphon not replacing the Tamulk, but replacing the Karumi and zipping with the Syra. Now, we've seen so many different variations of Syra compositions at this point, but I don't know. I want to know if they lost here largely because of the character matchup, that it was just a beneficial matchup in the realm of Yang, or if they fumbled, if something went wrong, you know, the protocol wasn't fully fleshed out, they didn't know exactly what to do in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you one thing that went right. Kakaishi got a legendary katana from that win inside the realm of Yang, and he has Aurora Burst. So that immediately
into the
went to a visit to the shop, and Craft Hammer was purchased, 500 coins expended, and we went into a Hang Sword. So Aurora Burst with that full stance effect, and the AoE radius that it covers is now going to be legendary scale. That is terrifying.
That's pretty spooky indeed, but you know what else is spooky? Draco Storm on the side of both DRG and Alliance. Wolves with the White Tiger's prowess could potentially match them, however it's still just not a beneficial fight to take at any point really. Draco Storm being such a powerful tool, such a powerful utility for the team, and they may actually run into 5T1 there, who I think are hiding away in a bush and trying to stay out of sight, out of mind, when they know that these teams with Draco Storm are roaming the map and looking for vulnerable, non-buff teams to take down.
Yeah, Wolves as well going to be covering their backs. They've got that White Tiger's prowess off of a Spirit Well contest. They know, however, that these teams who've won second Realm of Yang are going to be opting for Draco Storm, and they're going to be making sure that they always have that Ballista Tower at their back. So if on the horizon the call comes through that they're spotting a team that's looking strong and looking like they have that Draco Storm AoE effect to their characters, they're immediately going to have one of their players hop up onto that Ballista and use it as a deterrent. As unfortunately for JL, there is no way that they can deter from this next fight. They have 3 minutes, and it's going to be counting down, down, down until they get knocked fully out of this lobby. GG going to be in the exact same situation. It would be insane if JL and GG end up meeting each other and having to fight, and they are headed on similar paths.
Will we see them clash?
Yes, we will.
It's gonna happen, I think. Yeah, you're absolutely right. TXJ getting very close to GG CJS. He spotted him out, I believe. Did he see him? Surely, right?
Yeah, the problem is,
there it
for
is.
GG, if they see the Viper, they're going to think it's a Tessa and a Wu Chan backing up.
True.
So TXJ taking the lead in that position 1 is actually a bait to make them think different heroes are going to be behind them.
The surprise factor that we talked about earlier as well. You know, this if you see this comp in a tournament, it's pretty. Wait, what? Wait. Hello?
2 ships in the night. JL and GG pass each other.
Look at BBE as well.
Yeah, invisibility bush. JL haven't checked.
Oh!
Well, they know now. Cat's out of the bag. Tessa ultimate out of the invisibility bush. TXJ will be able to avoid it. Gorgeous reaction times. But JL now have a composition that they can fiend towards if they want to cleanse this Yang depletion. And with the drop down RMB, they're absolutely making a play to do just that.
They are indeed. The Viper all coming out from Roy Hee to try and just slow them down and prevent the onslaught that is going to be JL. It looks as though BBE scrapping it out against GG as well. They may have had to use their other Tessa ultimate to try and deal with the team that they teleported over to. Ivan goes down. Oh my goodness, BBE. Also, something to note, they were first place at the beginning of this game, but have since gone down to the second place. And off the back of this situation, I imagine they likely will be going out of the lobby, but we don't know just yet, as JL still fighting it out. GG in the mix. LXM getting stunned by the Viper ultimate, does get eliminated as well. JL getting the ability to fully salvage their game. They still need 1 Yang depletion cleanse, however.
3-3-0 with the Kurumi Armor Circle, unfortunately not going to be able to use that recast. The Tessa enchantment comes through. Now the recast comes into play. He's trying to stick on the body of CJS. The Tether is actually attached. He tried to prioritize the revive on his player, and he goes down to the heel cut off of Pampy from 5-1 with the Viper F3.
JL, it's insane. Able to come back from the brink. GG, on the other hand, just not able to do so. And perhaps the scoreline for the day is telling of that. Like, it just, you know, JL able to do it, able to clutch it up, and GG just not able to. The scoreline represents that because of the big difference that we see on that scoreboard. 14 points difference between the two teams. YZG, though, who've not had the best day so far, they're certainly starting to speed up a bit now, Moxie. We've got 10, 11 kills on the board, and they're not slowing down just yet.
Yeah, and that was DRG that they were just taking down for that Spirit Well. Remember, DRG had a Aurora Burst in the back pocket, and we actually did get to see a flash of it, as we might only get to see a flash of JL, because TXJ is about to go down, sends out the 1-2-3, just getting the hyper armor to survive some of these range projectile shots from that repeater crossbow, but he's been able to find a little bit of a heal, turns back onto the fight on 5-2-1, but gets parried! Will be able to jump into his Karumi's armor circle, but the Viper now comes on through with their ultimate. TXJ trying to break away before the V1 can connect, will not be able to do so, and 5-2-1 converge on the stunned out JL, and the god of Naraka is made mortal, as you can see JL's Wonfong trying to win hide and seek, gets spotted out with the Tessa ultimate check inside the Invis bush.
That's crazy. He must have seen him go in there and just bluff that he hadn't, and just out of nowhere pulls out the Tessa ultimate. But I don't think he even got it. He didn't even hit it.
No.
He missed. He just knew he was in there. But no matter, they still find the elimination. 5-2-1, cutting down JL. As you said, the god made to bleed, the Titan has been felled. And 5-2-1 looking very happy with themselves, picking up yet another few eliminations, leveling up yet again, going up to, what is that, 11 in total.
Yeah, now going to a Riptide dealer. What are we going to be rolling for? As Pampy is definitely trying to pick up a couple of things. Tuna has been acquired for this team. Alliance, we can see them taking a scrap on the other side of that Moonbane up against EWG. I believe they're down one of their players currently, and Revenge is down a lot of HP because of that Moonbane hit. There it is, confirmation. Yuma has gone down. Firefly Cage is also still going to be in play with a little bit of rage generation left to it, and this is why Alliance is risking it all! They're prioritizing getting that Takeda V3 back online, but it puts them on the other side of the Moonbane, and Moonbane has beef with Alliance, it seems, because that was directly on them yet again. NY7 and Revenge reduced to an absolute sliver of health as NY7 dodges out of one Moonbane into the next.
That's so crazy! What on earth? The snake is not happy. Mr. Moonbane's having a grumpy day. He has decided, Alliance, you are going down. NY7 eats the brunt of all of that damage, gets eliminated. However, we do have Karumi on the team who's still alive. We may be able to find the tether, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make his way in, given the number of players, the number of teams circling around this location.
YCG now showcasing the Aurora Burst they absorbed from DRG, trying to find the Spirit Well, also equipped with that Merciless Havoc. But they can see that a lot of these teams are waiting on the sidelines, trying to come on through with that just absolute grief of a Tessa ultimate on the outside. And QGG might have the Matari ultimate to hide from a Viper, but he's not going to be able to stop that enchantment window. And now they have to reposition, and another team gets to position themselves on top of that Spirit Well, but they're not getting it for free.
No, sir. No, they are not. Wolves now diving in. They do have the Viper ultimate ready to go. XEM grappling around, trying to stay airborne, not looking to be on the ground, as that is where you could very easily get taken down from all of these focus attacks, all of these range projectiles just flying in your direction. XEM now popping that Viper ultimate, does not get charmed like her teammates, but they are quickly able to cleanse it, and now it is going to pop. They are going to secure the buff. The Mystic Might popping out yet again for this endgame Spirit Well, and now Wolves are going to be able to dictate the pace and know exactly where all of these players, all of these solos, and these teams missing their teammates are going to be lurking around.
Lovely interception. Tessa ultimate in to follow up. Grapple dagger horizontal to keep this player from YZG 17S gate capped right to the side of that storm, right away from his two teammates that could potentially have come through and peeled. On the other side of the map, we've got every other team trying to keep themselves out of Wolves' attention. The Tumult Ultimate coming on down from the sand side from compositions, just trying to lock up some spacing. BBE going to be teleporting themselves onto the treetop, setting up for a drop-down Viper V1, but they get spotted out and intercepted by YZG with the Matari F2 blink mid-air connecting. Wolves also running right down that central belt with the Merciless Havoc, splitting these two teams onto either side of the map, playing right in the middle, which is risky if all of these teams turn onto them, and that has just occurred.
It has indeed. XEM does have that ultimate coming up very, very soon. The Merciless Havoc coming in clutch there, absolutely able to cut through all of these projectiles, make it very difficult for anyone to come in and capitalize off of this. CC has been applied to Wolves. NHQ doing God's work, able to section off this position for his teammates, and finding EWG's Cookie just falling there at the edge of the zone. The Wu-Chen not able to survive, unfortunately. And now CD Wolves, even though they get Tessa ulted again, are still going to go untouched.
Yeah, Aurora Burst in play, Merciless Havoc to Wu-Chen teleport from Chengdu's Wolves. Can they escape the clutches of BBE's Roy He's Viper V1 though? XCM gets staggered, leading into that Viper every blast, and XCM goes down. Wolves yet again, they might have kept the spirit well, but they are not the grandmasters of this lobby any longer. Roy He gets intercepted. So many players trying to make any form of play that they can to win that heal off, win that damage and kill multiplier, as 521 Zakame sits in the fist, but animation finds the parry onto BBE's Ivan, doesn't get the follow-up off of the investment of that F1. He's trying to find the revive onto Pampy, and he's getting punished for it. The Tessa ultimate will commit onto him. Akame goes into the sky so that he gets himself onto that tree side when the 3-second enchantment walks him forward, and he goes unpunished.
Bowder, you diving around in the sky, a lonely Zai, I believe, with blue armor, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. 521 Akame dodging around with the fist blades, looking to find some kind of value. Oh no, absolutely obliterated. The jabbing Soul Jade, just squishing his health bar, hitting him right in the teeth, melting his chances there of staying alive any longer. BBE Ivan still going, still cooking, but CD Wolves coming back. They lost a member, but they're still going strong. 10 eliminations so far. Will they be able to get more? Will they be able to secure it? The focus line coming in, disrupting everything. The Zai dropping down out of nowhere. NHQ standing in the center. The Tessa ultimate goes out. They're still alive. They're still kicking. Wolves able to clutch up in game number 3.
Ooh boy, Wolves walking away with the MVP potentially. No, the camera cuts away.
What on
Wolves denied.
Insane.
They're in the doghouse as YZG walk away with the MVP instead. It really did look like Wolves.
It looked like
might have had it. The dreadful whale jabbing combination. Absolutely brutal, but no, it is YZG that are able to close it out and walk away with the overall bag.
That's insane. Wolves was looking so good there. They brought it back from the brink, but no, unfortunately they were not able to get just that little bit more. Although,
depth to the meta, I'm excited to see what these guys prepared for on the biggest stage.
Yeah, we're stopping out here because I know Azoth Peak had Alliance, had BBE on the drop, and we're going to see the action dropping in with Reishishi avoiding the slap and confirming the kill that Mortal Defiance might have just saved Revenge's life here, but Reishi going ahead and confirms it, finding himself no armor there, but he's not going to let that stop him. He says NY7 with the F3, he gets struck, and it's going to be a whole blue focus between the two as the conversion comes out. He uses his F skill to try to confirm as much heal and sustainability despite that mode. Gonna be coming through, holding the blue focus, but NY7, man, he's just rotating around these guys' ankles.
Man, NY7 finding the 1v2 situation with the presence of mind to cancel, but Roy, he's gonna let him know, I'm back, baby. hitting him with the parry. Now Yuma, in a 2v1 situation, has burned his combo break. For he, though, has no armor. He is going to use his F for that nice dagger, putting him in the corner. Bad Milk threatening the triple charge. Yoma not sure what to do. He ends up releasing, and BBE makes quick work of Alliance off spawn.
3 eliminations BBE are taken into this fight. We're switching over to Skygaze Cove. There are 4 teams that spawned here, folks. So now we have TWSS, 521, and 2 other teams are going to be in the outskirts. But we can see the engagement. 521's Pompey going to be taking the rooftop position, while TWSS are near towards the Celestial Barge. They are holding out towards that corner. DRG are actually opting into the north side of the location to just kite around and just seeing what's going to be coming up next for 521. Now, there is a bell here for the spotting of any of all players, but more importantly, seeing that Lava Conductor's protection come into usage where they are able to be immune to any burn tick damage. This is going to be where 521 can easily rotate and fall to the ground wherever the terrain is going to grief the other players.
Yeah, a nice patience coming out from 521. They see TWSS on the Ballista. OUG sees it as well. They don't want to hard commit to the situation, but this is the chance where you want to take advantage of the ticket accomplishments. Those sand siphons running around the Syra, they are most vulnerable off spawn right now, but OUG, they want to control the terrain. They're going to take it to the building, but Snack's bringing over the Ballista and has something to share with them.
That's a complete cinematic shot. I love to see the Ballista coming through the building. And for the workshop, because Polaris, he is closely enough to try to avoid those positions of Jinyu, but he is making sure that he's in open view in case his teammate can come out. Like SS is now on the Ballista, so now it's Polaris. This is the biggest benefit just to back off, because right then and there, the turnaround for TWSS is not having to invest their ultimates until you can hear the Zion ultimate in the background. Now for Jinyu, he is going to keep going through. SS still putting out work for OUG and just putting it on the ground level and utilizing that Ballista as often as he can. Now, as it comes through, he gets himself to have the protection off his Jinyu with the dagger just to make sure no range shots, no grapples, no pushing players can come out with this. But Dongqing, man, that man's on that purple fan. He is scaled out. He's got 0 grapples, but he's going to be able to spam out. No foods go down for TWSS, and now Dongqing is going to be one team with DRG to separate from this engagement.
Clean engagements and disengages coming out from the teams. OUG, DRG, TWSS, all piled into this building, but no one wants to hard commit for here. TWSS, unfortunately, gets put in the middle and gets shredded. 2 of them are already down, and now OUG wants to pick off Snack for the last kill, but instead, DRG is going to hard commit on them, and SS on the zipping, trying to back off over here, looks for the blue armor reset's not going to do it. The King wants everyone else to drop down, but 521 is going to come into the picture now at the top row. It's going to take down TWSS on the Snack, but on the bottom, DRG versus OUG. Big shots coming out, raining out from the barrier of SS and the Ballista. Kablawi, Kakaxi's trying to back off right now, down to a sliver of health. Now 521's going to come in with a third party.
It's going to be a big boulder of a Fairy Shenmek in the Tessa enchant. It's going to proc, and it's going to be SS's danger zone right now, but he's protected. The stun, though, it does come out as Pampy is able to find it with the activation. He's able to go ahead and back off here. He finds the loot with his team and finding the elimination against the King from Team OUG. And now for 521, Pampy looks to try to find Jinyu in the vicinity. For the shots, though, DRG are not so much in the good position right now. F3 to go with shotgun blast. All the hits off of Wuxia 98's health, and then the elimination has been earned. 3 eliminations for 521 right now. They're tied out between BBE and JL for the correct threshold of being the highest, but then YZG at 4 eliminations total, it's still up to 521's gain to keep the aggression going. Even with no Viper ultimate, they still have the skills online.
The global players are making a statement. They are not slowing down. Even though BBE is switching on that sandstorm, 521 is showing up big, but OUG, they've been controlling this Ballista, raining down shots onto 521, but 521 doesn't care. They're going to fight back. Now SS is going to get involved, try to go for the flank, but immediately he's going to get hit by an enemy. F3 silence is not going to do much for him. The King is going to fall right now. 521 is going to take down OUG's SS, and now in a 2v1 situation, Shin with the Zai ult is going to try to fight back, but 521's is going to pour it out of there. Akame doesn't want to take the risk as DRG comes back in.
It's absolutely incredible seeing how many rotations are going in and outside of this building. I've always been interested in seeing this. Even when the play test was available for this place, I was wondering if a fight would ever occur here, as it's been going on today. And we're witnessing it. Dongqing gets that nice musket shot and eliminating one of the members of Team Lions. But then again, you can see how NY7 actually going up against Team Bauda, and he's getting eliminations as well. Akame finds a kill against Jinyu in the background. But 521, they are worse for rare right now for their HP. Look at it. It is below 200, below 300 for some. And now for Yin, he's going to see it, try to go for a heal. As you can see, Pampy is in the corner. He uses F3 to come out here. The F2 from Matari comes out from DRG. Toxic, that's going to be another elimination. DRG is picking up for their team at number 4.
Nice job from 521 to make the noble sacrifice of Pambi. They see that it's too scuffed. They don't have ultimates up. The Zai ult is still a threat. They end up opting to sacrifice their teammates, live to fight another day. As we transition to that early game, YZG has that red Jade onto the Monk 17S. A lot of the weakness of this 2024 Transformers, unironically, is actually Monk. Most of the teams want to force out that Monk ult. Makes sense to put that red Jade there. Now we're going to get EWG stacked with triple purple armor. Is going to be fighting off of TWSS.
Now the F2 comes from Cookie in just a moment here. I sense it, but he's looking for it, and now he finds the striking moment. There's a parry from Cookie to allow for the Furence to come out, and this could turn this around. Nice tap dodges, my friend. And we're looking for the F2 to come through because Cookie is looking to try to cook out in here with a musket shot left and right. He finds the connection to go straight into the center. He still has the F2 after the Matario, and he utilizes it right then and there. He has ultimate to utilize again, this time to push back. He gets caught in the dazzle. His F2 still available, gets caught in the Dragon Slayer. Not looking good as that Withthrow confirms the stagger, and then Cookie gets caught again by the Withthrow, and the long sword beam from TWS's stack eliminates, but Dofu goes down. Polaris is still in the game, but for just a couple of seconds, you see Lue is going to go ahead and try to get that Velocity Untold in check, and this is going to be a problem for Polaris because out of nowhere, it's going to be just him and Snack left alive.
Valiant effort from DWSS. They're still fighting. They were against the odds, against purple armors while they're holding white armors. Nice chip fairy coming out from Polaris. Stagger's gonna come out, but the F3 is gonna be coming in. OUG coming in with a third party, looking for some free kills. EWG's gonna scramble, try to back off there, but can you run away from OUG's SS? Nice drop down into the Skywatch. We're gonna get the toothpick. Zai taking SS for a ride, put him against Scoring. Nice bow shot's gonna come out, but the zone pressure putting both teams in an awkward position. They're gonna opt out to reset and hopefully re-engage on a better position.
Yeah, and the Shadow's collapsing right now, and the Romy is going to be available in just a moment for the teams outside of Skygaze Cove. They got to make their way towards the Sword Tomb and even further into the Pyrium, just like how we're seeing JL. They are actually the guardians of the Sword Tomb right now in terms of this map area. They have the southern position to go into the Romy Yang, hoping to see if they can try to initiate the first round, but we're going to get a replay from earlier. JL winning up against GG. This is going to be where that jump horizontal comes out from the staff. You can see a parry from TXJ, even with the Viper Ultimate active, 3-3-0, stuck in that stun range for the tether to be active. There's the elimination right then and there, and then TXJ is in this position of chasing down CJS, goes for the 1-2-3. With the F2, the silence is good. The jump horizontal is straight, and that's going to be an arrow that goes into the sky. TXJ is going to go ahead and initiate. We're going to see a Razor Swift Jade, as well as a Stamina Strike and a Cyan Fang in the builds for the players, and Assault Smolder coming through for the drop down. JL TXJ up against YZG.
TXJ has been spectacular for his team right now on the back of his Syra. He's going to be opened up with the ultimate. CXZ going to respond with the Vault ultimate, but the Viper stun is coming out. What do you do right now? 17S is going to get laser right now, but they're going to go with UGG instead. Focus Fire's coming in. Vault is trying to peel for it now. TXJ looking for a soft target. Transformers, no soft targets inside, trying to buy some time, avoiding the grab. 17S desperately looking for the double grab, but getting roasted by TXJ with these bow shots. Double headshots gonna be coming out. Light attacks looking for the stagger. Nice split up. Nice parry coming out from TXJ, keeping up the pressure onto the no ult CXZ, but he's gonna pour it out of there and stay alive.
Drop down blue comes out here. That's an elimination. YZG burning out their Ropine's S, and 17S now in the spot with a 3v2 situation. There's gonna be one blue focus to the next. 17S throws it out. He gets caught by the R&B. He is one hit in the dream from being eliminated, and could potentially have been a 3v2 down to a 2v2, but a musket shot coming out from YZG. And you can see CXZ is going to go be the first one to the box. He needs that purple armor, a successful fight, and a gold weapon given out to QGG, and seeing it to be a gold fan. Now they also have Fortress Grip, and they're picking up Fist Blades on the action. This gives YZG just a necessary lead into that Realm of Yang victory.
Big clutch up for YZG. Transformers just benefits so much from winning that Realm of Yang, getting that purple weapon on the Hottie, getting that purple armor on your Monk, and purple weapon. You just come online in this mid game. Now Wolves as well, looking to get some offense going, looking to pick up some speed. GG and JL pulling a little bit of head, but the one thing that's been consistent about Wolves this year is they never bow out. They keep on coming to those end games. Now going back to the Realm of Yang versus BBE and the global scene. The old school, the old guard, XCM is going to be Monk ult. Can BBE have the answer to this Monk ult? One grab's going to go on for Fat Milk. Second grab is going to come through, but nice combo coming from the Hottie of NHQ. Again, Fat Milk is going to get scooped up, dropped down, and cooked and reset. Fat Milk going for a ride, going to get cooked by the crossbow, and he is out of here.
That's going to be the cycle of destruction, and you can see that the grab attempt comes out again, but XCM is missing, and this time he confirms it, and then slams down against Aizen. That's a free blue focus confirmed into the pillar, so that way you can see XCM goes for the drop down to the R&Bs. The Pole Sword Stone Form is going to deny with Roy He looking to kite around, but there goes down his teammate, and there goes down that parry. It's going to be huge coming through this point now with the teams entering outside of the realm that have lost it. JL coming out. They are taking a fight in the standpoint. BBE as well, making this one happen, making it count, and trying to look for that push. The focus slide is revealed. Roy he has that F2, and he procs it on a standby with one Fang looking at it. There's the Tessa enchant, and the Skybound drop down comes out for that Viper Wolf Raven.
The V1 is going to be popped down. Roy He trying to back off right now. BBV has called the focus fire onto Roy He. Can he survive the damage coming out from JL? He is able to. He's able to switch up the pressure. But One Fong, nice peel coming out from him. But Fat Milk is going to come in, engage, put that armor circle in the center of JL. JL forced onto the back, but One Fong desperately trying to create some space, trying to back off of here. It's a losing battle. BBE is looking to take down JL. Focus slide's going to come out from Roy He, and he's going to cut One Fong's legs out of him.
JL getting eliminated, potentially completely out of the game. CXJ has to kite this, but there is 3 opponents that he's on his back right now. There's the F2 mitigating it out. It was placed outwards, but it was just using it for the goal focus. JL eliminated for today's game. We still have the whole chance for BBE to still hold on. They just got their Soul Bloom left out. They still need one more, but for BBE right now, a whole new team has arrived to the scene. DRG are rushing them down as fast as they can, and not sure whether or not the ultimates are active, because you can see Aizen goes down, Roy he's locked in, and that's going to be where potentially they might get eliminated while Fat Milk looks to recover the game for them.
BBB unlucky, they just took the lead, but DRG says, wait a second, BBE, you can't just take the lead like that. We're gonna be slowing you down. It's not gonna be that easy, but you know what's gonna be looking easy moving forward. YZG, 10 kills on their Transformers, Wolves as well, stacked to the gills, juiced up, ready for this endgame, and Alliance on their tried and true Viper, looking for a GG. GG having a big early game, early in this tournament, but they've been slowing down right now. And against the ropes with Alliance's aggression right now, we're getting some Viper on Viper violence as NY7 comes in with the focus line, lands the first Pole Sword hit, and now Pride on the back. NY7, wait a second, we can't ultimate him right now. He's gonna be backing up right now. Needs to reduce this damage before he gets taken down. GG trying to land the kill, but unable to. NY7 down to his last sliver of health. He's gonna back up and use the crossbow to try to get some damage, but can GG survive against the rope?
It's gonna be a dangerous situation. 3-3-0 gets a kill off of Yuma. The Wu Champort gets the team outside of the line of sight across the corner. Will LXM spot it? 3-3-0 is down. He died out towards that poison splash. I'm saying, wait a second, we can get this res, bro. But then Alliance, they can notice that the death has been occurred for themselves to go back to where they came from. They see 3-3-0's body. They're like, where's the team? And there's going to be LXM just hiding out, using the time to heal right now. The weakness escalation is about to ramp up to an 11 for the teams right now. Alliance are having that 7-kill game so far for round 4. They are 6th place in the overall, and having YCG right ahead of them. For Alliance, it's up to them whether or not they can try to find out GG, because GG, they are using abilities to kite around. They have the positions right now with no grapples just to use their toes, as well as using the dagger. One of the quickest scale rushing weapons come out for them, and mostly just to make sure they can just tonally get out of the shadow.
At GG, still, they've been here many times before, finding ways to clutch. It's all about salvaging these tough games. If you want to be a championship team, now we're going to get Alliance versus OUG. Tessalt's going to be coming out. NY7's trying to back his team out of here. OUG's SS leading his team through this zone, but Alliance and multiple teams sitting right on the edge. Super dangerous position. OUG trying to make their way into this. Jinyu has to be careful right now. He is the lifeblood of this team on that side, but the King with the Varian Mag is going to find a kill onto Alliance Revenge. Now SS leading his team through the center of the map, navigating all of these potential teams. Alliance is going to lose Revenge, but they still have Yuma, NY7 on that Tessa Viper, now inside the realm of Yang. The second realm of Yang is going to be tested throughout the day. Will every team commit to it? It's super risky under these circumstances, but fortune favors the bold, and we're going to get DRG versus YZG.
Oh man, DRG Jades are looking kind of great right now. They got double jabbing on the standby, so if the stats come out, you know exactly why. We're going to see 17S get focused on though as TN high, working out the Matario early, as well as the Zai ultimate to come out initially. 17S emergency ultimate to come out, and the active save for that Matario is another 4 seconds for that invisibility, so then he'll have sight of line, or line of sight I should say. Dongqing, he's just smacking away. Using that pillar, 17S finds that high ground, but Wuxia 98, as long as one of the ground units as well as the soft targets get caught out from stagger, that would be immense for 17S to get at least one guaranteed grab, and that ball of spear is good, but the pillar is what's going to deny it. We can try to go for another grab. 17S has around 5 seconds left on his ultimate as a transformer. He's losing a lot of health. He has no armor out of this deformation. Uses his F immediately off the Inception, but then the teleporter comes out to save the day.
QGG, great job putting down the cube down to try to keep and extend 17S's life. He's desperately trying to kite right now, but Don Q, he doesn't mind who he's going to be focused right now. He's his back health. QGG with the hottie putting on the pressure onto WX98 on the crewmate, but it's not going to matter. CXC comes out over, lands the parry on him. The F3 is going to reduce some of that damage. QGC trying to keep on the pressure, but Don Q is the last one left standing, and out of nowhere, YZG is going to turn it around and absolutely shred him.
Absolutely incredible seeing how that Matario kind of forced out the 17S ultimate to come out, and we're going to see a martial art will form hook to be earned in the gold pole sword as well as a purple spear, and then seen in terms of the J selection, seeing a soft set Gecko Flick picked up that Draco Storm buff to come out. QGG going to opt to pick up that gold armor for the team, and being the flight form for the team's escape, it's going to be YZG's game so far. That's an elimination spread that I don't think any team has gotten so far from today, but there is still time to happen. About having the highest kill lead in terms of today, let's see whether or not YZG can come out on top while we switch over to the Imperium.
Indeed, sir. LXM going to be diving in, trying to get the opener, trying to secure this kill on Bauda's Peak, but Peak not going to be going down quietly, is going to pop the Volta ultimate, try to find this 1v3 situation. Perry's going to be coming out, though, cleaning this up, but he is going to get a spear off, but Peak has a little bit of health, though. Tap dodge roll, trying to dodge out of there, has his puts the gold up, desperately trying to give them a bubble bath, but it's not going to matter. GG Relentless getting on the board, up to 4 kills right now. Now, I was saying the same thing about YZG. They fell to the bottom of the lobby, and they climbed back up all the way up to 4th place. Same as possible for GG, same as possible for Bauda. It's going to be a back and forth bloodbath as the day progresses.
Exactly, yeah, and we're seeing BBE still in 1st place, 54.7, 65 points. Just like the prediction said, will any team reach that threshold and make match point possible? A lot of points can be earned out. If YZG earns another set of eliminations to earn a multiplier on top of that, that 20% increase, that's something that YZG can take into the end game. That's only for if and only if the other teams don't start fights out right now. Just like we see by Fusion Tested teams, they will take any initiative of not ending this out. If there's 5 or 6 teams, they want to make sure there's a little bit of a minimum amount, because there's going to be the elimination against Alliance and Yuma going through, and GG are getting an ambush upon as YGG makes that attempt.
Yeah, Draco Storm versus the Blueberries, the blue armor of GG. Tough break for them, but they do have that movement point. They can back out of there. We're going to go over to DRG versus BBE. Can they keep up the pressure? DRG with that Yang completion, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. They need to find a cute kill here. Zyald is out. Takeda, Ivan has to respond to this pressure of the Zai, but Don Q has them all. Crowd control in the center. Nice shot going to be coming out, giving a little bit of room for his team to breathe, but it's not going to matter. Ivan is going to fall right now. Now Fat Milk stuck in the set. Hepta now on top of him with the Zai. DRG is going to slow down BBE. They had a chance to get to match point. Roy Hehe with a cheeky play on the tree. If I don't move, they don't see me, sir.
It's a very, very tough position. Look, they're checking the bushes too. Wait, Roy Hehe has 3 vitalities right now. He can take the time to heal. He's going to have enough position where, I don't know, out of sight, out of mind. I heard cannon shots underneath. Roy Hehe being very careful about his spotting. He goes for the heal. Let's hope to see whether or not the players hear it or see it. Nope, they are not. So Roy Hehe can at least try to survive. But of course, DRG are on the outskirts right now. 8 eliminations, 2.5 minutes left on the Roman depletion for Dongqing as well. I think he's the only one, and he is the last teammate to make sure securing that Soul Bloom. And Roy Hehe, which is, you know, hidden among the masses of the trees, where he could have just denied the team's position 1.
Man, unlucky for BBE. They were poised to possibly MVP this round and get to that 65-point marker. Well, he desperately trying to hide right now, but he's going to get found out by Coxie. Where are you going? That's who's going to come out. And the F is going to come. They want this kill. Roy Hehe is going to try to secure something out of her, but he cannot. No health, no play left, and DRG is going to pick up another free kill.
Another kill, elimination, and a soul and get rid of runway and depletion. Bars. And now we're looking towards Arcadia region. We have a lot of teams to be approaching to the side. It's like Matthew McConaughey and the Lincoln Lawyer. I'm just strolling by and watching all of these action coming out here. As you can see, LXM goes for the clink and making sure whether he can scare rush to the sky. He is looking towards and being careful about the horizontal hold. But of course, if LXM puts himself in the spot with that dagger, he could try to knock with the horizontals and releasing them back and forth. But that's always coming out the corner side of blues, where some players may not be able to realize it's going to come out, or they're already preemptive in understanding that it is going to happen, because they can hear the blue focuses. They just have to understand from what direction. But with that change, with the 360 parry system, where you're able to parry in any direction around you in a circle, that's where the changes could come in clutch for some of these players. Spearwell contestation comes out. As you can see, YZG, they're already locked in with that gold fan. Cold spear, if I'm not mistaken. So up until this point, or gold pulsar, I should say, from 17S. So up to this side, if 17S needs to use ultimate, if anyone wants to try to contest it, this would be the spot, Raven.
Man, GG is actually contesting this Transformer team with their lack of loot right now. They do not care, and they actually force the Transformers back. I believe this is one of the weaknesses of the Valda Tianhai. Who do you have to really stop the V1 pressure? And right now, LXM threatening with the V1, just sitting in the center, capping out. They're already at that halfway point, but out of nowhere, OUG's like, wait a second, you're not going to be taking this for free. We're going to contest this, and we got a Faria mech.
This is going to be a drop-down cannon shot out of nowhere. Jingyu avoids that test enchant, but then the V1 Viper comes out. That means he has to fully disengage and try to protect a protection field of cannon shot. There it is, gonna drop down, but the F2 comes out. Dongqing finds SS of the F2 shot. The Tianhai ult to come in the back side from Wolves, and this is where they were waiting out to see which teams were really wanting to aggress, as OUG burned it out against the odds, against the Viper Witch and Tessa. This is where Wolves can then clean shop with another set of gear and a Draco Storm buff.
Oh my goodness, Wolves started out this year defining the meta of this Spirit World. They got pushed out of it. They've gone back to the left. They've reinvented themselves. Not the third party, not the fourth party, but the fifth party coming in, finding all the teams scuffed in the situation and dominating and grabbing this much needed loot. Now we got a gold longsword on XEM, and now Wolves is probably one of the favorite teams to take this lobby. I was really surprised that GG was pushing their luck right there, trying to take the center, but they never overcommit. They play these end games so well, but now Wolves, they know how dangerous this Viper team is in endgame when they are in Transformers. They're going to be diving in, jumping onto GG. CGS trying to back off, get his team out of it. Tessa ult's going to be invested. CGS in the center, defending the urn. Doesn't want anyone to get their soul back. Hottie ult's going to be invested, though. LXM taking a ton of damage right now. They're going to use the opportunity to back off and try to create some space from Wolves.
Separating from that pond, you can see Wolves is trying to try to kite around here and try to keep that protection threshold. That's what XEM is here for, but ZK has to be spotting this one out. The Wuchen port comes through, and now for GG to kind of work into a reset. 57% rage on towards LXM for that Viper ultimate, but the push is going to be happening, man. Wolves having that Draco Storm. They don't want to leave anything worse for the wear. There's a nice parry coming out here, though, from GG, and it comes out towards hold, checking with the dual blades. Remember, we saw Cablum earlier, and it's going to be coming out from XEM. He's going to be coming through and hoping out to worry about that Hong Sword later with that vertical blue focus. He still has ultimate. We got a Moonbane dropping down into the southward position of where we're heading into, and for XEM, looking to time the reset here. He sticks close to his teammate. He won't have to worry about his white health, but then again, all these players are right in the heart of that Moonbane strike. It's a dangerous game right here.
Yeah, Moonbane is in. 80% Moonbane is in. TWSS against ropes. They're just fighting in the center of Moonbane, but the V1 is being invested. Polaris doing a good job landing on the edge, but the rest of the lobby spots him, and everyone starts shooting him and shreds him, but it's Wolves ZK who ends up picking up the kill, and now GG trying to take advantage of the situation. LXM against the ropes, trying to create some value. Last one left alive, but Wolves hot on the heels. They've been walking down GG, and unfortunately for LXM, his life will be ending due to the Moonbane.
Absolutely terrified moment in walking into a Moonbane with the Scare Rush. GG knocked out of this round. We have 13 players left alive. Spear Will is still active. 5 minutes on the clock. You can see YCG are going to take the hard contestation of it. You're going to have 3 cold weapons, and the focus light is knocked out between 2 targets. You can see it's going to be coming through with that Tianhai ultimate. 17S opting in to look for those grabs and making sure that you use that cliffside to the disadvantage of the opponents. They're going to have to take cover from the 17S ultimate strikes. The Tien high grab brought to you by Cookie. Wow, nice one. And then another Draco Storm buff coming out for Final Circle. That means 10 opponents would have to be very careful for the next couple of ambushes that could happen. 2.5 minutes is on the timer right now for it. 17S is looking to use that cannon. He might as well have a Ruptured Gale Orb because of how stacked YZG is right now. They could take the fight to anybody's position.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. YZG all the way at the bottom of the leaderboard. Now climbing to the top, up to 14 kills. They make quick work of TWSS Snack as they move on, spawning out wolves. They don't want to fight the other strong monk composition. They want to find all the solos and duo players running around. TWSS Takeda trying to get out of there, tap dodge roll. Moving away from this, but the focus slide is coming out. The stagger from the Draco Storm is not going to let him get away, and CXC is going to find the kill.
We are at 15 eliminations. YZG are climbing up in terms of the leaderboard at 3rd overall right now, and they are still not going to stop the chase here. The King is getting pressured into the bottom floor. He might be caught out by the elimination. 17S's Pole Sword comes out handy. This is 16 eliminations right now for YZG, pushing themselves to 2nd place. Now they're on track for surpassing VBE, who have been holding on for that position for first for a good long while today, but surprisingly enough, YZG having the accumulation for points right now to just keep on stacking. 7 opponents for them to find out here. Jingyu knocked out here, but Wolves XCM snags the kill from the distance. That means that Wolves are going to be the bane of their existence if they can survive for a couple of minutes longer.
Yeah, with 9 people left alive, 3v3v3 gonna be going down for this game for 2 monks and a Zyphin. DRG's trying to hold on to the high ground, using their cannons to pepper down wolves, hopefully getting the monks to engage on each other, but no one needs to really commit right now as the zone comes in. Lots of space right now. YZG doesn't want to wait. They want to still get the value out of the 40 seconds of this Draco. Moving in, they're letting them know the high ground is gonna be ours. We're okay if you just go down. You're being evicted, and now DRG are gonna be neighbors with wolves.
Yeah, the cannon shots dropping in from the top of the cliffside. 17S allowing for the pressure for Kakaxi to potentially get hit. They're trying to locate the sweet spot for those shots, but of course Wushin 98 is on the ground level. Dongqing 98 is Dongqing is gonna actually get struck by a musket shot, so now he has to drop down to create cover. Zai with the ultimate. If Dongqing can find those last hit confirmations, it's only going to come down to making sure he can burn out with his F skills of every single one of the skills that comes out from either Team Wolves or from YZG. But YZG, listen, they got Draco Storm. It's going to end out in a couple of seconds, so that amount of pressure from pushing a team isn't going to be necessary for the team. That's going to be the set timer for the buff for everybody right now. 3 teams left into the final field of play, and we got 2 minutes on the clock, and whether or not we're going to see some pop out ultimates, and that's going to be where DRG are taking the initiative of being aggressors.
Yeah, Donq knows that he has to get something going right now. He's going to try to force out 17S's Monk ultimate, but 17S trying to take to the sky. Cassie uses Q. He is going to make a big mistake right now. Donq is going to capitalize and take down 17S. Moving on to CXE right now. Everyone is in his crosshairs right now. Everyone is getting whipped. Falda going to be backing off, getting into the corner now. NHQ has the Zai aggro on top of him, forcing Wolves into the corner right now. YZG in a tough situation. Wait a second, serve. This Zai team is taking the initiative.
They got everything in their hands right now. The control from Hep to detach into free gold strikes from that chain side coming out here. XCM up against what seems to be the odds. CXE gets caught through, and using his combo breaker, he's already going to be caught out by the time he leaves. And IQ going to be picking up that elimination. Wolves XCM looking to try to go ahead, use the F skill, dodging out Dongqing's 9 strike with an ultimate cast, and now it really comes down to that Matari ultimate. It's going to come in clutch. We get 1 grab. XCM sees it, hopes to hold it down for his team to find the elimination with 1 strike, but they didn't get it. He rolled out. Kurumio is in play, and now it's up to whether or not DRG can hold that Parasol down, because whether or not 7 players still left alive, XCM still having his team fully set to earn them out, and another grab against DRG.
XCM desperately trying to get it healed up. The Kurumis, his legs getting shredded right now. ZK trying to use the cavalry room to save him, but it's not going to matter. Donq with the Zai ult again is going to come and shred through, and against all odds, this Zyphin composition is absolutely bullying these monks in the end game. Donq is absolutely going crazy. He's down to 1 HP. Kurumi's trying to keep him up. He does get a little bit more. Zyphin desperately looking for a blue. He's going to find another kill onto NHQ. DRG is sweeping through 2v2 situation, but the hottie of QGG is trying to secure this. Now down to a 1v1, pushing him into the corner, pushing him into the zone, not able to get the dash through, and DRG is gonna clutch it up.
They got themselves the multiplier necessary just to close the numbers a little bit, and this could be a good spot for them right now. We're listing themselves as being the MVP, and that's a guarantee, no question about it. You see the man cheering, easy game, easy life. This man is seeing towards the sky. You know, YZG, with having UGG being on that center monitor, you know, he has his peripherals ready to go for the players. It's like, I know what's going to happen next. I'm locking in. And then that's where we stood out. That's where they come out on top. MVP for round 4.
Man, what a big play from them. I would never expect a Zai team to overcome 2 Transformers, especially with Valda. Not only does Monk counter Zai, Valda also counters Zai. Both of these teams make a critical error. They're trying to play against each other. They're trying to play for that heal-off situation using that transform, but for us.
Yeah, hopefully they don't have a fly down because they got to zip up because everything comes into this position for Game 5. Holoroth and into the city of Tonga. You know that YZG, they're quick at the loot on the southeastern end. They're going straight towards the Artisan's Guild, but then CJS straight to the temple is going to be having blue armor, blue staff, having combo bow, has fist blades on standby, has Zai at 5 grapples. He can take any chase he wants to. He just wants to make sure all those green jades or all those green troves have been accrued, because now the fight begins. YZG CXC without Hongsword charging up the RMBs. Green trove going to be left behind, but of course there's YZG. Oh, double parry coming out from CJS, but then he gets locked back this point, and another parry. The connections are impeccable. It's CXC. He's 1 hit away from death.
Nice job from GG, making quick work. That team play is impeccable. There was just no counterplay for YZG. All of those moves were unblockable. The stagger was impeccable. Just absolutely suffocated off spawn. Now going over 5-2-1 with Alliance. Nice cover is going to come out from Pambi, forcing out that combo break from Yuma. Now Yuma going to put on the pressure with her friends, trying to get a surround onto Pambi, but Pambi's going to take out the hand, put his hands, slap his way through, break inside the house. Yuma's like, wait a second, Pambi's going a little bit crazy. Let me tap dodge out of here, but Revenge going to be coming back in with the triple charge, and Yuma's going to take down Pambi.
Yuma really coming out here with that pimp slap, coming back in and realizing what his worth was, because now NY7 left behind in the marks, coming through with that blue focus charge up, goes for the drop down. If he decides to save his teammate, no, he's connecting that blue focus. There is a swipe right there against 521's Yin, and that's Alliance making up the 3 eliminations off the rip. Their shops are right next door. They can go ahead and buy out Moonbanes, because talking about Moonbanes, we've seen in use as Team Bauta have it up against CWSS. One strike to the next, you gets locked out. Polaris gets elimination. Peak trying to charge out that greatsword, the purple rarity, even though it's going to be a slow-wielding weapon. He is baiting out in the face of danger.
TWSS has the advantage with this Moonbane right now, but Euron does not care. We got to fight inside of it. Double charge going to come out. Snack is going to fall. Euron with the fist is going to trade out right now, and now bringing it to a 2v2 situation. Pete, the triple charge, spin the win. Polaris out of nowhere gets chopped in half. No parry coming out of them, and Bauta is going to club chop even against a Moonbane.
They're coming back. I saw TWSS in soul form. We're switching back to the west side of City of Tongs. GG has ultimate action for CJS. F2's invested. Alliance is NY7 and active Takeda ultimate, and now the Tumult ultimate is coming through here. NY7 looking to try to kite around here as Yuma is preparing to reset. CJS is not in any fear form whatsoever. He walks straight through, looks towards investing that Fury Blast. That way there's one less one to worry about, and then taking the final 5 seconds of his ultimate and just trying to capture in a snare. There's the release, there's going to be the capture, there's going to be the omnidirectional strikes that they are not looking towards. Alliance forced to use the Kurumi ultimate, but NY7 is down. The Kurumi ultimate coming out from 3-3-0 to keep the team's aggression going, and Alliance, even with 3 eliminations, are going to go down here 4 or 5 and potentially 6 eliminations, and it's confirmed for GG.
GG has shift gear surf. They're hot dropping now. They don't want to play slow. We saw it in the scrim. We saw it during group lane. Now we saw it in pre-finals. GG has another gear. They're up to 6 kills. But OUG versus DRG. Kakashi gonna pop that V1. Everyone's gonna be scrambling. Hottie trying to make some space for Shinyu. Shinyu gonna respond by popping that Valda on. But the focus fire going out the King. One's gonna be going down. SS is gonna go down. DRG with the perfect execution. Now Shinyu in a 1v3 situation. Nah, we're not waiting. We're hitting you with that Tesla. We're not going to even give you a chance. The stagger's about to come out. Again, another spear, but it's not going to matter. DRG's going to put him in the air, lifted off the ground. Shinyu, 1v3 situation. Can he show us something amazing? He's not going to be able to. The F's going to come out. Combo break is down. Shinyu backing off, gets the armor swap. Wait a second. He's going to get a hit on Kakashi. 2 people down to 1 HP. F's going to be coming down. A little bit of health, but good job for them to not drop the ball and get clutched up 1v3.
Gotta appreciate Kakashi doing the jump RMBs, but we're switching over to the boomerang clip. EWG Lue going to be going ahead and activating his skill. Hopefully see his ultimate come out here in a moment, because One Fong still hasn't proc that Tianhai ultimate. So for One Fong, looking to try to regroup, trying to see the pressure, looks for a jump parry, and he's still looking for parries. He's switching out blue focus against the X side, Clink #1, looking for the horizontals. This is a dangerous game right now, so he has to take that teleporter to look for that drop down as he repositions towards his teammate. He attempts to look for that Dragon Slayer, but ultimate comes out. Cookie's in active state to back off here with a Matario. This is only going to be a couple of seconds, but here's the problem coming out here. That lake having the algae erosion effect, meaning that they lose HP every second that they stay inside of that lake. It's a spot that could have worked tremendously for JL, as Tianhai can just look for the grab and throw them in.
One Fong able to get the grab inside the house. Tough grab coming out, but he's able to pull it off. Able to get the re-grab. Cookie's trying his best, but the double grab is out. Kablowy! Luye is going to get taken down while BVV takes down Zai. Now, on the outside, EWG Cookie trying to win this 1v3 situation. Sobel's going to go for One Fong, stacking up right now, looking for the peel, but Cookie's keeping up the pressure, trying to secure the kill with the VVV. Wait a second. This is a setup right now. Finds the Sobel right now. 2v1 situation. One Fong really, really low. But TXJ's going to take the charge, get the stagger off. Covered by parry. Cookie going to be backing off. Look for another opportunity. Sets up the scale watch, takes to the sky, looking for the drop down. TXJ denying all the plays right now, though. But VVV doesn't want to wait. EWG's with a salty run back. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of sodium in your bloodstream.
That's right, and there's going to be Cookie looking for the sweeten up the deal. He's going to go for a reset, making sure he can go ahead, back sword to the corner, but that 2v3 situation comes out. The salty run back from Xi and Lue could cost them the lives. The 1-2-3 comes out. Cyan Fang from Cookie to kind of go ahead and confirm against TXJ. This could work in their favor. The one jump parry to the next. Cookie confirms the kill. TXJ goes down. JL losing out their first set of lives, now having to find a reposition. We are 2 minutes out for the Realm Yang to be occurrence for the teens, and now for Cookie, it's going to be the victory that they've been looking for with 3 eliminations earned this round so far.
Straight ooga booga coming out from Cookie. EWG with the clutch up, with the message. They're not out of here. Now OUG the king with the grab onto GG's LXM, sending him flying, looking for the re-grabs. Gonna get one. Does he get two? We are gonna get two. Sending up to the sky. Nice slash is gonna come down. Kablowy. LXM is gonna go down. The king reigning supreme. CGS down to his last health. Will the grab kill him? No, he's able to live, but with a sliver of health. 330 trying to desperately peel for his teammate, but against the ropes right now. 330, last one left alive, is gonna get parried by Sinyu, is gonna get shredded by the king, and OUG is gonna put GG to the ground.
OUG like a comic book character with their origin stories coming out here with 3 eliminations into round 5. With the sound effects and everything, we know OUG has it in the works for them, but they still have Romy Yang to try to accrue for. Purple armors across the board, check mark. We got purple weapon, at least for the Tianhai to have it on standby, but then again, BBE having no eliminations. They're over by the Yushan village. They have a sense of mind right now. They can hope to earn themselves a kill here or there, because someone just took a hit against one of them. This would be a spot for them to kind of work into the shop, because once this Romy Yang starts to clean up the point, they still have a cave that's available for them to rotate down towards if they don't feel inclined to take it. But then again, it's a Siphon Comp. Siphon Comp always takes any sort of initiated, even with one purple armor or the next. They will not shy away from any fight.
Now looking at the overall map, TWSS posting up for the Realm of Yang, possibly in the top left. EWG has BBE's Rohihi right now. Grapple check, checking the vibes, looking to just use this store right now. Want to set up for that transitional period in the mid game. In 2024 Naraka, everyone had really concentrated off spawn. Everyone really concentrated on endgame as Naraka progressed. But now we're seeing the cutting edge of these mid-game scenarios. There are multiple ways to go into Realm of Yang. No one's getting in for free. Sometimes you can go Spirit World, sometimes you go for Stash. But now, Wolves, this F2. I'm curious to see this in the Realm of Yang. What can you show us, Wolves? Do you got the rushdown strats working?
Whoa! But we get a kill outside from TWSS, knocking out NightHQ, so that's a grief moment indeed, and that's going to be a 2v3. Unfortunate Yodohime left alone with the Matari. This means that it's going to be, oh my goodness, Polars has a Soul Slash on standby, so the connections for this is going to be easy unless the turnaround happens. But we know TWSS looking at Snack here. He's going to be looking for the 1-2s. The Soul Slash drop down coming up from Polars is going to be making sure that F2 gets invested first, so that way he can initiate. The ultimate comes down for Yodohime, but Snack, he's already on standby. He knows he can grab this. It's going to be up to how fast the slashes come out and how fast his teleports will come through. There's his third slash to come out. You know XCM is looking to kite around here, but his teammate gonna see it. ZK gonna come out here and get crossed out here with like a tic-tac-toe and one slam down, making it easy for TWSS in this row.
Well played from TWSS. Even though I wanted to see the clean execution from Wolves, they surgically pick apart Wolves. They do not wait. They don't want to even give any chance to Wolves to clutch this up. They immediately own. They put him in the wombo, slashing up with the hottie. XCM against the ropes, and TWSS is going to clean that up. But BBE, wait a second. They're going for a ride. The king again with the double grab. Who can stop him? Roy Hehe, BBE's Fat Milk trying to peel off for him. He cannot. Roy Hehe, 2v1 situation. Can you show us some magic? The double charge is going to come up. The follow-up from the king. No, he cannot. The king is reigning supreme today.
We got the hook twins. We got the 1-2-3s. Might be my favorite man today so far, the king. Having Gold Spear to be picked up, having the Winning Trinity, and a Flamebringer on a Tiana high comp. Bro, if I... Listen, that combination right there is enough of a death sentence considering that cycle of destruction Jingyu being on said Balda, and then having the Vermilion Burst might mean these guys can go anywhere in the map to find players. Alliance though, taking fights over by the Windy Stones and having going up against it with that Draco Storm. YZG has the chance of activating Forbidden Seal, and there it goes. That's going to be a denial for every single one of these Waifu and Tested team comps, not to find an escape, but not also to find the aggression with their ultimates.
CXE is desperately looking for that F2. Now they do have Draco Storm, a lot of playability right now, but this pillar, Alliance using it perfectly, dodging, weaving. They don't want to get held down. They don't want to get that silence off and executed right now. They are on their side for composition. They need to get value off this now, holding on the high ground. Focus attacks are going to be coming out, denying any aggression from YZG, and now YZG, CXE against the ropes, last hit situation, Yuma, nice tech chase, he's trying to roll out of here, but Yuma's gonna chop him in half, and now NY7 gonna pop that F1, jumping in right now, but YZG showing up to the party right now with the Tessa, looking to tech down NY7, he's gonna back off right now, Revenge, also low, down to a sliver of health, QGG trying to close the distance, but Revenge is gonna be backing off, and now picking up the Soul Balloon, YZG is gonna be able to pick up their teammate.
First elimination in this game, but the more important part is that they have activated Forbidden Seal. You can see how I was about to mention, teams can enter through here. Bow to you, going to be looking ahead to be the first one to engage while the range shots comes in from the back line. Peak is going to be looking to just try to keep eyes out for any disengages from the fight that has gotten previously. We're switching up though. We're over towards West Side towards and see the Feather Lake as EWG Liwei is going to go ahead and execute the heck out of there. But Cookie's locked in here. Cab Bloom animation as DRG Wushin on the 8 gets caught by the omnidirectionals. The 1-2-3 is confirmed for the gold focus strikes, and that chain side comes out. The ensnare tool is confirmed for a clean execution, and the V1 Viper ult is going to potentially stun 1 or 2, and it doesn't even matter, even though that jab is coming out here. There's a parent Kakoxi gets caught out. Liwei going to be that key component in this composition, and is using that gold Hong Sword and dealing out that massive amount of damage. And with the Vermilion Burst Might, BBE still trying to work fresh down these players as they still going in.
BBE finding this nice third party, bunch of low players. I've been coming flying in, looking for the kill. Cookie's gonna get taken down by Fat Milk, and BBE keeping up that momentum, up to 4 kills, representing the global scene. He is gonna get flanked out of nowhere. 5-2-1 coming in with the third party. Material's gonna be invested right now, desperately. 5-2-1, staying on top of BBE. They're trying to get out of there. They're trying to use Invis to flank out of here, but Fat Milk is going to distract 5-2-1. They can't lock him down. The melee aim assist can't find him right now. 5-2-1 desperately trying to secure their kill onto the other global team, BBE.
Gotta be careful here for Akame, because even with 2/3 of his armor nearly to the extinction, he still has to take the time to chase it down. 100 seconds down the clock for that Rummy depletion. They have to confirm something. 1 crapple left for Akame though. This is going to be a tough spot. In the meanwhile, we got ourselves back to Windy Stones in the zone. Wolves and ZK up against TWSS. Now Wolves, they are second place right now. They got 7 eliminations. 59.5 total score. They need 65. Rummy depletion is making it a lot more harder, and since we lost out towards 9HQ, you're going to have to look towards the escape route. ZK is going to be holding that blue focus as much as possible, but if he can do the turnaround, that would be kind of crazy. There's a blue focus. Okay, well, hold on. Hold check this one out. We're going to see that F1 come through, and hold check. That's going to be the gold focus. A parry like that comes out. The soul slash denies it, and that's going to be elimination for EWSS, picking it up for number 7. And this is going to be where YCG, they can end up coming out here to clean up shop here, Raven.
TWS starting to get red hot right now, but can YZG put out the flame? V1 Viper is going to be popping out. They're all stuck in the zone, but they are Transformers right now. Vault ults can be invested. CXZ desperately trying to find the focus fire target, realizing both Transformers are going to be popping right now. They're opting to hold them in zone right now. TWSS, Shadow Corruption is rising right now. Down to half health, no white heals on him. He has to make his way back into the zone. Wuchen Port's gonna be invested. YZG back into the zone right now, and Snack sees it. Will he pop the ultimate, commit to the situation? YZG moving back to the zone, but the corruption is getting close to max right now, and now on the back foot, TWSS is going to be holding YZG in zone.
This is the problem. YZG gets caught in that grab. That's unfortunate as it comes out. That's going to be the elimination. Remember, YZG, they are first place overall. They only need 4 points right now, folks, to try to get into that match point threshold, and they are getting picked off piece by piece, layer by layer, and looking towards the chance to lead Cake, because if that fruit layer isn't on top, then that's going to be a done deal. And now with only 2 teammates alive, you know YZG has to really hold out for those endgame positions. 5-2-1 actually losing out in terms of that Rummy completion, but that's okay. They got themselves those Rebirth Charms to be purchased, at least for 1 teammate to be brought out. QGG, 17S, last one's left alive. Switching over towards the Rummy Yang for number 2. EWG having purple armors across the board and a gold pair of nunnies, and their opponents are going to be JL. That's going to be seen out of Cloud Weaver on XI, as well as a group heal on him and Liu Wei. And having Kabloom on that Matari as well is going to be a dangerous game in a predicament for JL as they are rushing through here as the Transformers gone.
It's not looking good for JL. They're going against a really, really stacked team. One Fox going to take the sky, looking for the flank onto Cookie, getting the grapplers, peppering in with some cannon shots now. On the outside, Luye looking for the flank. Fong knows that the execution coming, a 2 on him. He's able to get a stagger on both of them. Holds 3, but out of nowhere, BBB comes, and he gets a huge parry onto Zai. Wait a minute, One Fong with the Q, backing off, getting a ton of pressure onto them. He's going to have to pop ultimate now against the corner.
This is going to be a dangerous position for One Fong, because Liu Wei has himself to get caught into that sight lines. There's no more chance for him to get through, but he uses his F2 early, but he still gets out towards the pillar. Liu Wei going to be looking to try to hold out the scare rush and tries to reposition towards his team. One jump consumed by One Fong, and now One Fong looks to try to get those grabs around the sight lines. There is a knockup. Can he confirm it? No, he can. And Liu Wei is still poking out HP against One Fong's threshold. Now the ultimate for Tianhai is going to be down here in just a moment. The blue spam comes out, but will the kill elimination come out? Yes, it will. XI goes down. One Fong gets caught by that snare, and that's going to be a 2v2 situation. EWG taking themselves out for a ride.
Now Cookie with the Zai ultimate. What can you show us, Cookie? He absolutely crushed JL earlier. VVV trying to create some space. He is going to get taken down. Now TXJ in a 2v1 situation, but Cookie's not going to let him go away. No combo break for him. Where you going, TXJ? Cookie's in the house. Laurier is going to clutch it up, and EWG is going to take down the scuffed JL.
Making sure they can come out here. They're going to find themselves an overcomer there. We're going to use that Jade, but more importantly, seeing the fights outside south of the Emberhawk region. We know that TWSS Snack having that Tianhai to be active as a shield, as his teammate Dofu gets res. Polaris is going to be on that duty on the ground side, but with common armor. I'm not sure if there's any other armors for him to swap out here, because now YZG, QGG, they're looking to rush down here. Remember, only 2 teammates alive, and you can see the distance. Poppy from 5-2-1, just kind of keeping eyes out here towards this building. This building is a very inclusive building for players just to kite in and out from the rooftop into the 2nd floor, and the stairwells themselves can just cause disruption. So that's going to be the avoidance for TWSS. Might be having eyes and ears around and seeing that 5-2-1, a team that could be potentially in the background. If they spotted them earlier, that they didn't know that they could be in the vicinity of this area.
Yeah, 5-2-1's looking pretty stacked themselves. I'm looking at the overall score. It's very, very flat across the board. But first, we're going to get GG at the no-ult zone, finding BBE's Roy Hihi, already stripped of his armor, surrounding him, putting him into stone form, and now CJS coming in with the back with the cannon shot. They're going to clean him up quickly. GG. We saw them in the past. They were in a scuff situation with the blue armor. Finally, they're going to be getting it going. They need to capitalize on one of these endgames if they want to secure this cup. It's so competitive. Look how close all the scores are. We're soon to be on match point with only a couple of games left. GG needs to come back online. This is the first time we've really seen GG not at the top this entire J Cup. Same with JL. We got 4 minutes for this Yang depletion, and they're going to be finding their rivals. GG.
JL making sure they can use that blue armor to the utmost capacity. 1 LME, 1, 2, 3, guaranteed, baby. We're looking for the R&B spam though, and there's going to be CGS activating the F2. BBB deleted out here. White Tiger's prowess. The reveal comes out for the 1-2 backstop, and with that Hottie strike to come out, we're picking up that Soul Bloom. And now CGS, even though he falls down, he's going to make sure he can throw out that V2 and snare. That teleporter was ready the whole time. Now it's up to Hottie to try to disrupt the Zai, but Zai is not letting up with this CJS. Sees a parry, here's a parry, and knows ahead. That Tianhai comes out, tries to delete him as fast as possible. Ain't gonna happen. Move all pass still has a lot of coverage for the team to try to find themselves out, as GG are just gonna try to pepper away the HP from One Fong, but JL, they're at 3 minutes mark. They got 3 eliminations, and they're still just trying to see what's gonna be coming up next, considering that their ultimates have just been burned.
Yeah, TXJ is already out of there. One Fox can make the noble sacrifice, try to lead GG away, give TXJ as much space as possible, but TXJ lets him know, you're not going out. No teammate left behind. He's gonna come in with the flank R&B, looking to cover his D-transform. TXJ leading his team, trying to pull them out from the depths, but LXM says no, lands a big parry onto One Fong, and now TXJ in a 1v 1v3 situation. GG able to pick up some kills right now, all the way up to 9. And out of nowhere, TXJ is going to be able to get the parry onto 330. Push against the corner. No combo break inside. Dodging the CGS's Meteor. TXJ bobbing, weaving. Valiant effort from him, but GG says no and puts him to the ground.
Picking up 10 eliminations. GG are having the round at 7th place and picking them up to 50 points. But we're going to switch over towards Tequila's Gate. We're going to see EWG Cookie getting struck out here, but looking to bow shot charge up. Try to see a strike against Team Bout as you, and then looking at Yaron, who I believe is just looking to try to those longsword beams. He's releasing those, so now Cookie keeps that in mind for looking for parries. The Stone Form proc here for the 1, 2, 3. And the Cookie gets caught by that Test Enchant. Uppercut, Toothpick. No, that's going to happen here. The terrain is too much of a hassle. And for Cookie, gets caught to the Enchant. Thrown out with an F1 by X-Side to make sure that he is mitigated up. And then seeing that Wu Chen got out, knowing that the team had no opportunity to out DPS that Xiphon comp.
Yeah, EWG, really disciplined from Cookie. Even though his teammate's getting converged on, decides not to pop the Meteor right away, knows that his teammate is good to go, and now Bada in a tough position. All they have is you and that V1, a couple blueberries running out. They do have the Xiphon composition chasing them down. Same with TWSSS. TWSSS starting this tournament very slow and finally waking up right now. They're up to 10 kills. Can they catch up to the standard around 40 points? There's only a 20-point difference between first and 11th. That's just one pop-off game. It's neck to neck right now. It's so competitive in trios. I see this still going to distance serve, but what a crazy situation as BBE and YZG get closer to that match point threshold of 65.
Yeah, and with YZG having one teammate, BBE have 2, leading them out here to be very careful about their decision making, because there's Xi with that parry. Nicely done against CWS's Dofu, but Dofu gets almost caught into a drop down blue. He still gets on, he still gets struck out. And now it comes down to Bowder getting thrown off that cliffside, just like he's like his brother. He's like, long live the king, throws him off the cliff. We know everything comes out for Snack where he's looking to leave. He's going off into this point and making sure to deform so he can be mobile, but that Moonbait might be saying something otherwise. We still have a Draco Storm Spearwell in the sightlines, and just like a princess in the high castle, let down your hair, because that tower is going to be something that the players want to try to keep themselves onto the high ground. As LXM finds elimination against Snack, that Spearwell in the middle of the Moonbait, it's kind of grief, to be honest.
Long live the king indeed, serve. OUG is picking up the pace at 7 kills, so is EWG at 13. CGS though, GG, we haven't seen them with this endgame, with this Spirit Rod. They have Draco Storms online. CGS, first ult on board, he still has one in the tank. What can you show us, CGS? Nice dash through by the Matori. Where are you going, Loye? He's gonna get absolutely exploded. EWG is gonna lose. Loye and Cookie, one of them left standing, and GG, once they get going in this endgame, they are hard to stop.
This is going to be a massive game for GG, and they're going to have that soul when they picked up the crowd cheering in the background, having to see the support coming out from the players. You know that BBE Fab, they're going to be caught versus Havoc, and seeing that V1 and Snare, V1 come out from the Sedated Soul, that's going to be where Fat Milk is having that common staff to work his life around, and just kiting off into the Moonfall Pass, but that's not going to be enough parry like that coming out here from OUG. The King comes back with the Slade. 8 eliminations. Man's pulling the sword out of the stone, because he is not going to stop there. However, that Draco Storm buff we mentioned earlier, it's still rising to the occasion. And even though we're going to tip that Black Cauldron, you know that GG are still going to make sure that they got the spells to work out in their favor.
We still got a minute and 30 of Dragon Storm, a minute and 30 of Pain. GG not holding him back anymore. The gloves are off. They're looking for a target. They were on the Viper team last time. Now Bowda's on the Viper team right now. You, the homie, what can you show us? 1v3 situation versus Draco Storm. He's going to pop the V1. Matario's going to be invested though. V1's going to be neutralized, but CGS is going to keep up the pressure onto Peak, trying to defend his teammate against the wall. Tap dodge roll. It's not going to matter. LXM's going to cut him down.
This is going to be a Marcellus Wallace type moment. He's going to make sure that everything's A-okay, because if GG can try to hold down from this point, they'll get the multipliers to come out with 14 eliminations. That's huge, but if they can go up to 18 and take the multiplier, they'll be good to go here. There's a jump horizontal. Biatas, your wrong goes down. We're at 15 on the mark. GG still takes the aggression towards the building top and making sure that Jingyu can get spread from this team, and so that way they can hold this position and looking towards that range. But we got to remember, cannons can just strike through those rooftops. They got to be careful about whether or not they can take that chip damage later on, because CXZ, YZG, they're playing for placement. I'm okay with that, as long as they don't get spotted out. But you know, Castle Curse moments always happen here and there, and whether or not the teammates want to look up here, that's going to be a spot where YZG has to separate from the spot.
This is really what separates GG from other teams. With this momentum, up to 15 kills, they're not not going to let the overheat get to them. They're slowing down right now. LXM doesn't have ult up. 20 seconds left on their Draco Storm. They don't need to push the issue right now. The lobby has been thinned down to just 11 players. They just have to close this up, get that multiplayer, get that nice fat placement points. CGS, LXM leading their team to the left, getting away from everyone, but they have to be careful. There are a couple players hiding in the bushes, waiting. And the Moonbane, the 80% Moonbane in the center. It looks like GG's going to take a nice pit spot with 60k in the bank, buying up, looking for those Jades. It's looking like an MVP round for GG.
Dang, we're going to see CJS picks himself a Dreadful Whale, right? Having the self to pick up in a Soothing Boons as well, and then seeing towards 3-3-0, actually been able to pick out, if I'm not mistaken, either a Dragon War. So if that comes out towards picking pieces by piece, you can see that SS with the Cloud Weaver and seen a Merciless Havoc from Genie. We saw that earlier with the Windy Trinity, but a group heal, advanced heal on SS as well as Juggernaut level 3. This is going to be that support line that they've been looking for. They got it, and now they're secured out as a Transformers comp to make sure they can keep pushing. For that Vitality, that's going to help out Tianhai, but when he hits ult, that armor ain't going to do nothing. Still got Spearwell for the Mystic Might. OUG want to take the stand, and they're taking their stand right here and there.
Long live the king of OUG, though. He's popping the monk out, letting GG know you're going to have to go through me if you want this Spirit Well, looking for the grab. He's been on fire all day. 3-3-0 is going to get taken down. CGS is going to get picked up. He's getting barbecued right now by Shinyu. OUG is absolutely on fire on the back of the king. Another grab is going to go down. Can we get another? Slam's going to go down. The whole lobby's setting around them. 5-2-1 is making a play. Can the global dethrone the king?
Two roads colliding, and here's going to be the king on his lonesome. He's got one thing left, and that's going to be the grapple spam, as well as the advanced heal group heal coming in from his teammate from 3-3-0, but this could be the spot right now for that last Matara to actually stay alive for GG. And for whether or not we can see the king get himself the go-ahead, build rage back up, and get his ultimate into play, you know it's going to be a problem right now if 5-2-1 get this ult spam, because remember, 5-2-1, they're at 7, they got 2 eliminations, they're at 53.6, but they're Takeda. They got 4 Fury Blasts to be ready to go. They already expended 1, they have 3 left, and they can use it to defensively hold their position. You can see the parry is confirmed. Pompey looking to try to get that Spearwell confirmed here. The R&B spam comes back and against the ball that Jing Yu is charging up. There's a release and has it to not hit anyone. His ultimate is done so, and SS, he's out of there with that combo breaker.
5-2-1. Pampy on the Takeda has one more shoved in there. They're desperately trying to hold on as they still have that Siren ult in the bank. Akame threatening, daring anyone to come in. No one wants to jump in on this, but OUG, they don't want to give up so easily. They fought tooth and nail for this. DRG, though, coming in with the triple ultimate. Test ult's going to be invested, and now they take the center. They still have a halfway to get this. V1's going to be invested by Kakashi, looking for the stagger, looking for some. Everyone's going to be peeling out of there, but Akame is going to go in with the back of that Cyro, the flamethrower from OUG. No one wants to give up this Spirit Well.
Kakashi lurking in the shadows like a member of Organization 13, just looking to lurk behind the shadows. The king, though, is back, and he's got a vengeance right now. He's pulling out that Dreadful Whale to connect everyone going through. The Spirit Well shield wall is down, so there's nothing that's going to save him. But like I said, that rage bar is being built up for him, so if he's able to kind of defend the Spirit Well right now, it's what come out. We know that SS has that advanced group heal, so it's going to come out to the king, spamming out to make sure they ensure no range shots come through. The Tianhai ult comes out, but he's got a deform. He's going to be able to do anything with this, because even though he's going to be a big format, if that Spirit Well clears, that means he can't get a refresh ult. But look at that.
Wait a second.
And the Flamebringer, he gets his caught. He gets caught by the Tessin champ, but this is a dangerous position here, Raven.
OUG's the king. He's been a double grab connoisseur, back to back to back to back, but he's getting shredded by 5-2-1, holding them in zone. Pampy leading the charge, holding all the CN teams in. They've learned, just like they do in NBBO, we can do it too. Pampy still has his Cicada ult online. The Kurumi ult is going to come on from Yin. This double healer composition doing work. 8 people left alive, and now 5-2-1 looks like the favorite to take it.
Looking at their arrival, making it its way through the final zones, the final 2 minutes, and having to translate that language of where this final circle will end up coming through. Now, looking at this in reverse, you know this is going to be coming out where the Transformers would be the last ones alive, but then if you look towards in the future, you know that's going to be a chance we're seeing the Takeda making it through. Pampy on the aggression, making sure he can throw out the Rose Pure Blast, confirming blue focuses as long as he can. There's one R&B, ZXZ goes down, that's elimination. YCG is down. They're not going to get themselves match point. Pampy making it much more difficult for the other players here, as he's going ahead and rotating back and forth with that gold staff, and he's stacked out of his mind the last 80 seconds in the round right now. And 5-2-1, they're at 5 eliminations. They still have that Cyro for Akame.
DRG, GG, OUG on the top ground. No full team left except 521, desperately trying to pick apart these last players on the high ground. Kakashi in the corner, stuck against the wall. 521 leading the charge. Akame, 1, 2, 3. Pambi jumping LMB, gonna close it down. And now just a couple of players left. Jinyu push into the zone. Pambi jumping LMB's gonna close it out. 521. Are we gonna see another global MVP? Only up to 7 kills though. They need to find GG. It's gonna be a close one. LXM push into the zone, sent deeper into the zone on the back of Pambi's shoves. 1 player left alive. 521 remains at the top, and they're gonna climb up to that second place,
earning themselves out for the win in first place. I still think those 50 eliminations keep GG as MVP. 521 did a valiant job in terms of converting themselves here, but if things lead out here in terms of 521, that would be a good transgression in seeing them catching another MVP. But then again, you know, 50 eliminations and having to find out where that last remaining teammate, and all of a sudden hearing Matario in the background, that's crazy enough as is. I know these guys are like, wait, who is it? Even I'm curious about it. If I'm doing the math in my head though, 50 eliminations and being one of the top 4 players and top 4 teams means that you have the placement points and the eliminations point score alone to give you that card that you've always wanted.
Yeah, GG ends up closing out 15 kills, absolutely insane. But 521, we just heard it in. They're at match point. GG's able to secure that giant bag though. Thousands of dollars for every MVP. Surprise, surprise though, sir. Usually when GG gets to these positions, they snowball out of control and no one can stop them. But now 521, using all the tricks they learned in MVP, is taking it to all of these teams.
That's actually kind of incredible seeing that 521 able to reach match point before any of the CN teams. And that's something that comes out as a big surprise. So begins, folks. My name is Severio alongside with Raven PLC. We are entering potential match point round to come out with 521 at that point in time, staying safe. But we're starting off hot here in the Sunwings Rest. YZG coming through here to the north side. We know that Team Bowder are on the outskirts and the teams are supporting. The fans are out in the crowd, making sure that the support is in loud, in terms of decibels, I should say, because everywhere around, once you see a little bit of action like this parry, Roy he's going to start this one off here at the Beta Temple against TWSS.
Roy opening up with a huge parry, flying in with the F3, getting some damage, just looking for flank. His teammate under a ton of pressure. TW does snack, trying to close it out, covering his teammate Spear. Gonna be setting up some space, but Roy opening it up, doesn't want to back off, looking for the flank play. Nice shot from TWS, spacing out, denying the flank right now, but Roy he's gonna grapple in, try to secure this last hit. Fat Milk is down to 1 HP though. Roy comes in with the close eye with the F3, and TWS is looking in shambles, but they are looking to bring it back.
This is going to be a close position because we got to remember BBE there, close to max point position. Elimination picked up from Fat Milk against Snack, and now looking towards the last opponent left, Polaris. He's going himself into the distance of that Ray rolling out. He has no ultimate ready, and looking towards the anticipation for a jump parry. Doesn't come out for it because, you know, Roy he's looking to try to spam out here. There's a jump R&B. There's confirmation to deny the escape. Then the V1 Viper to invest into that. That's crazy because now it's up to TWSS for a salty run back, and we get a stun for free. This is dangerous, man.
Against the wall right now, Roy has put BBE on his back with his dagger, pushing through right now, but TWSS is not gonna go quietly right now. They're throwing blues left and right. They're gonna take down Ivan. Now Fat Milk against the ropes. Roy doing his best, looking for the flank. The Tessa ult's gonna slow him down. He flies in with the F3. He's not gonna be able to connect. Instead, Doofoots is gonna take down Fat Milk. The stun's gonna come in from the Tessa ult, and TWSS is gonna deny BBE off spawn.
Trying to make that turnaround for points. Oh my goodness, we were so close. But then all of a sudden, Ivan being the last one remaining, TWSS might have had a good option in running this one back. And seeing these parries coming through, it looked like it's an all-in warfare between both TWSS and BBE over by the event side temple. No other teams kind of go ahead here and contest the charge up to Stoneform. Some parries coming out here as Ivan goes ahead and confirms it. But there's going to be the Viper ult coming out here. This time, this is coming from Dofoots from TWSS and the Wuchen port to get the team out. It is a safe and a fair distance as BBE live to fight another day, or they can re-engage.
BBE is swinging the salty runbacks. TWSS, they have a really risky play coming back and fighting out that scenario, but fortune favors the bold. They get a nice 4-piece off spawn. Now we're seeing the match point team 5-2-1 on the Transformers in the south, scaling up, setting up for that first round of the Yang. But to the north, YZG Wolves trying to get on the board, trying to get to that match point, up in the high 50s.
And now we're seeing that Takeda doesn't even have ultimate ready, and he is caught by the Intestine Chant into that Viper ultimate. You know things come out here in disarray when it comes down towards Takeda having a spotlight for everything. As XCM has that purple pole sword and the Moonbane in their hands, they cannot confirm any sort of lockdown against the opponents. And for everything coming after this Moonbane, you know, XCM, he's going to have 5 grapples left, but CXC is already cutting corners and losing it out towards the Sunwings region. Now for this is going to be, we're down to 3 grapples, and this is the most, by the way, that CXC is playing. And even though he has common armor, he can always find a swap along the way and just keeping that distance and kiting out here. So meanwhile, we're switching over to Shipwreck Expanse. We're going to see DRG in a contestation for 5-2-1. Now 5-2-1, they spawned at the Alchemist's Cottage. They haven't lost their first set of lives. Their gear is looking kind of snazzy. 2 blue armors and 1 purple one for Akame as the hottie to keep it in sightlines. But with that Zyphon comp coming up from DRG Katsu, look at that. Moonbane is on standby. Wusha98 can have this to turn this fight around and deny 5-2-1 that championship.
Yeah, 5-2-1. They're desperately trying to navigate their way to that first round of Yang. Once they win that first round of Yang, they can cruise control to a possible MVP, but they still have to get kills. They still might have to fight an off-spawn fight right now. 5-2-1 is going to get caught out right now. DRG is going to connect right now. Akame with the flank, holding in blue right now. Now Pampi forced to come back. Yin is really, really low on the Balder right now. Dodging, weaving, has the cube up, gets out of dodge, gets out of the flank, and the Moonbane is going to come down. It's not looking good for 5-2-1.
Definitely not, especially that Pampi hasn't been able to get any sort of utilization for his ultimate, and now that the Moonbane strikes come down, he's going to have to escape this region, losing out Yin, using out the Valda, the one person that's a component in any Tian High Transformer comp to make sure, and nowadays that they can confirm those grabs. Is not going to have it, but Pampi's still going to try to fight back. He's seen himself in the Moonbane, one strike to the next. Oh my god, another Moonbane strike because he deletes his health bar, and that's going to be where Pampi gets caught by the burn, and those omnidirectional strikes as Wusha98 finishes the deal with a musket shot. That's 3-5 eliminations that DRG are taking into this game.
Nice timing attack coming from DRG. 5-2-1. They try to play slow. They try to set up for that Realm of the Yang. They get super scaled up, but DRG is going to cut them at the knees, take that loot for themselves, and set themselves up for a big MVP round. Already at the 5 kills, Akame against the ropes. He's going to get the overhold. Wait a second. 1v3 scenario. He is going to get buried out, though. DRG is not going to let that happen. Akame with the jumping LMBs is going to get taken down by DRG.
And that's 6 kill eliminations coming out for DRG. That means that they are up towards the point of 63.5. They only need 1.5 to reach into match point. And like I said, it all comes down to whether or not 5-2-1 can come out here on top as MVP to end the tournament. But if any of the players or none of the teams, they are still closing in here for those kills, those points, and securing that 65-point threshold. And it's looking pretty close between 4 to even 5 potential teams or players to kind of go through. GG, they have 1 elimination already. They are 57.5 totaled out. They still only need around 6 or 7.5 points in order to ensure that they can reach match point and being one of those teams. But TWSS having 4 eliminations, rocking out of the Event High Temple with the kills against BBE. This is going to be where even at last place, they are still trying to play those games of catch up because like we said, anything can happen where a team can end up having that pop off and they can just close in that gap.
Yeah. We saw GG there hiding it up, hiding in the bush right now, don't want to engage in TWSS on that Viper composition. Everyone's trying to set up for that first Realm of Yang. That's when these compositions really come online. We saw JL run this composition on a heavy Viper day, that Matari Yushan Feria. Very, very bizarre composition. An invisible mech, such a big counter to Viper. We haven't really got to see a full Yang fight as JL runs this. It's never really on them when they go into Realm of Yang. It's gonna have to beat Transformers, other Siphons, and even potentially a Zyphon composition. I'm excited to see if JL is going to be running into there, or they'll play for Spirit Well.
And they also have to worry about the Sire, right? Because listen, if anything comes out, Sire can also stagger a Fairy-Shen mech with the laser beam. That's something that can disrupt the whole flow. However, switching this back over to the situation that's happening over towards the northeast of Sunwing's Rest, we're going to see TWSS having a scrim off against Team Bowda. Now, Bowda, he's healing up in the face of danger, even with the Kirby Parasol to defend him with that mitigation for the F3. That's where it's going to be coming out to be casted. The healing prayer comes out for 4 seconds, and then you goes on the offensive. Ultimate comes out from Takeda. The Tessa enchantment's good, but the F3 was missed out, so we're going to see this full investment come out and see whether or not the Fear and Blast can be staggered out between the stun.
Yu is going to get staggered right now. They're going to secure a lockdown onto Peak, but Yuran with the Cyber ult says, get off my teammate. Laser beaming TBWSS off, not getting that focus fire off, and now Doofus on the Viper, stuck in a bad position, but nice bailout from Polaris, porting them out of there.
Now it's going to be a spot. Dofu finds himself one heal. He's looking for number 2. He ain't going to be allowed that, but he's going to throw a blue focus. F1 comes out here passively, and it's going to be you to try to lock him into the zone. The Shadow Corruption damage is going to be taken away, but those nunchucks are from Iran. It's going to confirm that kill. You're about to find the second elimination then, and looking at total count number 5. This is about his point right now for that Rummy Yang to find it, to fuse it, but then again, no ultimates on standby. They don't get an ult refresh. It's not like how solos operates where you enter Rummy Yang and you get that ult refresh for trios. Only your skills reset when you enter second round. But switching on over towards the Crow's Nest. Another fight happening. This time though, Wolves finding the sun. And actually this is south of Celestra, and this Rummy Yang could have come out potential as NightHQ finds that musket shot even with the disappearing Viper ults.
Wait a second, BBE with a little bit of a miscommunication. The V1 stagger is going to come out from the Viper, but Wu Chen ports him now. Now going into the realm of Yang, we are going to see JL on their Vipe or their Matari. Yushan comes in. DRG is going to come flying in with the F3. BBB going to put down the mech. One Fong invisible, looking for a stagger, but Don Q sitting up top doesn't want to engage right now. Fairy Mech's going to be engaged. TXG trying to find an opening on the Matari, looking to connect right now, but nice feel going to come off of Don Q. Looks for the uppercut, looking for the scale rush again. One Fong going to make his way to the Faria, setting up to ultimate, but Don Q is going to respond with a Zyald, and now we're going to move on to the phase 2 of the fight.
Don Q has to be careful here. He can always get staggered by Fairy Shen into a free lunge by the Almighty General, as One Fong's going to be looking to use that Wei Shan ultimate on offensive points. He's at half health. Don Q is going into that Groomy ultimate. We see the lunge. That's going to be where it comes from the background. Then he leashes that Ensnared Soul, making sure that Burn Tick comes out for that Wei Shan, who comes right back in and trying to convert in terms of damage and denying the pressure that's coming out with those ultimate strikes. But of course, you know, Don Qing's been waiting this out here for the longest, and just making sure those Burn Tick procs come out and confirms One Fong's demise. Don Qing makes sure he can try to lock down VVV, who is going to be one of the few remaining teammates off of JL. As you can see in the background, TXJ is at 1 HP. He gets eliminated, and then you're going to see the victory come out as DRG wins out the first round.
Multiple players low HP. JL known for their clutch. Not today, though. DRG puts him down now in the other lobby. 2 Giants, Alliance, and GG facing off NY7 on the side. Finding the focus attack. Perry's going to be coming out from 330. Holds the line on the battle growing, but he is going to get flanked by NY7. Nightfield going to come out for the LX7. Dragon Slayer's going to be coming up. Everyone down to 1 HP. LX7 is going to fall. CGS down to 1 HP. NY7 with the flank, trying to lift him off the ground. Revenge down to a low hit point. CGS trying to make some space for it right now. 1v3 situation, looks for the RMB, sends it again, but Alliance had too much of an advantage. GG is gonna fall.
That fan working nice and tidy, because now they got golden onions, they got an explosive armor, and a purple cannon to pick up. And looking towards and ensuring that that buff is going to be something offensive, they're going for the Vermilions. We're seeing a spread of buffs. You see Wolves probably picking up from the Spirit Well and having Draco Storm, but EWG actually opting in for that White Tiger's prowess. Now that's interesting. You're going to notice that whether or not EWG are going to try to hunt down 5-2-1, they are playing it's safe. They need to make sure that they don't hunt down and lose out the potential of their lives. They already lost their first fight. The reset period only comes down to picking up scraps from bodies and then working with what they got, because looting game right is too risky, especially with the Rummy Yang 1 concluding.
Now, even though 5-1 got to match point, this is a critical part for this tournament. You can't let the overheat get to yourself. It does come down a lot of the time to points, especially when everyone's so evenly matched. When you look at the points, JL all the way up to DRG in first, only separated by around 10 points. So many teams are in contention right now. You still want to keep up. Slow and steady wins the race. But 5-2-1, they've spent a lot of time in NBPL. They have the discipline, and they're slowing down their gameplay. I'm liking what I see from them right now.
Yeah, and seeing Wolves here with their Draco Storm, it's about to expire in just a moment, but they are able to pick that up, and they are that Viper Witch Intensity team comp that does not necessarily take it to Rummy Yang fights. They are mostly into the outskirts in the overworld. And now for Wolves, they are just out here straight past the Islet Crater and just hiding out in the swamp area. Meanwhile, Shipwreck expands to 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock for JL. They have the moment of the 2-minute timer of them scouting around, making sure they're finding players. They were not successful in doing so, but GG, they are still in soul form as well, and they are hiding out and seeing whether or not it is their best interest to ambush, because Alliance, they are on the cusp of the arrival scene and hoping to see whether or not you can see Alliance could take the fight into their own hands.
Yeah, Alliance does have that really spot right now. Maybe he's going to lead the charge. RB, jump down the B, gonna stay safe, get that poke damages. He's gonna get taken for a ride though. NY7 and Yuma putting on the pressure. Revenge with that flank. He's gonna get silenced by BBB. Now turning around the pressure. BBB gonna drop down the mech, get into there. A minute 40. Can GL find the cleanse?
Looking like a part 2 trilogy of the trilogy because it comes down towards JL, making sure that whether or not they're going to become the one known as the Godfather, they have to make those decisions right now. And for VVV, he's going to be the menace of the story, even though he's making all the decisions right here to stay on top. There's a one cannon shot, and looking towards that Wei shot ultimate come out here. The one Fong's on ground level duty, and TXJ is making sure he can try to stagger out. But there is Alliance putting out the points, and they have 50 seconds on the Vermilions. Even if they find eliminations, the whole lobby has accrued in terms of Shipwreck Expanse. 5-2-1 now appearing outside of the bushes and just looking for that potential for snagging kills left and right as a yoink strategy.
Yeah, rare situation. GG against the ropes. When they're on Siphon, they find ways to get that soul bloom. NY7 stuck in a position. CGS is going to pick up the kill. Do they get the soul bloom? Looks like one of them did end up being up, but Alliance still fighting back right now. Multiple teams coming in. OUG from the flank. CGS as well. 5-2-1 showing up to the party. Can they pick up some kills? Pampi sitting on the outside right now. Doesn't want to overcommit. Yin's going to find a kill onto Yuma. Cannon shots are coming out. Switching to the pistol, but Pampi choosing to engage right now. 5-2-1 wants to get active right now. GG desperately trying to get in. Night Parry going to come out from Pampi on to OUG's SS. Back to back. Parry's putting him to the ground. SS though is going to use that Tamiyo to back off and stabilize.
This is going to be Pampi acting out here like Val Kilmer and He's just making sure he can put them under fire. There's a lot of mentions out here, folks, but Pampi, he has himself to worry about this ultimate, not so much, because with this ultimate cast himself, Tianhai, it will be something for all the players to want to disperse, and this is, like I said, Aizen had cast the curse it way ahead of time. Shipwreck Expanse against with Transformers, it's not looking good for him because there's so much terrain. And now for 5-2-1, no utilization of this ultimate. They have to back away, and they have to disengage quickly because I hear the grapples and they are getting hunted.
Yeah, that Wombo coming out, the Valda Monk being invested right now. They're not able to get much out of it, but YZG showing up to the party. QGG is going to connect to Pampi, seeing the retreating Transformer team. They want a piece of this, showing that weak body language. 5-2-1 has to back off right now. Good thing for them. GG, desperate for a soul bloom, is going to pick off OUG instead, and EWG is going to show up to the party.
It's going to be a Top Gun motion because if they can keep themselves nice and tidy in the flight format and just making sure they get dropped down for those blue focuses like that parry, there's going to be a healing section for the kills. And of course, looking for the blue focuses. I heard you went down because everything comes up because Pampi is looking to try to hold down those blue focuses and back and forth repair. Dat dodge, looking left and right and keeping his team in motion for the reset. This is dangerous for them. 2 blue armors, but somehow, some way, 5-2-1 are holding down the position, locked and loaded.
Yeah, 5-2-1. Really, really good disengage from there, covering, moving, making their way to the no-ult zone, making their way out of GG's range, but I spoke too soon. I might have cursed them right now. EWG is going to find the kill onto Pampi, but 2 people from 5-2-1 are going to be able to live. They're going to make their way into zone, try to avoid the situation, play for that res. OUG, our GG still in the hunt, and we're going to move on to the realm of Yang.
Now, Alliance are taking a lot of forefront pressure from DRG to Xiphon that is stacked into this game, as we saw the first realm of Yang victory. Dongqing 98 having himself to launch himself with a comet, going towards NY7 in the background, looking to try to push him away from his opponents, just making sure he can keep him in the back line. And there's going to be nickel focus strikes back to back, and we're throwing those left and right. And there's going to be one ensnare soul ready to go here. We're extending the time for the ultimate to not be used because you know Dongqing's going to go ahead and throw that ensnared, and there's a confirmation. Alliance goes down, immediate execution. DRG opting in for that win. Bowder winning their realm of Yang, as well as seeing BBE pick up that Mystic Might from a Spirit Well. Looking at the gear here, we're going to see a gold fan. We're going to see a chance of that as being a overgun. No, that's a wind spout being available for these guys, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to double check and see later on, because otherwise, DRG, they might be the most stacked players in this lobby. Yeah, like you said, sir, definitely the most stacked players indeed. Already leading lobby with kills. Up to 12 kills. They have woken up and they're absolutely fragging out. 5-2-1 has a chance to get that res, but it looks like they cannot end this tournament. Multiple teams now. It's up to them to get that match point. It's going to be spicy of a game 7 as the drama unfolds. And it's dangerous right now. 12 eliminations DRG have in this game, making it extremely difficult for 5-2-1. Just try to see if we're going for that range res over by the Artisan's Grove. That's going to be a little bit sketch. No one's around here to watch this. Pampi being on scout duty to let him know, and now Akame is back up. He's got to be quick with this escape, going right back into it. But like I said, 12 eliminations DRG. They are stacked out here as the kill leaders into the game right now, playing Xiphon and winning out 2 realm of Yangs this time around. 5-2-1 are approaching very closely towards Wolves and seeing, oh no, into the bush to try to confirm that no one's in there, and ZK is just staying still for dear life.
Wow, just narrowly missing that Phoenix Blast. Now Wolves looking to use the store as well. The store is getting very, very busy. It looks like there's a sale on the store right now. ZK is like, wait a second, it's getting a little too spicy to me. I'm going to make my way out of there. 5-2-1 though, recovering their game, able to move into the zone, stay alive right now at 1.5. They have a decent points lead. They still can be playing for first. If this goes the distance, every point is going to matter.
Yeah, and I just realized why we saw the YGG camp. Man, they are little decimal points away from match point, and I feel bad for the boys, but we have to see what's going to happen here. A lot of players, a lot of teams should say, having entered match point, it's going to be stacking up here very soon. 5-2-1 Yin having the Phoenix Blast and with the blue longsword, blue armor. It's kind of like a fight with your eyes type situation if everyone wants to come through. Here he switches over that longsword though. Purple Raider now. Wistro comes out, trying to deny the range shots coming out here against Akame, who has to burn that F2, and Yin trying to keep the moment in case any pursuers come through. The F1 comes out. Pompey utilizing his own combo break here. This is a lot of skills to be burned out here, Raven, before the engagement really begins.
Does the bubble from max range, trying to cover his teammate. Nice job on 5-1 though. They've been really, really good fighting on the back foot right now. Even though they're a bunch of blueberries, even though they're not as scaled as they'd like to be, they've done a good job of keeping off the pressure as everyone's chasing down. But speaking of being under pressure, we saw GG before. They had that Yang depletion. They got upset in the realm of Yang, but this is what makes them so strong. Even though you have them on the back foot, you can't count them up. They find a way to come back. They find a way to cleanse. EWG, though, chasing down the global team. They don't want them to win that match point. They can sense the weakness of the team that they're chasing. Looking for this kill. Can EWG end 5-2-1's run?
They're at 51.2 points overall. They still need around 13.8 just to secure themselves that 65 point threshold for match points. So for EWG, this could be that pop-off game we were mentioning that could happen for them, and they can come through. Bauda's as well on the 7-point kill game, being a little bit up on terms of EWG, but not so much. But they still need that amount of points to be earned, 13 plus. Now comes down to Bauda getting confirmed out here for Focus Fire, and oh my goodness, that's a lot of fan RBs, that's a lot of fist blades with focus action. But there's going to be the confirmation for the comment to get dodged, and you goes for the pelvic thrust, avoiding out NY7 and turning around that pressure that was brought upon himself.
How does you press against the corner? You don't want to pressure him. He turns it around, lets him know he's not going down quietly. Immediately popping that Cicada ult, taking matters in his own hands, throwing those R&Bs out like hotcakes, doing a ton of damage, forcing out the V1. Karumi ult is up. He's out of charges though. Now NY7 with that Zai ult is going to be able to turn this momentum around. You though has something for him. Switching over to that fan, getting the damage going. Alliance is forced onto the back foot.
This is going to be a fan spam on 1, 2, 3, seared on both sides. Looking towards the R&B spam coming out. You have to look to invest the F1 at the right opportune moment. There it is. Hoping to hold this out here for the blue focus horizontals. Seeing the parry from the teammate, connects it towards it. It doesn't get caught with the parry, but there it is. Revenge goes ahead and gets struck back here and knocked back. This is a nice synergized moment coming from Team Bauda, but a parry like that could have disrupted the whole flow. And the F1 from Uran comes out. The Syracuse is impeccable, but then again, NY7 is dying to the zone. Alliance are going to go down. Bauda has just secured themselves the 13 points. They're going to still need to stack up here into this end game in the 9 minutes left.
Let's go, you. Bringing it back. They had a little bit of a lull start, but on the back of Takeda, on the back of Bauda's used Takeda, absolutely shredding Alliance, who was on a roll up to 7 kills, but Bauda letting them know your run stops here. Now moving over to the Spirit Well, facing off versus DRG.
DRG Dongqing saw that Takeda Fear No. A little bit of panic mode using F2, hasn't used ultimate yet, and Matari, nice moment for the proc to come out here. Look, we're going to spam out the F2. This time we have an ultimate ready to go, but that Spirit Well is going to deny that range shot, so that's going to force out DRG. They don't want to take the engagement as heavy as they would like, even with you having the ultimate active for a couple of seconds. Pampy, look at the drop down into here with the bell. Wait a second, we've seen this from Wolves before. Here is going to be the TN High ultimate coming out. Pampy going to be forcing out the disengagement, and as it comes out towards Bauda and having the bubble from the Valda, having the meter build up for that Spear. Well, we're at 50% for them to clear this one for shot.
We've seen Viper drops, but have you seen Monk drops? Pamby coming from the top roads, pushing them off and securing the Spirit Row. Now 5-1 has a good footing into this lobby, stacked to the gills. Pamby with the gold armor, Akame as well with the purple or blue armor, but Yin getting the purple armor. They're looking poised to get some some points going.
And I believe they got themselves a Dragon War, so we're going to have to see that later on. Shipwreck expands. There's a whole different coast that we have to focus down on towards, because EWG Liu, right? He's got himself the Fear and Blast to be invested so far for this ultimate. He still has Xi's ultimate for the Tumult. He still's got Cookie for the Karumi. And now they're looking to try to force out and split a team apart and looking for the pick apart scenario. Cyro F is invested. F2 from Leeway. We saw that from EWG in the free screen, but now OEGGU goes down from Wolves, and Wolves is spamming out blue focuses left and right. You know, XEM's not going to shy away from doing so. He's got 8 grapples. If he's got that pole sword on standby, the moment that he finds ZK to utilize the ult, you know he's going right back in.
Yeah, Wolves a little bit quiet this round, but up to 4 kills right now. They're playing that hit and run Viper, that attack on Titan. 5-2-1 has their work cut out for them. Still multiple Viper teams in the lobby. BBE, Wolves, but the majority of this lobby, very, very durable compositions. EWG on the Siphon, Bauda on the Siphon with Syra, GG on their Siphon. We're going to get a nice stacked endgame now. DRG up to 12 kills. It's going to be a heads-up play, Bauda and DRG as the favorites, but you can't count out 5-2-1. You can't count out Transformers. That double grab can just turn things around. We saw it earlier from OUG's The King. Is Pampi on that same level?
Gotta see, because, you know, DRG, they can get eliminated now, and this could be a breath of fresh air without them even knowing for 5-2-1, because, like you said, Transformers Endgame Circle, was also into the endgame, you know, Final Shadow collapsing. It would be a spot. If this is the endgame circle on the high ground, oh, the resets. I don't want to think about it. That would just be the scenario that 5-2-1 would love to take into consideration. But the problem is, there's a lot of counter action coming through, and that's just hiding away from the Transformers. Even with the Mystic Might buff the next couple of seconds, they're still going to hide out here. Meanwhile, Dreadful Whale going to be here in the hands about his peak. We know that Yaron is going to be able to kind of utilize himself with those nunchucks, having the Dragon War to be charged up here. And he has that lockdown potential in the Assault Smolder. We've seen that even yesterday in solos. The Assault Smolder comes out with the nunchucks to kind of lock someone down. Stanchion Sky Pillar and seeing an Overcomer actually for Kakashi. That's going to be the move set coming through for the Matari, while the teams are just locked down here, stacked out, and just trying to burn for resources.
We're seeing a classic endgame here, a battle positioning, buttery rocks, high ground contention, as that 80% Moonbane forces everyone to the corners of the map. No one wants a hard commit right now. The one thing that counters Siphon is another Siphon all in you. The protection of that Temi wall, very, very good, unless the enemy team has that Temi. Unfortunately for Pampi, Temi wall's not going to be allowing him to get those grabs, but we saw earlier, upsets can happen. The Zycom beating 2 Transformer teams. Can the opposite happen? Can the Siphon comps fall to a singular Transformer team?
We have to see, because Yin, he has no armor, and everyone notices that, and they're trying to hunt down this Vola before she procs ult. He gets 1 heal off. This is a dangerous spot, though, because the teams can just look to lock down from every other side. And Nakame, he has no ultimate right now. Could have had to force proc it, could have set up a teleporter, but this Dreadful Well is going to deny anyone coming in here. Draco Storm, I should say, coming out from the Spirit Well. It's getting kited by Bauda, and Bauda are ready to launch it out here. The confirmation comes through. They got Storm Stride. They're working through and picking that one up. But in the meanwhile, he's going to the offensive, and he's looking to pressure this one out here with that gold pole sword. So with it, taking each team into consideration to push him off here, there's going to be those last hit confirmations that he's making sure to force the disruption between all teammates from his opponent's side.
Bauda wants to stir the pot. You is the big spoon coming in, swinging. He still has another ult in his pocket. 2 more shoves to his name. He's going to find an RB onto Roy Hee, but Roy Hee is out of there. BBE wants nothing to do with this Draco Storm team. On the low ground, though, GG with the classic cannon pressure, forcing everyone on this left side into a tough position. The meat grinder between Bauda and GG, slowly closing the distance, slowly choking them up, and the first victim is going to fall. Ivan from BBE will die to EWG.
Leeway is going to be possibly the second one, but his ultimate comes out here from a teammate. A Dreadful Well connects, and there's going to be lockdown. Leeway goes down. There's the army slam down. Yaron immediately deleted in the background somewhere, somehow, as a Syro, which is kind of a big surprise, and Bauda wasn't expecting it. This is going to be a spot where the drop downs can occur. Now for you, having to see that Zai come through, he's going to see her disappear just like that, like a blink of an eye, and looking to see whether or not he can throw out those quick focuses to make sure that the denial of pressure. Losing out your third in this case is not a fun time, but there's still chances for 5-2-1 to hold out for dear life. As you can see, they're waiting for that res to happen, and they're picking up loot along the way.
Yeah, 5-2-1 scaling up, playing this incredibly smart. Transformers has a huge edge when it comes to heal off, but there's so much terrain around them. A lot of these Siphon teams have triple cannon. It's going to be tough for them to live through this sustained DRG on the Siphon. Don Q is going to get forced out with the Tesla ult, has to pop the ultimate now on the low ground, dropping down. His teammates are going to cover him with the attacks. Now going into this cave, there's a gremlin in there, there's a giant troll. It's Bowda, it's you. They got gold armor. Don Q is going to get out of there, doesn't want any part of it, but he has to fight his way through everyone as Pampy's going to pop the ultimate on high ground.
He's got the high ground position. Don't let him strike back. There's one against Xi. There's going to be a spot right now for Pampy to look for these grabs, but like I said, Shipwreck, it's a little bit of a cursed moment. If he can find another grab against Leeway there for the last hit, it's not going to happen. Yu's already on it. He's making sure to pick up the Soul Blooms and rotate out. He finds another grab. This time, though, the meter dump comes through, but he knows there's not going to be enough time. He only have time for one more grab. Pampy looks to try to make sure that Kirby does not have this sort of escape route, so once he deforms, he's able to cut her off. Here he comes down, full armor, ready to go in the offensive. He takes one time to heal the Tumult Circle into the last 2 minutes, lock down this building for everyone to try to cut past, and then comes GG with that Cicada Fury and ult out of CJS's pocket.
GG doing a good job holding the building, using the durability of their Kurumi Circle. This is their house. If you come in here uninvited, they are going to take you down. But on the high ground, 5-2-1, using the Hottie, using Akame slashes to secure their position. Q's going to be coming out. They have the Monk already. They're poised to win this heal off, but it's not enough. They're going to keep up the pressure. Challenge GG inside their house.
This is going to be a spot. Akame having that gold nutty is going to smack with one R&B, and it's 900 damage, and now he's going to get a full reset. He's allowing for his teammate to get the heal off. His Pompey has ultimate in just a second. The Flamebreaker is confirmed. The ultimate's ready here. Hold on a second. Wait a moment. We're going to see whether or not the ground units come up to the sky, and Pompey on that high ground gets that CN High ultimate active. He's going for that pressure hold. He's looking for the melee grabs. He's got to be safe enough to look for it. And he finds you, of all people, to get them out the game.
Bowda is gonna lose their carry. Explosions going down as Pampy's looking for the grabs, picking up Cookie as well. Doesn't. He gets the slam. He eliminates Cookie. Pampy now definitely looking for the Soul Bloom. He's gonna get knocked into zone, and Wolves is gonna turn it around.
That's the dangerous spot for Yin right now, but with the Valdo ultimate active, the spears are still on standby. We still have 7 or 8 opponents for them to look towards. DRG are still alive. 3 set. The whole team is still available to proc out here for Wolves right now, looking to counteract this with their Viper ultimate in the last possible moment and guaranteeing that stun. We're at 25 seconds, folks. 5-2-1's Akame still alive, still has Hottie ultimate, still has that ultimate to be active for that teleporter. CGS looking to try to deny this point here. There's going to be the ultimate from the Akame. There's going to be a chance for them to dissipate from this point on. And of course, as XCM kind of puts himself here for the stun, having a spotlight in a moment here for that tested chance to kind of get those last hit confirmations. Who's going to come out here striking for this sight line. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Of course, Akame comes in for the last strike, for the last hit. He picks up the Soul Blooms. He's trying to get his team to say a lot, but he is not going to survive out. It's instead going out to DRG with those eliminations and the MVP for this round.
Massive, massive plays coming out from GG, controlling the house, controlling that low ground. We saw 5-2-1 bringing it back, but Wolves is going to slow them down. It's not going to matter. DRG is going to clutch it up, is gonna show up big. They were quiet all day, but now they are just as loud as the crowd.
And they're pushing through. We saw the support coming in from the family and relatives off in the distance, so congratulating them for their MVP. We gotta remember, there's $40,000 to be earned because of that MVP, so that's gonna be stacking up, and like we said, it keeps scaling up. That means we're going to Game 7, we're allowing for ourselves to earn ourselves more money for MVP. Whether it's a blessing and a curse, allowing for this to warn out here isn't going to be not just for the competition, but for the war for attrition, as mentioned before, time and time again for everybody, and looking to earn out that victory.
They take it down again, or will we get an historic event, something that I wouldn't believe unless you showed it with my eyes?
This is gonna
a global team winning trios in Naraka.
This is gonna be a difficult one, folks. Game 7 begins, and we're starting hot. We're starting off the rip fights in Imperial Village. GG's signature spawn, and it's getting contested. I see a purple crossbow. That's a good scaling weapon, my friend. And you know, XM's gonna be looking to pick that one up, but then the ambush begins. The fights start out. GG sees the fights happening inside this tent line, and they're looking to try to rush down with the blue focus. And is that a Gray Sword level 3 charge swinging banging right in.
GG starting off big, spin to win, getting on the board already, getting those early kills. The lobby has to be worried right now. If they get going, they're a freight train to be reckoned with. YZG17S against the corner, holding the R&B, but 330 is not gonna shy from the moment. Calling out his Barry, getting him down with the light attacks.
Now seeing towards it, even with no grapples, he's putting the pressure. You looks for the parry, confirming the F1 and delaying out the attack just to make sure he doesn't clink off of it. Having to see 330 with no armor here is going to be an investment for that Kurumi ultimate in the background to make sure that they can keep their fight because they're set to go on stack duty. Look at this nunchuck wielding Syra though. You know that it comes down to Yaron to proc that ultimate. He's got the ultimate ready to strike down the light and fury. But for 330, it's just going to be another heal cycle as Bow to peak activates that ultimate and is now looking to try to reapproach the position.
Yeah, Bowder's kind of coming into the aggressive, but GG's doing a good job of peeling and moving out. Yu's going to get really, really low. Yuran, though, is also going to be running out. The slides are going to run off for a peak. He puts his hands on him. 330's going to find a kill into Yu. And now, popping the ultimate 330, stuck inside the house. Can he get some value out of this peak? Jumping, weaving, leap, peak, trying to land, trying to get out of here, but he's going to get picked up a 330. Vintage Monk play coming out from GG.
6 eliminations GG has picked up in the first 3 minutes of the match. This feels like it's been a nightmare for the players that are dying to them. They don't know who it's going to be until it's too late and the championship's over because GG having this early gold onset lead, man, you know it's going to be going straight for a movement if it can purchase it. So if not, they're holding out for purple armors to be purchased, weapons, anything of the nature. But we're switching over. BBE are taking fights against Wolves, and there's going to be a Tianhai ult inside of that ravine.
Global versus Wolves, former champions right now. Boy, he's going to open up with a grab. Kato Shop's going to come out, denying this range pressure. NHQ goes for a ride right now. Now BBE's going to pounce on him, try to secure this kill. The rest of his teammates have already bailed out. 2-for-1 trade right now. NHQ trying to peel, trying to get out of there, but nice scoop up from Roy. Kablowy, NHQ is gonna fall.
That's a first elimination for BBE, but it was a significant one. And XCM has to hide this one out with no grapples to escape. He will take this to the walls and start scare rushing. But here's the thing: we got ZK hiding out here. He is the Kurumi, so he can look for the tethers to respawn. But then again, if BBE saw that soul form, they'll chase him down. They're looking towards the lights and looking towards the city of Tong as DRG. That's where we're switching up for. The quest lines are completed. The Jade has been picked up, and we look to upgrade that. And I'm curious to see what Jade has been included, considering glyph boards, conversation we haven't talked about. That sets up the flow for the entire game in the on-drop spawn for the players. They're looking for the drop for the quest line and getting a gold Jade or even a purple Jade. That can set the tone for their ambush in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, everyone's playing really, really slow. You feel the tenseness. Little do they know there's a sleeping giant that's been awoken. 7 kills going to GG. They don't drop this when they get this amount of lead, but for the first time in this finals, we saw them not secure these end games, even though they were getting a tons of kills. Can they secure it now? We'll have to see.
Now F2 comes in. Don Ching has ultimate ready to go here. There's going to be the Moonbane coming in here to supply the necessary pressure, but then Motario comes out. Wait, this is good, but then again, the spacing is not going to be to their benefit. If that Tianhai starts to ult here, all that pressure would have meant for nothing. The King gets caught into the knockup. Oh, the fan comes out here. We're repositioning towards that Moonbane. The crossbow bolts could come through the King. Wild Haymaker grab. Is it going to connect? No, but we see the teleport come through for the team in the distance. DRG have this engagement necessary for them, and with the King investing in Tianhai ult, we still got SS with the Moonbane. We still got Jingyu for it as well, to make sure that when the next time happens, if DRG wants to commit that fight, they'll be ready for that round 2.
GG, DRG with this Moonbane. Little do they know, with a JL in the background finding a kill on EWG. This Moonbane not getting enough value from DRG. Could have invested it into a little bit more loot to get online right now, but with so many monks in the lobby, I feel like DRG's strategy is to play this early game, chop all these stack teams early before they get online, and unfortunately, they're going to be running into the King. He hasn't been chopped all day, popping the ultimate. Rubial's going to be invested. They want this pressure, they want this monk called out, but the Q's going to be coming out. The King doing a good job of cutting this out. The peel from his teammates, getting him some pressure. He is going to get the armor swap, diving in right now. Ruby's going to get an ult up, but inside DRG's Don Chu is causing the pain.
That's a difficult position. Now we're seeing Don Chin taking the full frontal pressure. That fan went crazy, but for Don Chin to throw it and snare through the building, forcing the King ult for the second time. Tianhai ults are back to back, and now for DRG, they have to go up against their own opponent's Moonbane as OUG's SS drops it down inside the house and going through for those trios.
The King, oh my goodness, nowhere left to go. OUG has trapped DRG. They're stuck in the blender. The Moonbane is cooking, and OUG is getting cooked. Well done.
It's gonna be a bloodbath for these guys after the amount of pressure to keep them contained, and then seeing 6 eliminations picked up. OUG, they're finding out in terms of 9th place, they still need around 8 points to make sure to secure, or 7 points in order to get the match point. But then again, BBE off and towards the Manticore Arena. They're pushing out south of the Metop region and making their way towards the east and making sure they don't get caught out. That's going to be the most important part for BBE. They still are, like we said, they are one of the match point teams coming through. GG so far with 7 eliminations. They are literally at that point of being MVPs, but we still have 6 kills for JL, 6 kills for OUG, and we're not even at the first round, folks. So replay though comes out, DRG in the Dunes fight in the very, very, very beginning.
Yeah, over at the money spot in the south, DRG looking to close it out on TWS, getting flanked on Q. He's been spectacular all day, leading the charge on position 1. He's going to get shredded though, looking for the Soblo, not able to get it, setting up for reset, sitting on the back, waiting for Seamus, looks for the kill, gonna get one of them from TWS. Dofu is going to fall, Light Attack's going to come out, and with the return, they're able to secure the kill versus TWS off spawn. Now, moving now, they still have a second life. DRG's been spectacular all day, but we're on match point, sir.
Yeah.
There's no more rounds to go. If you do not deny GG, the favorite of the lobby, we have a couple big teams. So this first realm of Yang is gonna be one for the history books.
Oh man, I can't wait to see how it's going to end up in 70 seconds. Now it's coming down to GG at the shop. They have no goal, but they picked themselves up a poison splash, 2 poison splashes on 330 and CJS, and finding themselves a quick shot Thunder Call Jade. So they still have to stack that up in order to unlock it. But for GG right now, it's crazy. They have the blessing and the curse. If they die, they can cause that poison tick damage to be built up, and then afterwards, you're going to see the pain in the player's arms when they try to go for a reset for some heals, and they're at low enough HP to get killed off, potentially. And then we're switching over to Salvation Podium, and inside the heart of the entirety of Plume Castle, even though there's a Starry Night Storm effect in the placement, you see Team Bowda, they are going to get that Drake, or I should say the Mystic Might Spearwell buff that's located into the heart of it all. But for BBE, they are rushing right north. They're taking that reset position, and so is 521.
It's going to be a pile-in into this Rumble Yang. It doesn't look like anyone wants to hesitate. They know how important it is to get inside the Rumble Yang, to set themselves up to MVP this round. They want to have their destiny in their own hands, but little do they know, GG has the most stacked lineup right now. They have the strongest composition. They are the creator of this composition. Are they going to seal the deal, or is OUG going to slow their roll?
Oh, OUG, baby, man. They're in here with their purple weapon, purple armor. They're stacked out of their mind. They got Fire target lock. They even have a tune-up rocking slowly for SS. They're going to drop to the sky. The King rises to the occasion. And with 330 being up there as well, he's dropping through with that pulse sword. Let's see if that drop down RMB comes out. It will miss, but he is still charging up. One release to the next. Secondary blue focus charges up again, releases it. The bait out comes through, and we're going to see Jingyu get caught by the focus in the background. Like we said, Valda has the opportunity of escaping and using the teleporter, or taking it through with her ultimate and mitigating all the damage while 330 is active.
330 with the grab, Vintage 330, but the peel is coming out from the King. He's been spectacular all day, chopping away at 330. He's against the ropes right now, plus the grab. The King letting know 330. There's a new Monk King in town, taking them to the top ropes. 330 against the ropes, coming out, and he's gonna get shredded.
There's a double grab, slam down. They're gonna throw them into the ringer. The King puts himself to deform, but one RMB left is left to go through. As you can see, the 1-2-3s, they're still being released, folks. And you know the King is not going to stop this one. He scare rushes right into it. The uppercut's not confirmed, but the combo breaker isn't necessary. And now for OUG, taking out a team that is quintessential to ending out today. And we still have more fights as Wolves are taking one up against their opponents in the sight lines with EWG.
Wolves, XCM is going to fall. ZK going to return the favor. Now in a tough situation, XCM is down. Cookie trying to hold the ground. He's shown us spectacular stuff before. Can he show it us again? Looking for the overhold. Both of them gonna land a parry. Trading out parries. Wolves, EW so evenly matched. Cookie trying to buy some time for his team, but NHU could close the distance. Look for the RMB. Look for the light attack. Cookie with the scare rush. Gonna be looking for that flank play. Both of these teams trying to create a flank opportunity for them, but NHQ gonna hold the line, releasing the 1.5s, trying to get something going. Cookie coming in, he's gonna get the ult up, and now Wolves in a tough position. They're gonna put their Kurumi ult as well. Big parry gonna come from NHQ. Temi ult's gonna come down, and it's gonna be a tie.
That's difficult for the bros, man, because that's a double realm depletion. It's the first one we had today, and now it comes down to OUG and outside the Romy Yang up against BBE. They won their realm, so they got the Verm, but guess who's waiting outside of this? You see that, right? You see the soul forms. They're waiting for the fight to end out, but BBE's Aizen, he goes for proc of the ultimate. Roy Iki, Fat Milk, they're down, but they still have to wait it out to see whether or not Aizen can survive long enough for them to reposition. They burn out all that time to make sure they can go out. In the meanwhile, we're seeing a bounty scroll off GGG against YZG, a key opponent team for them to kind of look for eliminations, considering their loss in the Romy Yang and trying to get back with those soul blooms. But as Aizen goes through, DRG have risen to the scene.
DRG has been spectacular with their timing attacks, finding free kills all around him. Kakaxi's gonna pick up that kill on Aizen. Doesn't matter. Vermilion as well. He lives to fight another day. OUG trying to pick up some more kills right now. They're up to 11 right now. They need to create some distance. GG was up to 7, but now OUG not at match point. Can extend this to game 8. DRG coming through, picking up some freebies.
Picking them up and picking them along the way, because now we're gonna switch over towards the north side of the Ice Lake. We're gonna see GG looking for it. Drop that blue 3-3-0 will charge up those goals for a strike. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. RB staff comes out here. We know 3-3-0 has to be safe enough to get a safety netted to Canhine ultimate, because Akeda's out here to play out. We're going to see the strikes come through. Is that a V2 hottie? Yes, it is, and that's going to be coming up from CJS to kind of force out that offensive pressure. There's going to be the F2, or that should say the F1 come out, and now the V2 from 3-3-0 as the Canhine, the rocket trace up, but the Tumult ult is set up to defend themselves from any sort of pressure from this point on.
Nice shot from YZG, trying to line of sight 3-3-0. The grabs are trying to come out, but the Temi ult blinding 3-3-0's Mug, not giving him an opportunity to grab. 5-2-1 showing up to the party right now. They're also in Yang depletion. GG sensing the danger, seeing the Gigas up. They didn't get the opportunity they want. They're going to be pushing back, but 5-2-1 Pampy is going to activate and dive onto them.
And now Pampy with 5-2-1. Nice parry coming out here to initiate this fight scenario. 0 eliminations. They lost to Romy Yang. We still have a chance of seeing whether or not the Romy Yang depletion get rid of it. A double parry from Pampy back to back within 5 seconds comes through. He gets caught by the ball with the teleporter coming in from Adi, gives Pampy enough time to disengage, but then he's caught again by that Valda, and now forced to, Pampy has so much terrain to work against himself, but if he finds one grab, especially off his Devalda, who's been ult for a little bit of a while, that would be a significant grab. As 3-0 gets eliminated, Leeway from EWG confirms the kill. GG are down one teammate in the realm of the Romy Yang depletion, guarantees a full elimination.
Wait a second, DRG is still alive. 5-2-1 has clipped. GG has ruined their chances to take this round, but DRG still in contention. Nice grab gonna come out from Pampy, looking for the double. He's been spectacular all day. LXM though, CGS waiting for him to come out. No armor to his name. Pampy gonna have to get out of here. Releases the one charge, backing off right now. LXM with the parry. Bell's gonna be forced out. Pampy nowhere left to go. Out of stamina, gonna try to roll his way, get out of here. But Wolves NHQ is gonna show up and try to secure this kill.
The Furins are great, and that's the elimination that comes out in Wolves' favor. 1-2s from XEM at the 5th place this time around with that Syra option with no ultimate yet need to be used, and literally putting out the health bar to 0 if it comes down towards the blue focuses. There's another elimination for ZK. That's Yin going down. That's 5-2-1 fully through out of this game, out of this round. We still have BBE with 5 eliminations. No Romy Yang completion, no worries, no problem. And XEM is still looking to reset going through. The next Romy Yang will be up in a few moments, and they still have one ultimate to be accrued for NIHQ, as he had invested that Takeda ultimate to push back the opponents.
Woes coming into contention to MVP this round. They're able to cleanse themselves. Takeda still needs that cleanse. LXM's desperately bleeding, looking for another way in. No money to his name, but at the top, DRG with the point lead and an opportunity to MVP and possibly close this out. It's going to be tough with the Zypin, but we've seen the Zai pull off upsets against these Transformers with the amount of aggressions coming out from everyone. It might be possible, but Wolves as well in a decent position as long as they can secure some kills. It's going to be a close one with 28 people alive anyone can still end this tournament at match point.
Yeah, and we're entering the second round, meaning, like we mentioned, BBE on match point. They got themselves an I should say a Vajra grip with 1 proc left, and they have Fire Osaka Lock for the bow. They have it. Seeing towards who's going to be picking up that Jade on the ground, but no one's entering Romyang. Excuse me, sir. Well, everything comes out with everyone not taking Romyang for number 2. That's a risk that they may not even want to take. However, OUG and JL, they're already fighting on their own side. TWSS opting in to spawn into that Romyang. This is a fight between both the global teams coming through here. TWSS are still looking to try to find their place and trying to catch match point if they could. Try to catch as much points as possible because they're at 5 eliminations and they're up to the skies up against their peers.
Going against another global team under geared right now. Roy Hee. Will we see a crazy upset ending BBE's run right now? Roy Hee trying to fade out, trying to hold on to his ultimate. Ivan's going to be leading with that hottie ult, chopping away Snacks, trying to jump onto Roy Hee. Double hold dodge in. Roy Hee in a tough position. He's forced to ultimate, and they're on the back foot.
This is dangerous, man. This is going to be Fat Milk ultimate coming out for the ball, and this ultimate to deny it, but 1 grab has been accrued. Wait a second, we can confirm this kill. The combo breaker comes out. Snack could have gotten grabbed, not fast enough, and Roy He's still looking to try to attempt it, and Snack, he gets it. The Vajra is on top of the pillar. The Tian High deformation is up in 5 seconds. Roy He gets knocked off his pillar. He gets a grab. That's 1 hit on Polars, and that's an elimination bow shot from Ivan. In the background, you can see the grabs coming through, and the denial for Snack's slam down.
Roy Hee put Snacks against the corner, getting a big slap, but coming out of his ultimate, he is going to get shredded right now, down to a last hit situation. Nice focus light going to be coming out. Dufut is going to take that Roy Hee. Wait a second, it's very, very close. Ivan trying to close this out onto Dufut, using an F3 to back up, using that focus slide, but it's not going to be enough. The gear is too much to overcome. TWSS is going to fall, and BBE is in striking distance of victory.
They got themselves a heck of a build right now. They got a gold dagger, which is converted to a fan, Tempest kick, but more importantly, an armor pierce that is on the standby for them. Oh my goodness, an armor pierce. I want you to think about it, but don't think about it too much. I'm gonna explain it to you. Tian High grab and a free musket shot grab where you don't even have to worry about the armor. You just gonna hit those. If you hit those shots, you end up deleting your opponent with their armor still fully intact. That is something devastating for any opponent. Wolves, we're playing for placement. We're waiting this out here, and so is DRG, and I'm okay with that. 6 eliminations on the board. The only problem is BBE is up to 8, having the nearest to high kill elimination, but OUG losing their Romyang, they have 13 eliminations on the board. If they can find a team to take their, to take their bout, that could keep them in the game, or it could knock them out completely.
Yeah, the two-way tie, absolutely ridiculous. Only one of these strong teams are going to be able to live. JL, OUG, and TWSS, all with those Yang depletion. Are they going to be able to find each other? Everyone knows that multiple teams are running around with the Yang depletion, and a lot of teams at this top 5, Wolves, BBE, DRG, all in striking distance. They don't need to commit right now. It's up to someone else to make a mistake here, to overheat and blunder their lead, but it's looking like we might be making history, sir. BBE, after that win over TWSS, it definitely greatly increase their chances of closing out this tournament.
Absolutely, taking into consideration that they also have maybe not the Jades of Destiny to come through, but they are setting up slowly but surely the gold eliminations earned from Romyangs and just being able to buy out and seeing a doubt. But with JL, they are also a team that's tied for them for kills, but they have Romyang depletion for another 4 minutes. JL's one Fong being able to go through and being the player we're going to take a look at. We're seeing at OUG's loss in Romyang. Actually, this is another no way. All right, I'm not going to spoil it, but look at how this fight is going to end up going through. Jing Yu, 15 seconds left on that ball that has F2. We're looking at TXJ getting caught out here. It's looking a little bit dicey for both of them, right? But here's the problem right here. The kiting is too good. Both of them are so strong in a disengagement, and in 5 seconds, what happens next is going to cause disarray for both teams because no one's getting elimination. Not 1 win, but 2 Romyang depletion teams, and they are both on the cutting board.
Shen Yu's cutting there might have been the deciding play, might have been the alley-oop for BBE to slam this one home. But OUG still with 13 kills. They run into JL. Whoever is going to be able to survive this is going to be put into striking distance of MVPing. It's not just over yet. Championship round is still going.
This is going to be an ultimate from the King, and now the hotties step up from TXJ to get the team out in case the worst case scenario. There's going to be 1 leap. The King needs to invest another one, and that's both jetpacks to be invested. The King has grabs to be made. Looking for the yoinks. He gets caught by the ball. Appears to deny any pressure. Oh my god, half his health is gone in the blink of a second. Now he's up down to 4th of his health. He's down to a 5th, he's down to a 6th, he's down to an 8th, and he's gone. The king is deleted, and this is where the chase down begins as Xingyu is trying to reset in the cave. But look at SS, he's trying to regroup with his teammate, and now for JL to find out whether or not they kite it out.
2 minutes and 20 seconds. Big fine for these two teams to find each other. Unfortunately for them, Alliance has also found them with that Draco Storm. NY7 is going to lead the charge. They're going to get super aggressive, and you see him in the kill feed, finding the kill onto CXZ.
Yeah, for BBE, Roy, he's going ahead and kiting out here with that fan, and they got a gold fan to hold on to, so that way he's scaled up for ultimate. We're nearby to the Feather Lake. We're switching back to where we just at for the Yushan Village, going straight to the Servant's Pass. DRG are also another team that had approached to the point of reaching it back into where JL's position was. Now for this ensnared, so you got to take into consideration, Dongqing 9 has that Kurumi tether active. That's going to be passive heal for his health while he gets his armor up, and then he can go ahead and re-aggress upon. He only has blue armor, and so does his teammates. Doesn't stop him from wanting to take this aggression. We still have that Kurumi ultimate to be available for Wuxia 98, and while Dongqing goes towards the Misty Forest line, as long as the teammates aren't going to be prepared for fighting out in a 1v3, it's going to have to be a connection between all the odds.
Yeah, DRG still poised to take this right now. Everything is very close. BB has the edge right now, but it's not a huge margin right now. DRG against Rose right now. WX98 on the Kurumi is very low. He's going to be forced out onto his Kurumi ult. He's going to pop the no ult zone. Wait a second, a little bit of overextension from TWSS. They're trying to fly in. JL's coming in. They're still needing to get that cure for their Yang Legion. The Moonmaid's going to come in. Don Q's going to get raised up. He's not going to be able to influence the fight. Sax's going to find the kill, and GG in the background's going to fall, but JL's going to come in with a third party.
That's going to be unfortunate because we know this Moonmaid's still going to be spawning here for another half a minute, and for TWSS, cleaning up shop would not be a task that they would love to step away from. A res potential for Wuxia 98 comes out. He is trying to get Dongqing 9. He's going to go ahead and fully commit, but guess who's listening in the background? You see the hotties are going to be making sure they can hunt you down. And for Wuxia 98, still got that Parasol active. He still has the mitigation. He gets the res. Dongqing is up. He has to get himself a way to proc the cast, but he is still tethered and he is out of there.
DRG WX98 breaking ankles right now. Going into the bush. Bye-bye. See you later. JL, though, they need to find this kill right now. NY7 in the kill food taking down GG's last player, I believe. GG is out of here. BBE has the Tiger buff, has triple gold armor. Are we going to see this upset? They're getting active right now, and they're going to be taking down their one piece of contention left. JL. OUG is fading away. JL is the last threat to absolute victory.
This is going to be that farm out for that teleporter, and it disappears from Roy He safety. Not just the reset. This is up to 8 eliminations. We still got it going, and we lost out one of the DRG members earlier. Zanjing actually getting struck by the Moonbane, but not giving an elimination to any opponent. So far, Roy He still has that bounty scroll on his head for another 2 minutes. We still have 7 minutes left in the lobby, folks. We still have Starry Night effects to happen, the Storm effect for a rage regen for any teams that have already invested their ultimates. They can pick one of those up, and I think 10% comes out in between them all. XEM having that Syra ultimate still be available, you know it's going to be a problem when it comes to the end game circle, folks, because now it comes down to whether or not that second Moonbane will result in the next engagement later in the next minute.
Man, I cannot believe this. I cannot believe my eyes. BBE is in a perfect position to close this out. The last wall ahead of them is JL at 10. And Wolves actually, wait a second, I might have spoken too soon, up to 4 kills. If they're able to pick up these kills on to YZG, it'll put him in striking distance. But Wolves has been known for this. They like to play that very slow style. They don't want to overcommit. If they find a couple solo kills here, it might put them, it might change their mind. Doofuts is a step in the right direction. Wolves up to 5 kills. Wait a second. We got 3 teams contesting this MVP.
Ole. This is going to be a tough spot right now. Moonbane's out here for the folks, and now BBE is going to be looking to rise above that cliffside. Merciless Havoc in the hands and hoping to see whether or not Roy He can lock someone down with that fan. This spot has always been a spot where I always wonder about whether or not the tree's going to grieve here. I'm not going to cast a curse that one. We're going to have to see what's going to happen next because Roy he's going with those cannon shots. He's launching it over towards YTG. We're going to see that Merciless Havoc and the armor pierce on Ivan. Still having the fire arrows target lock on Fat Milk and seeing Roy He with the Vajra script and still holding on to that one proc that's left. They have no Dark Tide coins at this point in time. Meanwhile, we're switching over to seeing a prize fall for ZK, Windy Trinity and Juggernaut for XEM, and seeing out a Swift Cut, a Cyan Fang, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, for the third. And then you're going to see how much these teams have been stacking up slowly but surely. Maybe not to their full extent, but they're holding on for dear life to DRG. They might be knocked out here, and they have 6 eliminations, but this Kurumi has already proc rolled.
nothing he can do. WX98 trying his best to use the scale rush, trying to press his teammates, moving up and down. Krumi also going to be invested right now, but everyone is looking at this Krumi. WX98 is going to make his way back into the safety of the movement, and it looks like JL is going to ult, go for the Spirit Well. Will BBE contest him? This Spirit Well is going to be worth $250,000. One back looking for the grabs. BBE is coming in. This is going to be for the tournament.
This is tough because it's going to be a pushback to the next, and Roy Hihi is looking for those grabs. JL finds one, though. Find a double grab. That's a slam down. Fong was going to see that Bronco coming out for the Valda, having to look for that melee grab. He's denied. The pushback comes through, even though the Spirit Well is right in the face of danger. Roy Hihi gets a hit, gets a heal back, and he's still trying to look to escape from this pressure. He goes for the grab. He's deleted off the map. That's for the transformer down. Fat Milk still in proc active ultimate. The teleporter gets him out of there, and One Fall could look for a drop down blue, something that he is notable in doing in the past.
BBE stopped in their tracks. What a big kill coming out from BBE, taking down Roy Hihi, and now BBE has to play slow, has to back off, and just like before, just like early in the year, the Wolves are coming out of the tree line. They're looking to claim this Spirit World, up to 5 kills on their Siphon. When Wolves get here, they're just like GG. They do not drop the ball.
JL is still at the kill leader position with 11 and still having all 3 of their players on the board right now, but there's going to be a cliffside engagement coming through as XCM puts himself in the spot. He's got to be really notable about his position as not only as a Syra, but as being able to kind of support his team when the dire straits come through. This Spirit Well has been contested between all opponents right now, and as XCM puts himself into a spotlight for those RMBs, if he gets caught into a parry, that's going to disrupt the whole flow. We know that XCM is going to be able to defend them even if he has a combo breaker. It's only going to be after the animation comes out, and for XCM holding it down here, the Spirit Well is still at 34%. Still at 40% in total, and he's still seeing about it. And looking at Ivan getting eliminated, that's completely wiping them off the table, and we still have only 2 match point gamers in the game.
JL's gonna be coming in. YZG comes out of nowhere contesting Wolves. They thought they had it. It's not gonna be for free. It's gonna keep going, and JL's one back's coming in. Got the one grab. Can we get more? Slamming him into the corner. JL has said this Spirit Well is for the tournament. We're not ending it right now. We want to go to a game 8. One Big desperately looking for a grab, not able to connect with anyone. YZG letting JL know they're not going to get it for free and push them off.
They're going to be going ahead and seeing about targeting out Tianhai, but then again, Revenge gets a kill off of DRG Solution 98. That's immediately eliminating one of the other match point teams. Only one left. Wolves is going to be instead. We're seeing that Cyro come out, and that's going to be a clear. Wait a second for that Spirit Well. Potentially, if they can continue get that clear in the meter, that will be a full refresh for the ultimates, and the team gets their whole health bar reset for that Draco Storm. We're so close for them. Wolves is trying to contain it, but the drop down to deny it comes out. Can we get the clear? We won't. The combo breaker puts them out. ZK, the only remaining player left for Wolves, and now he's completely out. We're guaranteed for game 8 into the J Cup Trios World Championship this year.
EWG denies the win. We keep going. Can EWG close it out? JL still alive, 11 kills holding the center. Alliance, NY7, they pick the Zai. They need NY7 to show up for him. He's gonna pop the ultimate. He's gonna dash up, looking for the flank, looking for opportunities, taken to the sky. But JL's one back, lurking, stack, coming with the flank. Revenge is gonna get taken down, but EWG's Lawyer has been active, taking up kills, taking names. 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the championship round. 6 players left.
One Fang having himself at nearly 80% of the ultimate charge is going to be looking to release. We got 13 eliminations now, up to 14. JL's going to be stacking up for the MVP, close enough as OUG still has 1 teammate alive. EWG goes down completely. We still have 5 players total. Snack on his ultimate grind. One Fang to counteract that ultimate just in time to kind of push away TWSS. And for this, look at the amount of damage he's taking. There is nothing that's going to keep him in here. Look at the denial, man. That's tough, and that's it. That's going to be 1 player left. It's going to be the King as a final remaining teammate who could have potentially got the team what's necessary. You can't ult in front of a Tianhai. He's just going to grab you out, and the slam down begins. And for 1 chance to the next, the King attempts to back off. JL, 16 eliminations, first place into round 7.
We go to a game 8. JL holds the line. They are the wall. BBE so close to victory. That Spirit Well worth $250,000, but JL says, nah, we want some of that money. We go to a Game 8. It's gonna be so stacked. So many teams in striking range to take it all down. It may go to points. It may go to MVP. We don't know what's still gonna happen. The 2024 Naraka Trios, full of drama, going the distance.
The Game 8 final round begins for the World Championship. And before you know it, we're going to be back here. But it's going to start slow. It's going to start steady. We're going to see ZK dropping through and contesting GG for the cave. That's something that we didn't expect on the bingo card. And the slaps come out. We're seeing 3-3-0, eliminated, LX7 eliminated, and all I hear is slaps in the background. That's a three-piece picking up from Wolves and beginning this game with the eliminations.
No way. GG, the gods of that cave, getting dethroned by Wolves. Now JL in the south, finding 5-2-1 for the Fireflies, getting it going with their Zai Transformers. Now over to Celestra, YCG versus DRG. DRG in the points lead. They need to win this off spawn. Off spawn so critical going on. Slap's gonna be coming out. 17S with the scale rush, trying to lock onto the Takeda. Takeda doing a good job. Don Q buying some time for his team to make a play, but 17S is going to switch targets, double up on W6. 98 fading away, the wheel's going to be coming in, no one's going to be fading out. WX98 in a 1v1 versus QGG. TXZ down to a low health. DRG managing to bring this back, but the slaps are coming out. Can they bring it back?
They're trying to pick up a weapon and they couldn't, and that's what 17S does exactly. They pick it up as he slaps as the Pyro comes out. He's going to have to reinitiate. Even with that offensive pressure, he's got to make sure his team is safe to go here. We're at 57% on that rage bar. 17S doesn't have much to offer here. Instead, those two grapples in the dream. He sees QGG taking a whole bunch of laser beams to the background, and then the kill confirmation. Dongqing finds that soul bloom. He's going to get that 1,000 heal. He's looking to charge up. He's getting that release for free. And then 17S gets completely wiped through with that drop down blue focus. And Cicada ultimate about it is looking to pick up the pieces for themselves. And looking at the eliminations, DRG are picking them up instead.
Bowda coming out of left field. Deuce coming in like a wrecking ball. Yuren's gonna pop that ultimate. Pop the kill onto Don Q. DRG's Kakashi is gonna fall. Laser beam down. Peak really, really low. It's not gonna matter. Now going to the south at Shipwreck. Alliance versus EWG.
Outside with the Scarlet Cave Revenge, I'm thinking he's gonna hit caught by the enchant, but XI is low enough as is to get caught out. There's a freeze, there's a connected, there's the elimination. Revenge is one hit in the dream, but he's getting a full reset for that soul bloom. So now Yuma still going back and forth, has the time to heal, goes straight in, gets caught by the tested chance. The Wu Port gets the team out, but there's gonna be a chance here for that ultimate to come in here for a third-party engagement. But Yuma gets caught in the enchant animation, and Revenge is gonna be one hit away from that Wei Shan ultimate to come through to save his life.
NY7 with the slam coming down. Now Yuma diving in with that Destino, trying to close the distance, but out of nowhere, we got a Viper V1. EWG coming in hot, is gonna slay down Yuma. Cookie picking himself up. Alliance NY7 desperately trying to connect, trying to peel someone off, trying to trade a kill. Zai trying to back off, is put against the corner, double jump, getting across the wall at 1 HP. He's gonna scale rush and get to safety.
He's gotta be careful, there's a lot of flaming cages in that area, and as NY7 looks to engage inside, he's gonna be careful with the dagger horizontals. The ultimate comes out from Revenge to try to strike out here. We're gonna look at towards those teleports. If we can lock down one of these players, XI gets caught to the knockback. There it is, elimination comes out, XI goes down. The V1 from that ultimate as Yodohime comes to strike back. NY7 has no ult to kind of safety net this out, but Yuma is down in soul form as TWSS look to engage upon this. We know Lue is going to be looking to get caught by grapple staggers, and with the fan R&B and the fear, and there's nothing to keep him alive for much longer.
TW, that snack, able to pick up the kill onto EWG's Louis. Nice timing attack, nice follow-up coming out from TWSS. Able to pick off the pieces of the scraps of that fight. Now going over to BBE at 75.2. Look at that score. It's 72 at 521, 72 for GG, 75 for BBE, Wolves at 75, JL at 78. No one can really contest DRG at 90 points unless you have the most massive games. So if anyone in the bottom, if Bowda, if EWG, if TWSS, MVP, DRG will just win from points, but everyone else, Alliance, will Ice Pick take it?
Oh my
the old school composition at 4 kills, it's going to be tough. That composition does lose steam by the end game, and we still have tons of bunks in the lobby.
Exactly. They got a Moonbane for Alliance right now, so while they regroup with Yuma, it's going to be a decision to be used early into before the first realm, even before that timer comes down. Before that, though, TWSS at Council Courtyard taking an engagement. It looks like they're going to try to contest against the Kings coming through as JL's One Funk. Looking to stanchion out here, looking for the blue focus R&B spams if he can. Avoids the step one, looks for a parry. It's going to work against him in his favor. Gets caught by the R&Bs and looks to invest that Syra combo breaker, but as One Funk breaks away from his skill, he still has ultimate available. He still has a teleporter from his hottie. TXJ still putting that pressure to make sure that knockback comes out, and now One Funk has a line of sight right now. Tomosh denies that, but it still doesn't stop him from running to set up the ambush and go straight towards the path of the opponents.
Nice job from TWSS, baiting out the double cooldown, using that Temi ult to peel out of there now. JL in a tough position, EWG showing up to the party. It's time for JL to get out of here. They need to play for that first round of Yang. Unable to get more value from their off spawn. They are up to 1 kill right now. They want to get an isolated fight. 5-2-1, playing this nice and slow. Having double purple armor on the Syra Siphon, but we still got TWSS versus JL. Wait a second, One Funk's gonna be falling down. White armor on the Takeda. JL is gonna fall to TWSS.
BWG, though, coming in for the invasion with the Tessa enchant. This is going to be confirmed for Polaris, but the Polaris is going to have to be very careful. He's got combo breaker, but his team's getting knocked out. Dofu's going to get low enough to where he can get one blue focus, and that's it. That's all that's going to be needed. And he is opting in to go on the offensive route. He said, Dofu's like, I got it, homie. We got to separate the Viper separator, and that's going to be working in their favor, because guess what? Once that stun procs out here, Polaris can deny that pressure with a stun. There's a dazzle, and the powerful dazzle doesn't even matter for it if it comes through. There's the elimination cookie. Couldn't get the port out. This means that the team can stay in here for the fight, but the enchant's good. The S2 from the Zayas. BBB looks to double through in here, and that Moonbane coming out from JL.
Polaris and TWSS looking to try to MVP, looking for that 77k, but JL's back. There's nothing like a little bit of salty run back. Nothing wrong with a little bit of sodium in your diet. Coming in, TXJ with the Pulsar, chopping Snacks down. Snacks trying to create some space, looks for the parry. Nice peel coming out from his teammate. TXJ threatening the overhold R&B. BBB's already down. TXJ is going to be having to back off. He's away from his Moonbane right now. Polaris desperately trying to come in. One Funk doing his best to try to peel for his teammate. Pistol shots are coming out, but TXJ bobbing, weaving, you can't get him down.
It's going to be a heal for Polars, and that's going to be an ultimate that he still has on standby, but a full reset, and especially on a hottie, is not something he's going to be prepared for, so he has to disengage completely. This is going to be a spotlight for the map, though. The Moonbane has been dropped. Any teams that are stacked out, Alliance, as well as Wolves somewhere in the vicinity, they can come down south towards the Celestial region and reach port past this point of the opponents. And talking about Wolves, we're switching over to them, and they're in the whole opposite direction, over by Eventide Temple, and they're stacked. Oh my goodness, 2 purple weapons, 2 purple armors. This is going to be where they can take that Romiang, no problem with issues, because GG is right next door. OUG is approaching off of the sidelines into the bamboo forest, and the YZG are just coming up past the crow's nest. In the meanwhile, Southside DRG are off in terms of the Romiang by the Jade Pond. If this comes out towards Bauta, they have to look towards and just making sure they can go towards the Council Courtyard. They'll be safe enough to do it, because even if Team Bauta are looking to try to go inside that Romiang, they have to be careful, man.
Yeah, so many teams stacked up over at Eventide. Top right, OUG, GG, and then to the south, not as much. We got Alliance on Icepick. That's Icepick. No Realm of Yang. Does Icepick even have a chance at the modern Transformers? We don't know any of these answers, but Alliance is gonna dare. Fortune favors the bold. They're gonna just snap right in. They don't want to hesitate. Everyone's gonna be snapping in. Unfortunately for them, they are gonna go into the super stacked Wolves. What is Wolves looking at, though? If we're looking at this Icepick comp, what are you gonna call?
Oh my goodness gracious. All right, Wolves got everything that they need to win this out. If they grief, it's gonna be a oof statement, because now it comes down for the drop down blue. XCM looks to try to go for the Dragon Slayer. Revenge trying to space out. The Dragon Slayer is confirmed, but the F3 Yoda comes into clutch moments. XCM now takes the initiative of proccing out Tianahai. Now the Vajra State is gonna allow for him to go ahead, get frozen for free, but of course it's only gonna be for a certain amount of time. The Yoda Himeo comes out here. Revenge looks to connect. Remember that V1 comes out for the bonus damage when they're nearby opponents, and now for up to the case, he's going to the high ground. XCM gets frozen again. That's a free slash to come through. The damage is impeccable, as you can see the Wayshawn can create staggers, but XCM, he gets himself into the formation. He still has armor, and with the slam downs, it's going to be up to Yuma to continue the pressure even without ult.
Yuma is going to get forced out by XCM, releasing that one charge, throwing it back, getting a big parry though. Not able to get the punish though. Swinging for the Moon Alliance with the aggression. They've taken it to the distance. Wolves looking like they could potentially lose this. Wait a second. Revenge is gonna fall, but NY7 and Yuma are fighting to the nail for every little bit, but a parry's gonna come out from XCM, forcing out the combo break. ZK, XCM surrounding Yuma, nowhere left to go. The light attacks are gonna come out and Lions will fall.
And we're switching to the next round. Yang BBE up against Bauda. Bauda still having an opportunity to win out, but BBE having no ultimates. It's gonna be ready for Wei-He, the second ultimate for his Tian Hai. He's looking to try to charge out here. The Dragon Slayer's good. He jumped horizontal. What a crazy play coming out to magnetize towards, and he's got that Tian Hai ult on standby. The grab is good, Yu is caught, but no one can go ahead and confirm against this. He's got Fury and ultimate come through. The Sire ult is going to work in Bauda's favor, but we got to be careful for Wei-He though, because he could be the menace against Team Bauda. He catches Yu again, who still throws out those Fury blasts, and if he's careful enough, you know that Aizen can look for the slashes and try to confirm it. 7 seconds left on the clock, but we still have a volatile ult to turn through, and for the third time, a double realm Yang depletion comes out against teams in the trios.
BB and Bauda, two evenly matched, are gonna tie and double Yang depletion. Absolute chaos is gonna be coming out, and GG, they've been here before. Gonna be calm, cool, and collected. We're gonna see a replay, number 1 versus the number 1 of the world. GG's 3-3-0, classic vintage 3-3-0, picking up that grab. Kakashi is gonna pop the ult, disappear into the sky, looking for the scoop up. LXM doing a good job tap dodging, denying the situation, but again, Kakashi gonna get scooped up. Double grabs are gonna be come up. Kablawi 3-3-0, gonna take them down. WX98, unfortunately, uncontested grab, a bit of a blunder from him. DRG against the ropes, and now 3-3-0. With the momentum, with the kill onto Don Q in a 1v3 situation. GG doesn't lose those.
They don't. They got 3 eliminations. That Yang being their only fight. They got a gold weapon now on standby, and 3-3-0 is rocking this purple command like nobody's business. We are entering into Celestial once more as CJS is in the distance with it. He's going to scout out DRG, Shipwreck Expanse, Bounty Scroll on one of the targets into the northeast. I'm not sure who that might have been, but this is going to be a spotlight moment for DRG, right? Yang depletion, having 2 eliminations, still need to get rid of it by picking up soul blooms in the next 2 minutes or so, or it's going to be a GG's moment because Bauda, they are going to be coming through outside of their Yang with the loss. So now it's coming down towards whether or not Bauda can survive this in place because they're looking to fight in DRG's turf as they separate from the engagement inside of the Shipwreck village.
Holding on to the sound base, pulling out the hands, so throwing the slaps. What you know about these hands? DRG's gonna pop that ult in a minute 50. We gotta make something happen. Yu is getting cooked right now. Microwave toss. F3's gonna be coming out, preventing the execution of Yu. He needs to pop his ultimate soon. The Cloud Reaper's gonna be coming out. He's getting staggered. Non-stop CC going into him. Yu doesn't care. He's moving forward. The Juggernaut will not be denied. Jumping in. Kakashi now out of ultimate, getting juggled, going to take the sky. Grapples out of here. Nice counter grapple's gonna come out, but Kakashi a little bit of a Vandro and not able to get away. BVB is gonna be showing up with JL. More joining into the party.
Now it's a spotlight right now. DRG, JL, the skate appearance come out left and right. Of course, you gotta be careful about what happens next, because whether or not you see TXJ have his ultimate ready for the next engagement, he can set the team to escape in case of dire straits moment. And there's a lot of spacing between them and their opponents right now, especially with the cliffside, especially with the shipwreck, being able to go through the treasure ship ruins and just pushing the teams farther between one another. TXJ though has it ready to go here for it, and he's got that pole source, so something that can keep that stone form, keep the fight going. As Yu spots him out, we get to the high ground. We're getting tech chase against with that grapple, but nothing's going to stop him. This is going to be where TXJ takes it through with that fear into the face, and this is going to be a highlight of a spot for a fight to commence between the 2 titans of the industry.
JL, they recovered, they get blue armor to everyone. TXJ is going to be forced into the ultimate, put under pressure. Bauda doing a good job of stripping his armor right now, but TXJ is going to slow down, calm, cool, and collected, looking for the opener. Bauda's going to pull back, reset right now. DRG, though, is going to get spotted out. Don Q on the Takeda, going to pop that F1, but the F3 is going to come out, flying in. BBB looking to close this out, looking up and pick up this kill. Don Q goes for a ride. He is tall enough, but unfortunately for him, that ride leads to death.
And then we're going to see a pushback. This is going to be coming down towards the rooftop as Bowden drops down and comes at the bow of the ship, maybe hoping to see whether or not TXJ can throw the release and get parried, but no, he is smart with it. He gets uppercutted. Oh my goodness, burns the F2 to get himself into the zone, but the tick damage could be enough when one stagger comes through. It could be over for JL in just a few moments as one teammate is left alone. The other two are still fighting their own battles as TXJ gets time to reset. Will he be spotted out by Dash Armies? No, he gets a Vitality. He's safe to go. He is scared rushing. He's got soft step Gecko Foot as well, so he can go ahead and move on by, because with the charge up of the Pole Sword, all he's got to worry about is whether or not the Takedos are going to catch up here. The Pyro comes out here. The turnaround is going to be coming through, and they're going to be coming out of the gates for the elimination.
Bowden invests everything fighting into the zone, and now GG's going to be showing up, seeing the investment out into the zone. Everyone is going to be eating these cannon shots from 330. The Transformers are showing up to the party, and you realizing the dire states is going to pop his ultimate, going to set up for the disengage for his team, but GG is going to lose a player. TXJ and CGS both dead into the zone. Both of the favorites in the lobby looking to get taken out right now. Can they bring us back? LXM in the zone trying to clutch it for his team. Bowden's all the strongest players in the world fighting it out on the edge of zone. They're all in the zone mid-game.
They're in the coastline and making sure they get into the inland because his Shadow Corruption damage is going to stick by slowly but surely. VVV having 12k in his pocket, he can get the res off of TXJ and buying that Reaper charm, but LXM is procking out that ultimate, has it ready to go for the standby for this res on CJS, and CJS will come up here. The Reaper charm VVV has already been purchased, so that was up to Snack with that Mystic Might off of the Spirit Well, and TXJ getting res up. Realm of Yang, OUG Wolves, and they're taking it up at the only realm so far to take the engagement. Second round for the World Championship, round 8.
Wolves gonna be opening up XCM with the Monk ultimate. The King's gonna respond with the Fairy Mech. Doesn't get D-Mag right now. XCM robbed of the D-Mag, not able to get it. Now he's gonna get sacrificed. His free are getting fried right now. Ball the field's gonna be coming out, but SS with the Yoda Walt's gonna push him against the corner. XCM forced to de-transform down to his last little bit of health. He has his armor to save them. Can he survive though?
There's gonna be a chance that Yoda Ult goes crazy right now. This is the V2 variation that OUG is bringing to the table with the F2. So now it comes down. SS drop down and he looks to kite around. The Hottie spots him. So now it's up to using those double rolls. He's gone out. ZK gets the elimination. Night HQ still striking past this point. The King midair trying to look for the snipe, but the duck shot isn't going to connect. And Night HQ still takes the time to heal. No pressure. Has the F2 combo breaker. He gets caught out here, but we know that Jing Yu looks towards a hold R&B scenario for the 1-2s, but he's caught through. He is initiating the ultimate as he F2s through. He's going to be looking to try to use that Almighty General State and trying to launch out those strikes for the next minute.
Jin Yu, all he can do is play for the timeout, but Wolves are hungry. They're surrounding him. It looks like they're going to cinch it up, but JL's one bug, going to get a double grab onto Bowden, and Yu is going to fall. The carry is down. Zyul's going to be popped from BBB. One bug with another grab. Peek's looking for the res right now. He can, if he gets you up, he can turn this around, buying enough time. Euron with the Cyril pushing JL back. JL's going to have to retreat, get the reset, and fight for round 2 as Yu is about to come back online.
And he's got ultimate ready to go off in the strike mode on Cicada. This is the best case scenario. He got res, he got eliminated. Wait a second, VVV was quick with the elimination as Yu got immediately brought up, and a parry comes out. JL's going to be looking to turn this one around as Euron has looked to the jump horizontal. He's got to keep himself afloat, but then again, he's throwing focuses. One Fong is ready for this one. He's looking for the R&Bs. There's going to be the F2 to initiate the pushback, and there's going to be the corner side. Looks for the toothpick a little bit. The team's here to support line, and that's going to be Bowden going through as Peak gets eliminated out of today's game. The first set to go through against Peak. This is going to be where Bowden goes out against the Wall of China.
JL, the Wall, Wolves at 9, JL at 8, but you can't sleep on EWG. They're up to 6 kills as well, and GG still in the lobby. YZG 17S throwing out the R&B. Nice Frostberry. The Sap's gonna go crazy, doing a ton of damage. Cookie against the wall, force support his team out of there. YZG looking for that flash, looking to close this out. They need more kills. They need to slow down these teams from getting that MVP. Remember, $77,000 for winning a trios game in Naraka. Anyone can win. Anyone can get that giant cash bag. It's for all the marbles for this last game.
And now for Wolves, they have everything in their hands. 2 gold armors. The buff for Draco Storm for the next 100 seconds right now. Gold Spears on standby for XCM stacked out of his mind. I just want to see the Jades at this point because we're rocking into Zest Winery. For BBE though, in the zone, slowly but surely trying to get themselves back up into the game. They have no eliminations. They lost Fat Milk early on to the fights, and Ivan and Voihi are the only ones left. And they have a zone take crushing damage. No heals is going to save them, even if they had any. But there's a fight right outside of that. That's going to be towards the Blizzard range. TWSS are taking the initiation against OUG, and OUG's SS isn't proc ultimate for that Yorohime.
OUG with this old school cannonball. SS bringing the pain with the Yodo. TWSS forced to back up, and now BBE showing up to the party. Roy Hiki with the monk up. Double grab. Big slam coming down. BBE, Roy Hiki putting them on the map. Getting that first kill, only 2 of them alive, but now with enough money, they can possibly pick up their teammate. They just need a couple more kills to set themselves up, but inside zone, OUG's on the ballista.
Oh my god! Ivan just gets completely sniped out of the sky with 1 bolt coming through here, absolutely insane, and gets almost to the spotlight with Jingyu on that ballista. This is gonna be a tremendous point, and using ultimate to deny the death, Craven.
Shinju with the play. I thought that was going to be his last dying breath. No, he's not done yet. He found some kills here. Can he find the Soul Bloom? Can he clutch it up? YZG, though, on the inside of zone. He knows everyone's shambles inside there. There's some free kills for them coming up. They were at 0 kills. Now they're up to 2. BBE representing the global stage. They were so close to victory. Now in the last round, Roy Hee with his last breath and his last sliver of health is the last hope for this global team. Can he stay alive right now? 5-1 at 0 kills right now, still on the edge, but they have their work cut out for them. JL and Wolves absolutely shredding right now, and we still got a very dangerous GG up to 4 kills with 3 alive.
This is a dangerous game right now for BBE. If they try to survive, they only got 1 person left. The miracle state that they have to go through is trying to find all the spare wells that haven't picked up the Reaper charms and looking out for it. But meanwhile, we see YZG over by the Windmill Gorge. They're cannon shotting left and right. They're looking to try to go ahead for the investment against Royhee, who has been spotted out and has been bird tick procced, and I think takes 1 strike left. We just need 1 cannon shot. There's no more cannons in the quiver. That's going to be Royhee going down, unfortunately, knocking him out of the game for game 8, but the fights are not yet over. We still got GG on the mix with that armor pierce and the Sunwing shot for 330, who is predominantly known to make those shots count.
I cannot believe this. BBE, they were so close this year, and it's gonna stop for them right there. The hope slide for the global stage on 5-1 to somehow pull a miracle on them. It's gonna be such a low percentage right now. The front runners in JL, Wolves doing so well. GG. They've been put in these corners before. They found ways to get the end game. They found ways to win it all. But Wolves are now tracking them down. And Wolves is stacked with gold armors. 330 fading out, trying to get away, throwing those focus tabs, trying to make their way up to this terrain. But 5-1 is going to be cutting them off. EWG in the hunt as well. GG surrounded on all corners, trying to stay alive. But the blue buff, the mystic might of Wolves, tracking them down perfectly.
This is a tough spot. We're back at Shipwreck Expanse. We're back at the treasure ship. More importantly, for 330, though, he is going to be looking to try to spam those blue focuses against that Balda, and she is in close proximity. Now 5-2-1 on the south side, EWG on the outskirts. They are trying to look and lock in terms of anyone who's trying to dissipate from the fight and disengage. Like we can see ZK looking to take that teleporter above one of the flags on the mast of the ship. Now it comes down towards just investing that teleporter and making sure that they are safety netted. There's 20 players left alive. We got 7 minutes on the clock. Stanchion Sky Pillar for XEM, and then a Phoenix Blast from NIHQ. It's the key Jades of Prominence, and for ZK having the Phantom Step to build out with a Blistering Edge. VVV finds a kill in the distance though against Polaris, so finding out how much gear they got on standby for Wolves, they're going to have to use everything in their hands right now to make sure it counts, because with that being said, Onefong has been having this Cloud Weaver on standby since before we know it, and he got it off about a U from the early on engagement, so now it's in his hands to make it count.
VVV, they're giving VVV the gold armor on the Zai. This Monk Zai Hottie, never in existence. TXJ pulls one out of the hat. This rabbit looking like VVV with gold armor on Zai. VVV, one of the first NBPL Trios Pros, the debut, the Meteor, showing everyone its potential, and on the biggest stage, bringing it up, putting JL in contention to take this. Is it gonna be a 2-peat? for JL. Will GG clutch it up for the Grand Slam, or will the points of DRG hold the line? TWSS up to 8, but only with 1 alive, but EWG still at 6. It's anyone's game.
Anyone's game coming out here, and the Viper ultimate comes out at just the right opportune moment in the worst possible case scenario. XI in the middle of the face of danger at 3-3-0. One of the key components coming here to lock it down. He's going to find one immediate slam down against Cookie. Launches away to try to find the high ground position. The Wuchen port is good, but LXM is down. CJS being the only teammate left alive for GG. We're seeing the res be denied. Wait a second, wait, 3-3-0, realize where that position was. Maybe unintentionally for the grabs, and 3-3-0 was at 1/8 of this health bar. He could get deleted right now, and that's gonna be the case with Wolves. Finds the elimination. We are catching up on the scorelines. We are now up to 10. We're reaching the double digits, and we're disengaging. We know that IHQ doesn't have ultimate, but that doesn't matter right now, because now it's up to the players to worry about the next phase. As YGG QGG gets killed against XI, we still got CJS, who's at death's door for GG.
What a beautiful year for GG, but for CJS, the last one left alive for his team. Bleeding out, no hope left in line. Their dreams of the Grand Slam will end at the hands of the global team. 5-2-1, now it's JL versus Wolves. EWG on the Viper. It's not looking good for them, but it's gonna look like, again, it's gonna come down to this last Spirit Well. JL versus GG, or JL versus Wolves.
It is a dangerous situation for JL because their Tian High ultimate's about to deform in a second. You gotta find at least one grab. There it is. Wait a second, we're looking for a double grab. Ain't gonna happen. Oh, yes, it does! And we get a teleport to get him out, and One Fang deforms just in time. And looking to hopefully see the securement, but guess what? We got another transformer. YZG 17 finds a grab, and guess who is against? It's One Fang, the one transformer we did not want to see get grabbed in this situation for them. JL will look to retreat as One Fang tries to back out the reset. Oh my goodness, TXJ as well gets caught. And this is a spotlight where he gets getting pushed away from his team. The teleporter is good for it, but 17S has been connecting every single grab that he's thrown against his opponents on the Sphere Well, which is at 60% for YZG.
YZG grieves the center zone, setting up Wolves perfectly. They have triple ults. They've done this all day. Last one to the party, showing up fashionably late. They're looking poised to take this Spirit Well and have a huge advantage going to this last little bit, but they're not going down so easily. XCM is getting cooked by everyone everywhere he looks. Range attacks are coming in. TXJ flying in, delaying this. They're not going to give up for free. JL knows how important this is. It's still going to be contested as we go the distance.
This is going to be a chance right now for all players to wait out for the Spirit Well while to disengage, and there it is. It's going to be no free shots for it within. It's going to be everywhere coming out within the circle. Now NiHQ takes that teleporter. 5-2-1 are holding down this fort. We got 2 eliminations for that. 3 eliminations for the team actually, and in the fact state 5-2-1 had the Spirit Well in the contention and hoping to see Ivanka making lose out his HP because he just lost all his armor. The range shots coming out as One Fang puts him in the spotlight, maybe looking for a drop down blue. He's looking for it. He's dropping down, but he lands in the spot he was not looking for. The chances were so small, but he ended up doing it anyway. That's just how good of a player he is, man. And we're putting our spots out here for One Fang to try to hold it onto the ground level, even with getting caught with that ball to coil.
BBV on the side is going to pop his own, try to clear the distance. One Fang doesn't want to commit his ultimate. Still too many teams are contesting it. He goes back in. Range shots are coming in. Now Pambi on the Takeda, tethered up, looking to go win. Wolves still super stacked. XCM, 36%, doesn't have that Monk ult online. They can't hard commit to this. Zone is coming in. Will a team actually even be able to get this? We saw this in the previous round. Teams griefing their game. JL still desperately trying to go for it, but the Hadi ult coming in. 5-2-1 doesn't want to give it up for free. Everyone knows how important this is. 14 people alive. Spirit Well is going to be forced into zone.
There's going to be a lot of players waiting this one out here. We know that One Fang has been kiting around in the sky, and he's waiting to go ahead and drop down if he needs to, but he still has that ultimate in case worst case scenario, and to confirm that Spirit Well, if it's a refresh for the ultimates for the team, that means that Vault can go ahead and go free real estate. But then again, I should say for that Zai, she can go ahead and proc ult, go crazy. But One Fang, he is that one player that can disrupt this whole flow as a TNI. In the meanwhile, Wolves are still striking out here for those shots. 10 eliminations for Wolves, 10 eliminations for JL, 7 eliminations for EWG and TWSS with 1 teammate still alive with 8 eliminations. We're seeing those cannon fodder coming out here the last minute and 45 seconds for the today starts right now. One Fang puts himself in the spotlight with that Tian High, the prime target for everyone in the tumult circle to deny it, just to make sure he doesn't have any problems. He's getting 1 grab, he's looking for 2, but he's gonna miss it out, and he's gonna make sure that it makes it worth his count.
5-2-1. couldn't put the Temi on, denying one buying the double grab, but he's still looking for Ryan. Gets one, can he get two? He's still at full health. Group heal, advance heal on JL. They're perfectly fine. 17S with a double grab though. Cookie's gonna remain alive with 1 health, putting up the windmill, gonna deny the hit. One bang on the other side, scooping up people left and right. But now Wolves gonna pop the monk on XCM with an opportunity to close out J Cup 2024. He's gonna get one, sending one bang into zone, but the gold up's gonna stop it. TXA coming in for the wheel, saving his team out. XCM, Wolves holding the low ground, but they're getting lit up by the cannon shots of the Lami.
Now everything comes out. Final 50 seconds on the clock right now. XCM is getting those grabs if he could, but he can't. And now it's going to be the deformation for that Monko. He's going to have to leap into the fray. We see JL Wolfong go down, Pompey go down. We're going to see Pompey get the elimination against NIHQ. And now, of course, you got to be careful around what's going to happen next, because now ZK, he's getting targeted out. One hit to the next. 9 players left alive. ZK gets himself this pulse to the sky. NIHQ being down is going to be a problem. BBV having that Zai ultimate. He has the time to space it out with the F2 and his ultimate proc. He loses sight, and it hits out ZK unintentionally, intentionally, because now 17S looks for the drop down. Final 20 seconds on the clock. Valdo Coil comes out here. 17S on that Valdo with the 10 high. Last second possible opportunity here to try to make it for the win.
YZJ scooping it up, looking for hits, but he's getting shredded right now. He's gonna fall right now. 5-1 coming in with a flank. TXA's gonna survive. ZK, Wolves picking up the kills. 5-1's Akami trying to slow it down, but Wolves in the kill feed. It's gonna be neck to neck. 5-1's gonna get the first place. It's gonna be so close.
And with that, champions of J Cup, Wolves makes it happen for 2024's World Championship as the Naraka Trios team to win it all.
No way, sir. They were not active the whole day. They just played the classic tortoise, slow and steady, staying in it, keeping their chin down, and they clutch it up under the biggest moment, the biggest lights. They're able to clutch it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have our 2024 J Cup Trios champion, Chengdu Wolves.
捧起属于你们的冠军奖杯，现场所有的前辈们再次拿出你们最高的呐喊声，让我们一起恭喜成都，让我们恭喜成都，恭喜 J Cup 3排冠军成都狼队。